Hello, everybody. Hope you're all doing well. Happy Tuesday. Today we're joined by Dialogue Always. What is up, Dialogue Always?
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. This
Sh-
should be a fun conversation.
So
Yeah,
should
you've
we call
been
you Dialogue? I don't remember
DA
what
is
we called
fine.
you last time. Okay, DA. Okay.
Yeah.
you've
Okay.
been you've listened to the show for quite some time. You super chat now and again, and I mean you've been kind of an avid watcher. Well, we've
Oh,
gone like you've followed me on Twitter. I've followed you on Twitter. You've I don't know if you ever blocked me. I've blocked you on Twitter. I've muted you on Twitter. I've unblocked you. I've
oh
followed
man.
you again and unfollowed you. So I mean, it's like a it's like a continuous back and forth with us.
No, I just post what I believe, what I think, and however it's received, it's
Whoa,
received. I don't think I've ever.
no, come on. You kind of needle me a bit. I mean, you
Oh,
got to
sure,
admit
yeah.
that. Yeah.
I do needle you, but I needle you with disagreements I have.
Right.
Like well, this one will probably be one that we'll see where it goes. But yeah, if I disagree with something, I'm quick to be like, hey, this might not be exactly true, you know?
So, but look, sometimes I don't mind disagreement, but sometimes it feels like you're being unfair with me. So that's why I'll mute you or unfollow you or follow or block you because I feel like the criticism you're giving me is kind of unfair. Like a lot of times you'll say I think you just tweeted the other day that I'm being dishonest. And I'm like, really? You think I'm being dishonest?
A bit, yeah. But usually when I say you're dishonest, no, no, hear me out.
Look at this.
When I say you're dishonest, I always explain why. I don't just say like, "Hey, Adam's dishonest," and just leave it there. I'll say like, "Hey, you're being dishonest here because maybe you're not recognizing something, or you're creating a standard that you don't hold for the other side, or even hold yourself to sometimes." So that's why I
Look,
say
look,
like, "Hey, you're
look, as someone who listens to the show, I'm sure you're familiar with the term systemic dishonesty, right? So if I actually believe it, I'm not being dishonest.
sure," but it is dishonest, like whether or not you recognize it. If like you create a standard and then immediately contradict that standard when it comes to something you might agree with or somebody you accept, that's still dishonest, even if you don't think it is, or even if you might agree with the double standard.
Okay.
Yeah. And so that's where I say, like, hey, this is a bit dishonest. Not in the sense of like you're actively lying, just you might have like I said, a different standard for something.
Do you think it might be better not to use the term dishonest just as like
I think most
because
people think yeah, it means that you think Adam is lying about something
right.
intentionally.
And it
Well,
potentially well, it triggers me obviously. I don't like to be called
Yes.
dishonest, so I'm sure you don't like to be called dishonest.
Um, if there's a reasoning behind it, I'd like to understand why somebody called me it. Like I wouldn't immediately get mad, but if I'm constantly saying something to where I'm like untrustworthy because it sounds like I'm holding like again, if I create a standard which I don't apply myself to or don't apply others that I agree to with, I would not take it as an attack to be like, hey, you might not be holding um you might not be consistent here.
Right. Well, I mean, obviously, someone can be a bad source of information and still be completely honest, right? They're telling you what they believe is true, but it's completely wrong, right? Like a
Sure, but
flat earther is not necessarily dishonest.
that's the big difference between dishonesty and lying. Like lying, if I said like, "Hey, Adam, you were lying here," then I would be accusing you of, knowingly
Oh,
misrepresenting
okay,
something.
interesting.
But
Okay,
dishonesty is like because you're holding a different standard, I don't think you're really trustworthy on this particular thing.
we call that systemic dishonesty, where it's just you're putting false information into the world, but you don't necessarily know it. So, but anyway, you we started to talk a bit before the stream began. You wanted to come on and talk to Ace, so
Yeah, and the only reason why I wanted to talk to him was because that episode where I sent a super chat and immediately because I'm like, hey, I kind of agree with what Ace is saying, and then he was like, yeah, I don't put me with him, he's a cuck, he's a cuck, and I'm like, oh, okay, well, what did I say that made him respond like that? And then all of a sudden he was like, yeah, he's a white liberal. I'm like, wait.
well, obviously he failed on that
So
measure.
that's why I wanted to talk to him because I'm like, I don't even know what I said if you don't even know what skin color I am. But something is wrong here if you don't even know what skin color I am. Like I don't even like help me out. What made you come at me like that? I mean, I have my ideas of why he came at me like that, but I don't know. I like talking to people that take the swipe before just immediately assuming something.
So what was the super chat? What was the show? What was the situation?
Ace was talking about how let's see. Ace was talking about the
Was it when Ace was on the show? Because he was on the show one time.
yeah, it was
Okay.
actually sorry, that's my dog. Hey, Dolce, chill. Um, it was on a I think it was like sometime it might have been right after Charlie Kirk's death or something like that, but he was on letting you guys know about how um like trying to remember, it was something along the lines of like I'm not going to condemn X if Y. I can't remember the whole
Right.
context of
So it
it,
was
but
some Charlie Kirk related. He came on and was talking to us.
yeah. And so when that happened, I
What
just
was
immediately
your
wanted to talk to the guy. It was like
super chat in favor of him or?
yeah, it was kind of like again, it was my usual like, hey, I agree with Ace right here on this, and something along the lines of I don't think that something about like I know I mentioned CRT somewhere in it where I was like, hey, here's an example of a double standard, and I can't remember all of it, but it was
Oh, a
like,
So
double
you
standard with
defended
us.
CRT, and Ace was like, "Get out of here with that shit," right?
well,
That's
no,
what
it was
happened.
it was kind of like it's you know what? I genuinely can't remember. That's why I
That's
wanted to
okay.
talk
Don't
to
worry
him in
about
that
it.
moment because it's driving me
All right.
nuts what it was. But yeah, the whole thing that still had me wondering what was going on was he he just called me a white liberal, and it was just that just was like
Well,
I
maybe you
need to
have
know what
that.
made you mad.
Maybe you have that white liberal energy. Okay, you give off the vibe, right?
Maybe, but that's where the conversation comes in.
Okay.
But the
Was it
actual
offensive that he thought you were white?
oh God, no. I
Oh,
thought it was
okay.
just hilarious because if you don't know what skin color I am, how the hell you gonna know what I believe in or what I think about? Like you don't
It
even
is
know me.
look, it is I think a little racist to include the white in there. Like you sound like a white liberal because it assumes all white liberals are the same. So,
I don't know if it assumes that. I mean, I
well,
think
why include
we've
it
had
then?
enough conversations in regular, like the world knows that when you're talking about something, like when you say leftist,
Mhm.
you've said multiple times, I'm not talking about every single leftist, but you use it as shorthand to make your criticisms on things. So
Right.
I'm pretty
Yeah.
sure when he's using it, he's using it shorthand, as in like the most infuriating or the most annoying white
So
liberals.
he meant white libtard is what he meant.
Pretty much, yeah.
Oh, okay. All right, fascinating. So,
But just to because really quickly, I was the reason why I wanted to point out the find people thing isn't a hoax now is partially because of the super chat I sent you. But if I could try to walk through this,
sure.
So just to
so
be clear, you're going to explain how the Fine People hoax is not a hoax.
it's not a hoax. At this
Okay.
point, it's definitely not a hoax.
What does that mean?
So the accusation was that he was saying that with fine people on both sides, he included the white supremacists. So the hoax was supposed to be that he's defending the or not defending the white supremacists, but he's saying that the white supremacists at Charlottesville were fine people. And that's the claim that every single left, that like the left was saying, hey, then he's calling um, the white supremacists on par with fine people.
Hmm.
So the counter to that was supposed to be like, well, hey, right after it, he talked about how he hated white supremacy or how he was against white supremacy. So that's supposed to immediately dismiss the fact that he was talking about white supremacists, right? I
Hmm.
just want to make sure we're on the same page.
Well, no, I thought the so he comes out, he says that there's fine people on both sides. Some people would play that clip and then they wouldn't play like the next sentence or the next couple of sentences. I forget how far away it was where he says, I was not talking about
It's right
the
after.
yeah, he says like I'm sure I'm brought up the dialogue the text, but something like I'm not talking about the white nationalists. I
White
condemn
supremacists.
them explicitly.
I condemn
Yes.
them totally. Yeah.
So my first counter to that is Not too many months after that, he had Nick Fuentes and Kanye West come to his house. Remember that?
Was that year? I thought that was some years later.
It was after it, but that's what I'm saying.
Hmm.
Like after it, this happened. So he had Nick Fuentes and
I
Kanye West
mean,
come to his
yeah, no,
house.
that was like years later.
Sure, and it's still
This
going to make my
this
point.
It was
well,
after
okay.
Um,
he. It
It
was
was
what he
like
was not
4 years
president.
later.
It was yeah. He wasn't president when that happened.
doesn't have to be. It's
Okay,
still depending on
I'm
his
just
Okay.
letting
opinion.
people know the timeline.
Oh, okay. So when questioned about it,
Yeah.
he had every opportunity to do the dishonest, like I talk to all people from all sides. I know who Nick Fuentes is, but the Anna Kasparian shoe on head type of I talk to everybody. The leftist is mad at me because I talk to everybody. He had every opportunity to play that card, but he chose to play the card of he didn't know who Nick Fuentes was or what he stood for. So that shows right then and there. If I say I said that I didn't like vigilantism, but then oh shoot,
What?
did I get signed up? Hold on. Um, so say I said I disagreed with vigilantism, and while we're talking about vigilantism and I say that I stand against it and I don't like it and everything else, at the end of this conversation, I said, okay, so I gotta go because I have Punisher and Batman coming over for dinner tomorrow.
Hmm.
You would say, do you not know what vigilantism is? Because these are the two biggest vigilantes in the world over your house, and you don't know who they are. So if you're incapable of identifying the biggest name in white supremacy, even at that time, what exactly are you standing against?
Well, before because I want to address that, but before, because you said something I wasn't exactly clear on. When you said he was doing or he didn't do the shoe on head Anna Kasparian line, what does that mean?
Well, the whole like, you know how whenever Anna Kasparian talks to somebody on the right or Shoe on Head did her picture with Laura Southern, it
Hmm.
was, how dare you guys? I'm allowed to talk to anybody I want to talk to. Conversations are conversations. So that's kind of like okay, I mean, you could have a softball interview with a right winger and flip out on a left winger, but if anybody criticizes you on it, you immediately turn to, I'm just having conversations. It's
Um,
dishonest, but we
I
all
mean,
know the
some
game.
people, I think that that has happened a lot in the Tucker conversation with Nick Fuentes, with Dave Smith, kind of bringing forward that insane, well, he can talk to whoever he wants, even though that's obviously not the problem. You can talk to whoever you want, but if you think that they're saying horrible things, you should definitely push back, especially if you're afraid that your audience would, fall into the ideology that they're pressing. I'm not familiar with Shoe on Head or Anna Kasparian engaging in anything like that, the way that you're saying. But I mean, we
She
can move on from that if you don't want to
well,
really get into
well,
that,
yeah, I
get into the
mean, there's
vigilante thing that you're saying.
yeah, so and I mean we could have a conversation on that, but I just like for this one because I know you guys don't
Hmm.
have much time and have other things to cover. Um, so obviously he doesn't even really know what white supremacy is, and I would argue that there's more evidence that he thinks white supremacy is that what is it, the white supremacy of low expectations things, where he thinks that like white supremacy is DEI because DEI is, you know, saying that black people cannot be able to get into certain jobs without assistance because the belief is that they're um, mentally or physically incapable of doing it without some sort of help from white people. So I would argue that that was probably more what he would lean towards, but that's an argument. I don't have much more proof to that one, but the proof I do have is that he doesn't
Well,
know how to identify white supremacy if you had white
right, right,
supremacy
right.
like Nick Fuentes over and you don't know who that is.
Right. So going with your example about like someone saying, "Oh, I condemn vigilantism," and then they immediately go and they have some, dinner with Batman, right?
Yeah.
Um, I think with the Trump, to try to compare it to the Trump example, is, he had some meeting, he had a dinner with Kanye West, who, I mean, yeah, Kanye West was saying some crazy shit, obviously at the time.
Well, yeah,
Um,
that's why I focus more on Nick Fuentes than Kanye
sure, sure,
West.
but yeah, but again, as I'm sure you realize or recognize, it's Kanye West, so people would, try to meet with him for other reasons.
Hmm.
But I don't know if you watched. I mean, we were going to watch it. Unfortunately, we couldn't because either I don't. We never got a copyright strike for Sunday, so I think maybe some angry groypers were just trying to false flag uh, the channel or something. But we were going to watch the Tucker interview, and in it, they actually talk about the dinner, and Nick says something which actually I believe that we've talked about on the stream before. We've heard it from other people have said this, which was that when Kanye brought Nick to visit Trump, I mean, Nick himself said that Trump didn't know who he was, and a lot of other people had said he didn't know Trump didn't know who he was. And then in the middle of the dinner, somebody contacts Trump and tells him, "Oh, that kid is like some racist, and this is some kind of setup." And then Trump's demeanor or supposedly changed, and his behavior kind of changed, and the conversation became more aggressive. And then eventually, they're asked to leave. So
Sure,
if
and
Nick
that
Fuentes is saying that, and other people have said that, like, and we never really heard like a counter to that, that would to me show that Trump didn't really know who he was, and it wasn't like he was, willing to pal around with some racist guy.
which is why, yeah, that's why I didn't make the accusation that he was willing to pal around. I'm actually making the opposite accusation that he
Oh,
had
okay. I
no
guess I don't
clue.
understand then what
Yeah,
you're
he had
saying.
no clue who Nick Fuentes was.
Right.
Like, and if you're standing against white supremacy, like that's why I specifically said Batman and probably not Bruce Wayne, because like you could obviously not know who Bruce Wayne actually is as his alter ego, but if you walk
Hmm.
in with a man with a bat suit on and like he's the most famous superhero in history, or I guess vigilante in history, and you're like, I don't know who Batman is. Well, what vigilanteism are you against? You know,
Well,
you
it.
if Nick
Mhm.
Fuentes is the biggest name in white supremacy, even at that time, like even he's even bigger than I would say like David Duke. Like you say white supremacist, or yeah, white supremacist by definition would be Nick Fuentes.
Well, so they had their dinner in 2022.
Hmm.
I don't, I really don't think it's unreasonable that most people, especially like a boomer like Trump, would not know who Nick Fuentes is, even if they're in politics. I don't think that's strange. I think that's probably
It's not
pretty common.
it's not
Um,
strange, but it does lead to the question, and what exactly do you stand
yeah,
against when you say you
but
stand against white
that's
supremacy?
kind of irrelevant to what Charles was like 2017, right? That's kind of
Yeah. It was
irrelevant
August
to
15th, 2017, and the dinner was November 22nd, 2022. So it's a 5-year span.
right, right.
Sure, in
So
5 years
well,
you
hold on,
have
let me just say it's kind of irrelevant. I would say it's irrelevant to 2017, you have this Unite the Right rally where I mean Nick Fuentes was there,
Nick
but
Fuentes
I
was
don't
there. He
mhm.
yeah,
condemned him.
I don't know if he was involved in setting it up, but he was there, and people seeing those the videos of the people saying like Jews will not replace us, and it was very obvious that these were white nationalists that were complaining about whatever the white nationalists are complaining about, and then obviously the next day it leads to that woman getting hit by the car and all this other stuff. Like you don't have to know who Nick Fuentes is as a person to come out there and say I condemn the concept, the ideology of white nationalism. I don't see how those two things are connected.
It does when you're asking what do you see as white supremacy? What is your
Was he
like
asked that,
it's
or
immediate
he
well
just
no,
said
I'm saying
like,
like if you're saying I stand like I said again, if I'm saying I stand against white supremacy, but I cannot identify a white supremacist, what does that even mean?
no? But there's a difference between saying like, I don't know a person's ideology versus being unable to identify. Like once you know someone's ideology, still being unable to identify what makes someone a white nationalist, right? Like those are different things.
Not exactly. And the only reason why I'm saying not exactly specifically for this is um who what it shows again a clear example of he's never explaining what he thinks white supremacy is. For years, he's never pointed out what white supremacy is.
Mhm.
And if you
I don't
again,
know if
if
he's
you're
ever been
not
asked to actually. Has anyone ever
exact,
said like Trump, can you explain the ideology of white supremacy
but
or
that's my
something?
point. If you can't explain what something is and you can't identify it when it comes over your house and eat your food, what usefulness is a statement saying that you stand against an ideology if
Well,
you
no,
can't
but
even identify the
so
person that's in it?
well, first of all, I think no one's ever asked Trump that because there's an belief. Now, maybe you disagree, but I think there's a belief that there's like a common belief, like a common understanding of like the term white supremacy or white nationalism means something. And generally, people think it means a person who thinks like white people are superior or thinks that the country should be only inhabited for white people. I think it's kind of like the general understanding of what those terms mean. And so
No,
like
not
I don't
only
think they have to like ask Trump like, well, do you know what it means? I think he understands that general definition, and that's what he's talking about.
Well, the only reason why I'm pushing back against that is because like maybe you might find an extreme white supremacist saying that, but most white supremacists will tell you that what they believe white supremacy means is just a country dominated by whites in every single
Yeah,
aspect.
they'll
Maybe not.
make all sorts of hedging, and even Fuentes kind of vacillates between those two positions, depending on the time of day and all these other things. Sure, but I mean that's not really getting into like that specific isn't really, I don't think it's relevant to the point that we're trying to talk about here, which is so Trump, I think it's fair to assume that Trump has some general understanding of what white nationalism means, the way that like the average person would. And if you say like, hey, do you condemn it? That's what he's thinking when he condemns it. And I think that's very different than saying, oh, well, if there could be like you could go to your friend's house and you could be eating dinner and their friend comes in and like you would have no way of knowing that person was a white nationalist unless they said like unless it comes up in the conversation that they like start to spout white nationalist ideology. Like I wouldn't say, oh well, dialogue always, he doesn't know what white nationalism is because he ate dinner with a white nationalist, he didn't realize it. Like that's very different than not understanding the philosophy or the ideology.
Um, Not if we're talking about identification, and that's kind of my
Well,
point.
wait,
Because no,
what do
because
you mean?
it
What do you mean?
well, again, the people there at the Unite the Right rally that were fighting against each other, the fighters, the people that were actually fighting each other, were the quote unquote radical leftist and the white supremacists.
Mm-hmm.
Those were the ones fighting. Everybody else was just there. So, which leads me into my third argument was his recent statement where he says he doesn't worry about right-wing violence because it's in response to left-wing criminality.
Mm-hmm.
Which, if you put all three of those together, where one, he said good people on both sides. Two, he can't identify a white supremacist that was actually at the rally, even when he came into his house, like the biggest name in white supremacy. And three, he doesn't even care about right wing violence because it's quote unquote in response to criminality. Then that would lead anybody to say, or that would lead somebody to say that with his consistent statements and with his consistent defense of right wing violence, the good people would be one, the right wingers who were there who were nonviolent, two, the left wingers that were there that were nonviolent, and three, the right wingers that were there that were violent, which means the only bad people that would have been there are the left wingers that are violent, based on his responses to left wingers and left wing violence and left wing anything.
Well,
So when they say good people
mhm.
on both sides, adding that all up, it does genuinely sound like he's saying the only bad people that were there would be the leftists.
So to be clear, so are you saying that when he said that he wasn't talking about the neo-Nazis and white nationalists, are you saying that he is lying, that he's just using it as a cover, or that he doesn't, or
Here,
are you saying that he doesn't even understand the concept, so that makes no like it doesn't
he's
mean
saying
anything?
anybody that was fighting against the left wing radicals were quote unquote
No,
good
no,
people,
that's in
like
the
the
new
Nazi
comment,
rallies.
right? I'm talking about in the original comment, when he says, here, let me bring up. He says, you're changing history, talking about the statues. You're changing culture, and you had people, and I'm not talking about the neo-Nazis and the white nationalists because they should be condemned totally. We had many people in that group other than neo-Nazi and white nationalists.
But
So when
not
he says
fighting.
that, are you saying that he's lying when
No,
he says that in 2017?
I'm saying that he couldn't identify who the white supremacists were at
No,
all.
but there's a
So
difference.
since
Again,
he
there's a difference between being able to identify like the specific person and being able to say or even believe whether he's right or not that there were people there that did not believe in the ideology of white nationalism, but simply were in favor of keeping the statues.
but again, that's why I'm saying the that everything on that is irrelevant to the fact that if you look at everything he's said since then,
Mm-hmm.
um, dismissing right wing violence as just a response to left wing quote unquote violence, um, it does at the end of the day sound like, regardless of whether or not he is against white supremacy, which that's why I literally did the white supremacy of low expectations. We don't know if that's what he thinks white supremacy is. He has never said what he thinks white supremacy is. And
Right, but
all
I'm
of
just
his
what do you
arguments
but
lean more
what is
towards
the
that the leftists are the actual white supremacists.
right, but I'm asking you, what is the theory of mind that you're presenting for Trump when he makes that statement?
That he
Was
doesn't
he
care about the right wing violent people,
no,
which
no,
would
no.
include the white supremacists.
Let's just before we can talk about he doesn't care about right wing violence thing, but just in 2017, what is his theory of mind when he makes that statement? What is he trying to communicate, and what do you think he actually thinks?
I mean, I feel like we're going to go on a loop here because I'm literally saying what I think he thinks. I think he thinks that the right wing people who are being violent were solely being violent to stop left wingers from committing crimes
In 2017, you thought
in
he
2017, because I
well,
think
I
he
mean, he
still
didn't
thought
say
this,
that in
but
2017.
based on his consistent statements and years of believing the same thing, I don't think Trump, unless you think he had some weird stroke that stopped him from to makes him think something
Well, I'm just taking
completely
what
different
I'm
today that he
taking.
wasn't thinking back
I think
then.
people can say different things at different times. I think people can believe different things in different situations. I think
Sure, but
people
that's
can
why
be
consistency
inconsistent.
matters.
I think people can lie, right? I think there's a lot of reasons for why people can say things that are not consistent over time. So that's what, but I'm looking at his words and they are very clear to me. There's not any vagueness in them. So that's why I'm asking you when he says those words, is he lying? Is he misunderstanding something? That's what I'm trying to understand what you're saying. Because if you want to make this argument to me and to a lot of other people, you're going to hit the wall immediately if you're not like very clear what exactly it is what you're saying and what you're saying he was saying in 2017.
I mean, I so okay, maybe I'm saying something wrong because I keep saying that his statement, which I would say is consistent with his actions, with how he is running his presidency now, the words that he said through the Biden administration, his responses from BLM and Antifa, everything is consistent to his belief that left-wing violence is the only violence that he cares about. So if that's the only violence he cares about, and he said there's good people on both sides, then obviously when you get to the last statement of I don't care about right-wing violence, and he gives the argument that the right-wing violence is solely in response to left-wing criminality, the only bad people, even at that time, because he's been consistent throughout this, that's one of the only things that Trump has been consistent on, is that the left-wingers are the violent ones.
Why didn't he say that in 2017 though? Why didn't he say, "Oh, this was only the left and the people on the right were totally justified and fine. They're only reacting to the left." Like, why did
Because
he
he
not
wasn't
say
asked that until recently. He wasn't asked what about
that?
right-wing
But what he
violence.
said suggests the exact opposite of that. He would not have delineated and say specifically, he would not have said, "I'm not talking about the neo Nazis and white nationalists," if he meant what you're suggesting he meant or thought.
He definitely would have if your only view on white supremacy or white nationalism or Nazism or anything is the goose stepping fascists.
Well,
If that's
I
your
mean,
only line,
there
because he
were
doesn't,
goose stepping fascists at the Unite
but
the
when
Right
I'm
rally,
that's
right? Like,
nah, there was I don't think I saw any goose stepping
well,
fascists. Like
I mean,
the
there was a bunch
most,
of white guys with tiki
yeah,
torches
there
saying
was
Jews
white
will
guys
not
saying Jews will
replace
not
us,
replace us,
right?
but no, but that's genuinely not the same thing
Yeah, but do you
as
think
like
that
a
when
goose
Trump,
stepping fascist.
do you think that, wait, hold on, but do you think that when Trump saw those videos and the press was like asking these questions, do you think that he didn't see those guys saying Jews will not replace us? In his mind, he didn't think those were the white nationalists. He thought they
I
were
don't know.
somebody else.
At the time, I don't even think he saw the videos. I don't think he saw the videos. I think he saw the violence the day after, but I don't think he saw the tiki torches and stuff
Well, so okay, so but then
because he showed no indication of
so when he
responding to it
said
when they were doing that.
okay,
He
so
only
just so I
gave the
understand,
response after the left was violent.
right? Just so I understand, your argument is that when he said that he wasn't talking about the neo Nazis and white nationalists, what he meant was he was not talking about a theoretical neo Nazi and a theoretical white nationalist. He wasn't talking about anyone that was actually at the Unite the Right rally. Is that what you're arguing?
Yeah, or he wouldn't even like he wasn't even identifying those people. Like
Uh,
he genuinely, it was one of those like if somebody pulled somebody aside and said, "Hey, do you hate white nationalism? Do you white if you hate white supremacy?" Without going into specifics, and somebody says yes,
well, okay,
no
but
one knows what the heck you identify as
well,
white
he
supremacy or white
said, hold
nationalism.
on. So he said you had many people in that group other than neo-Nazis and white nationalists, right? So that would imply that he believed some proportion of that group was neo-Nazis and white nationalists.
But he couldn't identify who they were.
Well, I think he
That's
could.
my point.
Well, I think he can identify the. I'm again, we don't know because he's never talked about it, and to be fair, no one's ever really asked him because I don't think it's ever really come up. I would imagine that Trump understands the general concept of white nationals and neo Nazis. I mean, I'm sure actually you can find clips of him talking about in the past. I saw a clip that came up from like I think it was like the 80s or 90s where he was calling Pat Buchanan anti-Semitic and like a Hitler lover. So I think Trump understands like the concept of a neo-Nazi. He's not like a retard. Like he understands these very general concepts. And when he says that there were other people than those people, that would imply to the listener, well, he's saying that there were neo-Nazis in that group. There were white nationalists in that group.
Except again, like I mean, if you if there's no evidence that he even saw the tiki torch thing, okay? If there's no evidence that he saw the tiki torch
I think
thing,
it's fair
there's
to
no
assume he probably saw the clips or the
why
videos
would
or pictures
why would that be fair to assume?
because he was the president and responding to all this press about this incident that just happened.
We're talking about the same Trump that has an extreme habit of not knowing anything until it's actually asked of him or
No,
until it's actually forced in his face.
yeah,
Suddenly,
but also,
this same Trump, we
mhm.
are going to assume that he, the day before the violence happened, saw the videos with the tiki torches.
Well, this was, I believe, the Fine People comment was like 2 or 3 days later because he made like some original comment. People didn't like it. And then I think it was like 2 or 3 days later, he made this comment. And I could believe that, the first day he made the comment that was right after, maybe he hadn't seen it or whatever. But after that point, it was all over the news. Famously, we all have heard from a lot of people that Trump watches the news, especially Fox News, pretty obsessively. I'm sure on Fox News they played that clip, endlessly around that time period. So even if Trump is like, uninformed or whatever, it would make sense. I think it'd be a safe assumption to think that he saw those clips from the news.
I I don't. I genuinely would push back on that. I don't think he
Okay, well,
saw the tiki torches.
I would assume
I
so.
think
You could
genuinely the
assume
thing that he saw
otherwise.
was the violence because I would assume based
Mhm.
off of Trump's consistent lack of being able to identify, lack of being able to see or acknowledge white supremacy until it's literally asked of him. I would assume the only thing that he was referencing, the only thing he was thinking about when asked that question was the left wing violence because he's
Well,
consistent with that.
right. I'd have to go back. I don't remember if Trump talked about seeing the videos or not. I'm going to assume that he has. If you want to assume he didn't, that's fine. Um, I guess unless he said otherwise, we're speculating here. I think mine's a more safe assumption. But putting that aside, again, it seems like to me, this is where I think your argument is weak, is that he said very clearly that he was condemning neo-Nazis and white supremacists. And he said that very clearly that there were those people in that protest.
Mhm.
And your argument, at least that you've brought so far, is that, well, because he didn't know personally who Nick Fuentes was, that
The
would mean that he can't identify the concept of white nationalism. That doesn't make sense to me.
That's because I'm not. The reason why I'm pointing to Nick Fuentes is because I'm not pointing to like some unknown, random white supremacist that nobody would have known
Yeah,
anything
but that is
about
not,
him.
but knowing a person is not knowing a concept of an ideology.
But it is enough to identify. Like if
Like if
Hassan
John
Piker,
Locke
wait,
was
wait, wait,
brought
wait, wait.
back from the
I
dead,
think in
I wouldn't
response to that,
recognize him by sight, but I
because
read his works and understand liberalism and
sure, but
stuff.
this is nowhere near the same thing because I guarantee you if Hassan Piker had have appeared in
Mhm.
that meeting and Trump would have walked in, it would not have been a I don't know who Hassan Piker
You
is
thought you wait,
situation. Even though Nick
come on, there's
Fuentes is
no
much
way.
larger than Hassan Piker.
There's no way that Trump knows who in 2022 would have known who
Yes,
Hassan
he
Piker
would have
was from
definitely
sight.
known and identified who Hassan Piker was and probably would have kicked him
What
out
are
that
you what
moment.
are you basing that
You
on?
know
Come
what?
on.
We could even, step away from Hassan Piker. I'm
Yeah.
pretty sure that there were more than enough leftists that
Mhm.
if he would have walked in that are significantly smaller than Nick Fuentes and have far less conversations about than Nick
Why do
Fuentes ever
you
would
but
have,
why do you think that?
because he consistently points out leftists that are smaller and gives his opinion on leftists that are smaller than Nick
Trump
Fuentes.
does?
Yes.
I don't
I mean,
really.
even at the time, AOC was smaller than Nick Fuentes.
AOC is like a nationwide celebrity. Everyone knows who AOC is. What do you mean?
And
AOC
and
is
if
way
AOC
more known and popular than Nick Fuentes,
if
even now.
AOC had a podcast right now, it would not be
Yeah,
the #1 podcast on Spotify.
it could be.
No, it wouldn't.
Okay. But wait a minute, hold on. You agree that even now, the majority of Americans could probably look at a picture of AOC and say, oh, that's AOC. Majority of Americans would not know Nick Fuentes from like a picture.
Trump would. I'm
Yeah,
fully believing that somebody that is that engaged in politics to be the president of the United States twice would know who
yeah,
Nick
but you
Fuentes
just,
is.
but hold on. You said that Trump famously doesn't know much and didn't watch like the videos of the pictures, but you think he knows who Nick Fuentes is? Like
Yes,
that doesn't.
because a video of people walking with tiki torches could be missed by Trump, especially
Uh-huh.
with somebody that doesn't have a history of even
What's the
looking for
entire
something
news
like that.
cycle? I mean, it was like
But it
a big
wasn't really
deal.
it wasn't a big thing on the news cycle until after the violence. They talked
Well,
about it, but it
well,
wasn't
no, no,
like,
yeah, but that's what
hey,
I mean.
every
Like
single
Trump's
news station is
comments,
pointing this out until the violence
right?
happened.
I'm not saying Trump saw it when it happened. I'm saying Trump saw it in the subsequent days after it happened, when everyone was talking about it and everyone was asking Trump questions about it.
I full on, I genuinely, no, I mean, that's just a disagreement we're going to have. I don't think that.
Okay, so you think that when he didn't know Nick Fuentes, well, hold on. So you think that he either did know who Nick Fuentes was and was lying, or he's just ignorant and didn't know who Nick Fuentes was when that dinner happened?
I'm
I'm not
just going
clear.
off of his statements. Like I can't like I'm not going to on that particular part of it. I'm
Mhm.
not going to say whether or not he knew about it, knew who Nick Fuentes was.
Okay, so
I'm
if
going
he
to go off of
doesn't,
his
okay,
statement.
so
Off of his
he
statement is he didn't know who the guy was until they
right.
told him who he
Well,
was.
even Nick Fuentes says that too.
So yeah. So
Okay,
if you, so I mean, I'm believing his statement
right.
that I don't know who Nick Fuentes was, which would be astounding to me since he would be the biggest, most identifiable white supremacist in the nation, and you don't
Okay,
know who he
so
is as the president of the United States.
okay, but so let's say under your argument, okay, so Trump is very ignorant about white nationalism because he doesn't recognize who Nick Fuentes is. Okay, I understand that's the concept, right? I'm
Hmm.
getting that correct, right?
Hmm.
Um, I still don't see how that connects to just because he doesn't know the face of white nationalism doesn't mean he doesn't understand the concept. Yeah,
It
that's where
doesn't
you're
mean
losing me.
what it means is he wouldn't be able to identify it, so it's a meaningless statement. It's kind of like like I said, that's why I literally gave the Batman and Punisher reference. If I said I stand against vigilantism and then I had Batman and Punisher over, it makes sense for somebody to look up and go, well, do you even know what vigilantism is if you can't even identify the two biggest names in it?
Well, let's say
It's a
okay,
dismissible statement.
let me use your hypothetical here. Well,
Hmm.
because it's kind of silly and I like it. Trump goes and he's like, I hate vigilantism. And then Batman, he's at dinner with Batman. And
Hmm.
I will just say Trump, in this hypothetical situation is like so out of it that when he sees Batman's outfit, he thinks he's like a mascot for a baseball team or something. And then halfway through the dinner, someone's like, sir, that is Batman, the most famous vigilante in the entire, Gotham, entire world. Right.
Hmm.
And then Trump changes and then throws him out because he's angry. Wouldn't that show that even if Trump is ignorant about like who the person is, he still understands the concept that once he knows that that person's associated with that concept, he gets angry and throws him out. Like, wouldn't that show that he understands the baseline concept?
Possibly, but it also shows that when talking about good people on both sides, if you can't identify who the white supremacists are, it would make sense to say when you're saying good people on both sides, more than likely the only bad people, if you're consistent with how you are responding to every single instance of violence and taking every one of your statements throughout the years where you have not been inconsistent with it, it makes sense to say the only people that you would see as bad people were the radical violent leftist. Everybody fighting against the radical violent leftist in that moment would be good people.
I think to me, it's far more plausible that when Trump made the recent comment about like there's no right wing violence or whatever, is that I mean I believe that was right after Charlie Kirk was killed, and there was that conversation about oh you got to denounce violence on both sides and all that stuff. that his comment about that was a pure reaction to that conversation and him just being extra dismissive to claims of right-wing violence, which I don't agree with, by the way, and I don't think you should have said that. But that's how I interpret that comment. I don't interpret that comment as like he's never understood the concept of
Yeah,
white nationalism. I'm pretty
because
sure that if we go
well, no,
back
no,
in
no. The
like
reason
2019, we could look it up, but I'm pretty sure if we go back in 2019,
the reason why
Trump
I said he
made,
can't identify it,
well, hold on,
and
hold
not
on.
that he doesn't know what it is
One of
because
the
I'm not saying
clips,
that he can't like I'm not saying he can't
if
challenge the concept. I'm
one of
saying he
the
can't
clips,
identify it if it was right in front of him.
one of the clips we watched of Fuentes on Sunday was him complaining that Trump was criticizing. I'd be curious to see what Trump actually said because I don't remember. But Fuentes was complaining that Trump was criticizing racism or white nationalism in regard to the 2019 mass shooting at a Walmart, where some
Mhm.
white nationalist guy did some sort of mass shooting. So wouldn't that be an example of, okay, well, Trump is able to identify that as white nationalism, or the
Yeah,
ideology of that as white nationalism?
in any other moment, but not in that particular moment. That's what I'm talking about. In that particular moment, when talking about the Charlottesville riots or talking about the Charlottesville fight, the
Mm-hmm.
only people he saw as bad people were the radical leftists. That's my argument, is that he saw good people on
Well,
both
but he
sides, which would
said, well,
mean
then who was he talking about when he said the neo Nazis and the white supremacists? Who was he talking about?
no one knows. And that's why I'm
Yeah,
arguing.
but
No
you
one knows
understand he must
because
have
he
been talking
doesn't
about somebody.
know. He
What do you
could
mean
not,
no?
like, again, Trump has been so known to make meaningless statements that he genuinely doesn't even care. He just says it out loud. That could be an example. And that actually, I would argue that that is an example of him just saying something because he knows, like, if I say this, then it immediately dismisses the fact that with the consistent statements of what he's been saying over time, the only people that he identify as um, the violent ones that are just bad people are leftists.
What?
Because the last
Mhm.
statement that he just had, the Fox News thing, confirmed it by saying right wing. I don't care about right wing violence because right wing violence is in response to left wing violence and criminality.
Okay.
That would be the confirming line of, oh, okay, well, he's saying like right wingers when they are violent, they're in response to something,
Right.
but
So,
they
but
themselves are not bad people.
so it
The
sounds
bad
like
people
again,
would be the leftists that were violent, and
it
those were
sounds
the
like
only
again,
bad people there.
it sounds like you're saying that when he said that he was condemning the neo Nazis and the white supremacists at the rally, that he was just lying or saying something like, because you're saying he was just saying it to get people off his back, which say, okay, well, he's lying because he doesn't actually think there were neo Nazis or white supremacists at the rally, right?
Based on his last statement, yes.
Okay. So what would it take? What would he have to say that you'd be like, oh, okay, I guess when he condemned the white nationalists that he knew he was talking about the guys at Tiki Torch saying Jews will not replace us. Like, what would he have to say that would make you think that?
Because it's not one saying. Like that's what I'm saying. There's a consistent line of statements that you
What
can.
series of statements would he have to say that make you be like, oh, okay,
Well,
he understood?
he would have to consistently
Uh-huh.
identify, like, not just one statement or one-off statement when questioned. He would have to consistently identify right-wing violence as bad people. He
I,
wouldn't have
wait, sorry, I
multiple
misheard. I didn't
statements.
hear what he said. He'd have to consistently say right wing violence is what?
Yeah, he would have to consistently, not just one time when he's
Uh-huh.
cornered, he would have to consistently make statements recognizing and identifying right-wing violence as bad people committing violence. He wouldn't have multiple statements showing that he doesn't care about right-wing violence with the explanation that right-wing violence is only in response to
How
left-wing
many?
criminality.
I,
I mean,
I,
he has
I don't understand
years
this.
of this.
I don't understand
That's
this
my
argument that you're making. Because if you have Trump, he says what he says in 2017. On 2019, he condemns white supremacy in the name of that shooting. And then you have, now some years later, he makes a comment in response to the Charlie Kirk situation where he's dismissive of right wing violence. Like you can say that those are contradictory. You could say that he's just saying something political or lying or whatever. To me, it seems like a huge stretch for you to say, well, because he made that statement. Now you're saying it's consistent, but I haven't. Yeah, I mean, I guess you'd have to show me the consistency of this. That he is consistently like not believed that any sort of white nationalist or white supremacist or racist violence exists when he has said otherwise in
Well,
the
no, I
past.
specifically said right wing because that's why I'm saying
So you think he doesn't associate
he's
white
bundling.
nationalism with right wingness? Is that
Yeah,
what's going on?
he's not even he's literally not even identifying that like white supremacy is right wing, which is why I started with his the best argument for saying his view on white supremacy would be the white supremacy of low expectations.
Okay,
So
but
he's not even identifying the
there are people that make this argument, which I disagree with. Like that the Nazis weren't really right wing, or that the white nationalists aren't right wing, or whatever, right? That aren't on the far right, I should say. There are people that make that argument, and you could disagree with it. I disagree with it, but that's like it's very different to say, okay, Trump doesn't think the white nationalists are quote right wing versus Trump doesn't understand or isn't able to identify a white nationalist person to the extent that he was probably lying when he made the comments about Charlottesville.
whether or not he was lying is like that's reading his mind whether or not he's lying.
Mm-hmm.
My argument is that I don't even think he thought about it. Based on
No,
his
but
statements, I don't even think he thought
well, I
about
mean that is a
those
level of mind
people.
reading because you're saying he said something and you're saying, well, he didn't think what he said, right?
Well,
So there's
it's
some
kind of
level of
like, well,
mind
no,
reading
no,
going on.
it's kind of like the same as if, again, and I'm gonna go to the Hassan Piker thing. That's like if you pulled Hassan Piker over right now and said, "Hey, do you hate radical Islamists?" I guarantee you, Hassan Piker would say, "Yeah, I'm against radical Islam." You know,
Mm-hmm.
but Hassan Piker has a history of bringing on radical Islamic terrorists onto a show, defending radical Islamists, talking about 9/11 almost as if we deserved it. So if you have a history of arguing for radical Islam, arguing in defense of radical Islam, and then you get pulled aside and it's like, what do you feel about radical Islam? And you go, I'm against it. What the hell are you talking about?
Yeah, but
And that,
even using that example, I would still say, and maybe this is like the kind of the problem I think with your argument is, I do believe that Hassan does not like radical Islam. It does not really conform with any of his other beliefs that he stated. But the reason he'll bring on people that support it is because he sees commonality in that they hate the West or they hate America. And so his hatred for America, go overrides any distaste he has for radical Islam. So he'll kind of side with them at the moment. That doesn't mean that he supports
and
the
Trump's
ideology.
hatred for the left
Mm-hmm.
would blind him to radical to white nationalism or white supremacy, even if it was in his house.
Yeah, but it didn't because once he found out who Nick Fuentes was, he got mad and
And
kicked him
once
out.
Hassan Piker found out that this was an actual terrorist, he claimed he stood against him and he didn't like him and
Yeah,
he
but
was
that's different. Wait,
no, it's
who are you
not.
talking about?
The Luffy.
He doesn't know. Hassan
Hassan
claims that he
multiple times
wasn't
now
a Houthi pirate, not that he stands against them.
until they literally kept doubling down and showing him he was a Houthi pirate. Then Hassan said, "Oh, then I don't agree with the guy."
Well, I must have missed that. But if that's the
Yeah, he
case,
did.
that would be an example of Hassan bowing to some sort of public pressure. I think lying because he has said multiple times that he does support the Houthis directly.
Sure,
Where
but you're
with
making the
where with
accusation of
Trump,
lying. I'm not going to make the accusation of lying
well,
because
but that's the way that we'd have to interpret it. Because if you have Hassan has said very directly that he supports what the Houthis are doing, and then he interviews a Houthi thinking he's a Houthi, and then the backlash comes out, and then he changes his tune. To me, it's like, okay, well, very clearly, it would appear, I think, to most rational people that he's lying or changing his opinion to suit some kind of narrative. With Trump, both him now you could say like with him, okay, maybe he's lying because he's framing it like within his own benefit. But then if Nick Fuentes and other people at the dinner all say the same thing, and I don't think it would help Nick Fuentes to sort of repeat this. If Nick Fuentes also says, yes, the first Trump really loved him, but then he found out what Nick Fuentes actually was and thought it was some kind of setup, that would show that Trump, once he understood who he was talking to and was mad at him, then he doesn't support that ideology and then he understands it exists.
sure, but the claim is not that Trump doesn't know what the ideology is. Like my claim is constantly until you like corner him and say, "Hey, this is a white supremacist," he doesn't know or is able to identify
No, but there's a
who
difference
that
between
is.
okay,
Who,
there's a
not
good
what,
example. This would
who.
be during one of the debates. They asked Trump some question about like David Duke. And he's like, oh,
Mhm.
I don't even know who that is. Right. And then people brought up some clip and it showed that he, years ago had mentioned David Duke and was talking about how much he sucks. Okay. So very clearly Trump did know who he is.
Okay.
So to me, it'd be very clear, oh, well, Trump is just lying at that moment because maybe he just actually doesn't want to dissuade racist voters from voting for him, or maybe because he just thinks politically it's more advantageous for him to not get bogged down in these sort of like I have to denounce people endlessly or whatever. I would say he made some sort of political calculation
So
to
let's
pretend
let's
like he didn't know who David Duke is. That doesn't
let's
mean that
take your
he,
hypothetical. Let's take your
but that
hypothetical.
means he
Say,
doesn't know who, but he does know who he is and he does understand the
wait.
concepts and he had denounced them in the past.
Say he said the same situation. He doesn't know who David Duke is,
Mm-hmm.
but outside of his house, he saw David Duke and Al Sharpton fighting,
Okay.
and he said, "Well, you know what? It just seems like there's good people on both sides." And they go, "Well, wait, David Duke." Like in that particular statement, when he said it, since he didn't know who David Duke is, David Duke would be the good person. The only person that would be the bad person in any way, shape, or form would be Al Sharpton.
Yeah, but that's not what happened to Charlottesville.
So the white supremacists, there were other people other than white supremacists
What
fighting.
happened was there was a white nationalist rally, and as soon as it happened and all the violence came out, there was a narrative. Now, I've personally never looked into this enough to know the truth of this, but the narrative formed that has been repeated by lots of people on the right that yes, there were white nationalists there, but yes, there was also some amount of people there that were white, not white nationalists, and they just showed up unwittingly to protest removal of the statues.
Well,
And if
day
and
one,
Trump was obviously echoing that belief, whether it's true or not.
and that's a strong argument for day one.
Mm-hmm.
Day one, because that's what the same people said a lot of things about. With day one, they went, well, we were there, we were defending the statue, we were against the statue, but then when we started seeing the tiki torches and the Jews not replace us and everything else,
Mm-hmm.
we left because that's not what we stood for. And then the argument was that day two, the people that were still consistently there were definitely the ones that were there for the Unite the Right.
Okay.
So anybody now again, we're not talking about the bystanders.
Right. I
Bystanders,
understand. Yeah.
like regardless of where they stand, you don't know. But the
Mm-hmm.
people that were engaged were the radical leftist and the radical right wingers. There was nobody engaged that
Sure.
wasn't radical at that point.
I would assume. Yeah. Okay. But so
So
what?
if the only people that you are claiming based on your right wing violence, I don't care about because right wing violence is in response to left wing criminality, if you put that statement with the good people on both sides, that would genuinely mean the only people that he would see as bad people would be the leftists.
Well, you could look at it that way. I would also say you could look at it in that, as you said, you think Trump is very uninformed, and Trump was just uninformed about the situation, or he believed a narrative that there were a bunch of other people there that was probably fed to him by someone in his circle, maybe even Steve Bannon or something. I don't think that that's a completely. I think that's probably what happened, is that he heard that and he just believed that, especially if there were people there the first day and he went with that. And he could have just said it simply because he thought it was politically advantageous to spread the blame around, kind of the same way people were doing with the Charlie Kirk thing, saying like, oh, well, there's violence on both sides. Right. So to me, those would all be more obvious interpretations of what's happening in that situation rather than this, I think, a very complicated argument that you're making that he just was talking about a hypothetical group of people that he didn't even think was there, which would actually mean that he was just directly lying because I didn't strongly imply, he explicitly said that there was some group of people there that were white nationalists.
Sure, but none of the people fighting, and they were asking him about the violence. They weren't asking him about the bystanders. They weren't even asking him, like in that particular question that he was answering, they weren't asking him about bystanders. They weren't asking about the ideas of the people that were around. They were specifically asking him about the people that were being violent because they wanted him to condemn the violence that led to Heather Harris' death.
Which he did.
He did, but then he said, but wait a second, because he could have just stopped there. But then when he said there are fine people on both sides, which is the thing everyone responded to, he, in that context, he's not talking about the people standing around. He's talking about the people being violent. That's where
Oh,
the last statement that he
mhm.
just said would be, because
No, but
again,
if you listen to the whole thing, the comments, again, I've always interpreted the comments in the way it was all playing out is exactly the same way a lot of people respond to the Charlie Kirk shooting. where they said, "Oh, well, we need to attack the violence on both sides." It's like a kind of, yes, there's an acknowledgement that, my side did the bad thing, but I'm trying to soften it by spreading it around to everyone. That's how I always interpreted Trump's statements around the Charlottesville. That is, yes, he was acknowledging that it was the neo-Nazis and the white nationalists, but he was trying to also be like, well, but also, the Antifa people are a problem, in order to just kind of spread it around, which you cannot like, but that's very different than what you're claiming he's doing at that moment.
I don't, I don't genuinely don't. But I mean, that was all right. Well, I mean, like I tried, but that is kind of where
Okay.
I think he is consistently, like at this point, he has consistently shown that the violence that he stands against is left-wing violence and left-wing violence alone. So like when you add that to this, then it's not a hoax to argue that he was saying basically anybody fighting against the left was a good person in that
Well, you
moment.
have to,
It's not a
I
hoax to
mean,
say
you
that.
have to really, I think you'd have to really believe, and I'm sorry to use this word, a very tortured argument in order to come to the conclusion that it's not a hoax based on all these suppositions you're
Well,
making.
because that's the only way to really criticize Trump. You have to look at 10 years of statements and where he's consistent
Yeah,
at
but
because Trump
you're
constantly
only looking
says,
at the ones that you want to look. You're ignoring when he condemned the El Paso shooter. You're ignoring when he condemned the neo-Nazis of Charlottesville. I'm sure I could find other instances where he said things like this.
sure, but I'm ignoring it because of that last statement of I don't care about right-wing violence. Like it's a pretty clear statement. I don't care about right-wing violence. This wasn't a mistake. And it wasn't in a situation where like I would actually give him more credibility if he said it to like CNN or MSNBC, because then he could be like, you guys are fake news and since you're fake news, I don't care about right-wing violence, because then he would be defensive. He
Yeah, but
said
he's
it
not
in the
gonna.
most
He doesn't
comfortable
want to.
setting
Obviously,
possible.
he doesn't want to frame it as right-wing violence. That doesn't mean what. That doesn't mean all the suppositions or the arguments that you are leading to. Just because he, for political reasons, doesn't want to classify it as right-wing violence.
Well, yeah, it kind of does because then it says like the good people would have been everybody except for the leftist because he doesn't want to
No, it
classify.
would. But he's saying the good people were the people. It's very clear from his statement that he's saying the good people were the people that were protesting peacefully for his mind, that were peacefully protesting the statues for non-racist reasons. And that's why he said explicitly, I'm not talking about the neo-Nazis and the white nationalists. I condemn them. And he also specifically said that he condemned the driver who killed Heather Heyer.
Sure, but it like I well, I figured like we're going in a circle, but I'll just
Okay.
try
Well,
this
it
one
just
more
it seems
time
like
and
you're
then
trying to say like because
well
he's
that
not saying, well, these are right wingers, that
no,
therefore that
I'm
means something ideologically. And I'm telling you, like, no, he's just saying not saying that because it's not politically advantageous for him to create that association.
but
Which
whether
I
or
would
not it's
imagine
politically
you could find tons of people on the left. I don't had anyone on the left. I would imagine most people on the left, when talking about the Charlie Kirk assassination, they said, "Oh yes, I condemn this murder and it's horrible." And some of them probably said political violence is bad. But I would be surprised if they were saying, "Oh yes, this left wing killer is like a really bad person for killing." Like I don't think they would frame it that way.
you don't think anybody on the left would say he was a bad person?
No, no, no. I said I don't think any politicians probably framed the Charlie Kirk assassin as left wing specifically. They probably just denounced the action without saying, "Well, he's a left winger."
They would say he was because I've heard quite a few people say that he had leftist ideas.
People have
So I
been
mean,
arguing that. Have
yeah,
have Democrat politicians said that he had leftist ideas?
I mean, I can't find one off the top of my head right now, but I'm
Mm-hmm.
pretty sure I saw a couple of them say like even though he had leftist ideas, like they're clearly saying even though he had leftist ideas, he's not on the left. But they
Well,
also
doesn't
don't say
that? But
something
that's
as no, no,
exactly
no.
what we're
They
talking about,
also don't
right?
say something as clarifying as
Uh huh.
good people on both sides.
Well, okay, but
Like
hold on.
they were never in a
There's
situation where they said that
Yeah, but
about
that's like,
something.
wait, there's a lot of people like right now, with Trump classifying the Antifa as terrorist organization. Okay. There was
Hmm.
like so many people on the left who were saying, "Oh, Antifa doesn't exist, or it's not a movement, or they're not violent, or they're not terrorists, or blah blah blah." Like
No,
the
there's the
whole gambit, right? But that's all like bullshit because
no, they're
there
wait,
is
wait,
a
wait,
group.
because that's not what they're saying. They're saying Antifa is not this centralized organization. So that means he can use Antifa as an excuse to go after
No,
almost
that's what
anybody.
okay. That's like
That's the argument being made.
wait. That's what some people, if
That's
you
what
really press them, they would fall back on, okay, well, it's not some centralized organization, blah, 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 blah. There was tons of people on the left and very mainstream places. And this is going back, not even just recently, but this is going back from all the way to 2016, who would continually pretend or claim that Antifa doesn't exist or there's no violence happening on the left at
not
all.
that they don't exist. I don't think anybody says Antifa doesn't exist. They all say Antifa is like an uncentralized anti. But you know what? The best argument for that is they say Antifa by definition is anti-fascist. So what they are is, and I mean, even if that's a dishonest
But
argument,
that's
if
part of the
that if
lie.
your view is okay, even if you think it's a lie, that's the argument being made. Antifa by definition is anti-fascist would be the argument the leftists are saying. They're not their argument is since it's not some centralized organization, going after Antifa and people funding Antifa could mean anything.
Why didn't they yeah, but why didn't those people condemn the violence on the left then? They say, well, we condemn all these violent leftists running around trying to firebomb courthouses.
I think like again, well, you know what? We'll test it. If the next leftist you bring onto your show, ask them if
Mhm.
they condemn firebombing a courthouse. No, I
No,
can
they
guarantee
will.
you they say
They
yes.
will. You're right. They will. But will they condemn leftist violence? Because that's what you're saying. Trump isn't doing with the right. I'm saying I don't think that many people are doing with the left either.
But Trump is also not condemning right wingers as a like condemning right wing organizations as a terrorist organization.
I okay, but as I'm saying, I don't think that they're doing this, that the left is doing this either for left wing organizations or
Sure,
groups
because
or individual actors.
this is the first time anything's ever been classified as a domestic terrorist organization. So yeah, you're not
No,
going to
what do
find
you mean? There's been lots of domestic terrorist organizations.
no, this is the first ever like federal qualification of a terrorist organization is Antifa.
I
Yeah,
I can't believe that
you can
that's
look it up.
true. That is not wait.
This
That
is
cannot possibly be true.
you can look it up. This is the first time
Mhm.
um there's been a federal classification from the executive branch of a terrorist organization being identified as
I
domestic
can't. That
terrorist.
can't possibly be true. The FBI doesn't have some list of
Not the
domestic.
FBI. I'm talking specifically about
Well, the FBI is part
the,
of the executive
but
branch.
I'm talking specifically about Trump designating, or
Are
not
you
just
talking? Okay,
Trump
hold on. Are
designating,
you
but yeah,
saying? Are you saying that this is the first time a president
yeah,
has declared? Okay,
has declared
maybe
something
I
a
don't
domestic
know, but
terrorist
that's not
organization.
who cares. That's not really.
Well, it does matter when we're talking about what he identifies and what he doesn't.
Okay. Okay. So to be clear, okay. So obviously there are the FBI and Homeland Security has designated domestic terrorist groups before.
Sure,
But yeah, okay. So you're just talking about the
I'm
president.
talking about, yeah,
Okay. So anyway, my only point to bringing up Antifa was just to say, and to me, it's very clear that both the left and the right, they will denounce violence. They will denounce bad people doing bad things. They will be very hesitant to label those bad things as left or right wing if they're on the left or right wing. I don't think,
hmm
and you could say that is bad or dishonest, and I could even agree in a lot of situations it is, but that doesn't mean that they're incapable of understanding those ideologies, and that's where you've
Can
lost
you
me.
give me a single instance of a single major political left winger dismissing left wing violence as just a response to something the right wing did?
Yeah, wasn't that like every single person on the left
No,
dismissing the BLM riots?
no, not
No.
something the right wing did. No, the
Well, I
BLM,
would
like
argue that when
even
they
the
talk
dismissal,
about systems
even
of
the
oppression and racism, they're
sure, but
generally
that's
talking
not
about the
right wing
right.
oppression, right wing. Like
Well,
when we're
I think
talking
that
about
no,
the sides
I think
battling
that's
each
how they
other.
classify it in their
No, it's
mind.
not. Not at all.
Okay, I
Not at
disagree.
all. Because no, they ident even if you disagree with them, they identify who they're fighting against as quote unquote the system. So either it's the financial system or it's the judicial system or
Yeah,
it's
but they
the
think all that is. I think if you ask those people, they all think of themselves as, oh, we're the good left and we're the good white people and we didn't do anything wrong. And any badness that exists is either because of racist or the right or remnants of right wing
No.
policies.
Well, I mean, it might be because of racist, but not because of the right. Even a lot of these
They
people would
think wait,
are
they don't think racists
wait,
exist on the
wait. A lot
left.
of these
What do you?
people, like if you ask somebody like Tariq Nasheed, who
Yeah,
was a big example of this, like, hey, do you see this as right wing violence or left wing violence? He would genuinely say, like, doesn't matter if it's right wing violence or
he
left wing
would.
violence.
Yeah,
I'm not
he
making
might
it.
say that,
Well, he's one of the
but
biggest names in this. So give me a name of
Tariq
somebody that would
Nasheed.
be. Well, no, seriously, give me a name
Wait, is it
of
is
somebody that
Tariq
you would
Nasheed
assume.
the buck breaker guy, or am I thinking of someone different?
Yeah, Tariq Nasheed is the buck breaker
Okay, well,
guy.
he's kind of insane. I mean, I don't know if I'd use
Well,
him
then give
as
me a
a good
sane.
example
Wait,
of
wait.
any
Give me a sane person that would be arguing for BLM that would give the argument that it's
because
strictly right wing.
when you wait, this was like the whole there was like this whole conversation about racism. And I can almost guarantee you that if you did a poll that like the overwhelming majority of people on the left think that only people on the right are racist. They don't
No,
think there are racists on the left.
no,
You don't think so?
absolutely not. That's wait. Like I'm giving as an example, but that's one of the primary statements of what Get Out the movie was about.
Get
Like
out
that's like
the
a
what?
lot of people Get Out was talking about how
Oh,
like
the movie.
yeah,
Right, right.
like the argument was that the racism isn't just the right,
Sure,
racism
sure.
isn't just the
Yes.
left. It's
I know. Okay.
literally like yeah.
I understand. Yes, I understand that there are a lot
So
of yes, there are a lot. Well, from certain people, especially people that were not white, they would make those arguments that oh, all white people are racist, or even on the left, there's like this kind of I don't know if it's really the bigotry of low expectations is sort of like this like kind of like the opposite, like oh, it's like extra cool to be not white or something form of racism that kind of existed. But I think the average person on the left who was white, I say even the average person on the left, I think that they primarily think people on the right are racist, or not. No, they
no, I
primarily think
mean
the racists exist on the right.
one of the biggest arguments
But
of why they might say primarily the right, maybe, but even then they would give the NIMBY thing. They would say like even
yeah,
some
of
of the
course,
biggest like leftists that support like minorities or
yes,
whatever else would not want any of that in their yard. They want it, somewhere
of
else.
course, yeah,
So
sure,
like that's the argument that I'm making is like they would not in any way, shape, or form say like this is solely right wing.
okay, okay. Well, I forgot the thread of logic that we got down in this pathway. Um, okay, I don't. I mean, I don't know what else to say. I find your argument incredibly not persuasive.
I mean that's fine. I like didn't anticipate you would. I was just
Uh
giving the
huh.
argument of why I would argue that at this point it isn't a hoax based on everything that Trump has said and done in the last 10 years to say at that time when he said find people on both sides, he was genuinely saying
I think you
everybody
need
fighting the
to. I
left.
think you need to work on it. You need to streamline it more because right now
Well, I mean,
it feels like
I
the
don't think there's
meme.
going to be something that's going to be um a complete nail in a coffin other than
I'm
me
not saying
finding
that. I'm saying
like
you need to streamline the actual logical argument because right now I really feel like you're. It's like that meme of like the person doing the gymnastics, and mine is just like the very straightforward one, and yours is like the person doing the the backflips with the jetpack and the
well you
gasoline.
you have to because we're talking about Trump. Like if we were
Okay.
talking about somebody that didn't just say whatever he felt like saying in the moment, if we were talking about somebody who was known for their consistency, then sure, that a straight line would probably be the best way of figuring out how they think. But when we're talking about Trump, where everything he says is just pretty much in the moment, you have to find, or you would have to look at what is his consistent stance, and his consistent stance is the only violence that matters is left wing violence. That's his consistent stance, even to the
Hmm.
point of him saying it out loud.
Okay. I mean, okay. I don't know if I have anything else to say. Adam, do you have any
You don't
comments?
think Trump has a problem with right wing violence? That's your argument?
I don't think he cares based on his own words.
He doesn't care about right wing violence. Okay. I have a there's a clip that's 5 minutes we could watch together. It's 38 times of Trump denouncing white supremacy and
Sure, but I don't think I've ever said that
racism.
Trump doesn't denounce white supremacy and racism. Like I never made that statement. So I mean, we could
Okay.
watch the video, but the video would be irrelevant to whether or not I'm saying if he can identify it, and even if he could, which there isn't any showing that he could identify it, he doesn't care.
So it doesn't
Not
matter
a,
if he regularly denounces white
no,
supremacy.
because it's one of those things to where my argument is if he was sitting in a room and he saw a leftist that he needed to stop and there was a white supremacist there, he's not going to say, like, stop the white supremacist. If the white supremacist starts beating up the violent leftist, hey, that's a good guy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Uh,
that's the only argument I'm making. That's a good guy because he's fighting the thing that I think is the worst possible thing is the left winger.
I don't. Okay. I mean, I disagree, but um, do you think so? Trump denouncing white supremacy and stuff like that. Do you think he's lying? Do you think white Trump is a white supremacist?
No.
Okay. Well, that's
Yeah, I
good.
mean, and even if I did think that, how would I prove it? Like again, I would have to find some video of Trump goose stepping with Stephen Miller somewhere. There's no way for me to prove Trump is a white supremacist. And I mean, even like watching the Nick Fuentes Tucker Carlson thing, like no matter how many videos you show of Nick Fuentes saying white supremacist or white nationalist thing, I guarantee you're going to find somebody going, he's not a white supremacist, he's not a white nationalist. It's a goofy argument to
Yeah,
try
but
to
those people are
prove.
lying.
Doesn't matter. It's a
Well, I mean,
goofy argument to try to prove. It's not worth it. It's not
well,
worth it
no,
to try
wait. I
to
mean, it
prove.
does. Well, wait. It does matter because if you could show something and the
And that person doesn't
overwhelming
care.
majority, wait, hold on. The overwhelming majority of people can look at something and they can say, okay, well, very clearly this means X. And there's one person who sticks their fingers in their ears and says, no, 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 that is really Y. Well, then the person who says Y looks like a fucking retard. And that's how you persuade people.
That person saying why is Tucker Carlson, one of the biggest names in media right now.
Well, no, I don't
And
think it
trying to
was
sit
Tucker
down,
Carlson because Tucker Carlson does say in the interview that at least it seems like he understands that Nick Fuentes does blame the Jews specifically, and Tucker Carlson says he doesn't blame the Jews specifically and
sure,
doesn't
but
believe in blood libel.
he also says like everybody calls people white supremacists or white nationalists to silence them. Where it's like, no,
Yeah,
in this particular
he's trying to
case,
both sides it. Yes.
but that's my point. Whether or
Yeah, but
not
that's
Tucker Carlson
intentional.
is
It's not. He's not
whether or
like he
not
doesn't
he's
literally
dishonest is
believe that.
relevant to whether or not somebody should waste their time trying to prove. Like I'm not going to waste my time trying to prove Nick Fuentes is a white supremacist to Tucker Carlson because Tucker Carlson is dishonest. I don't care.
Okay.
I'm just wasting my time and energy trying to prove it. That's my
Okay.
point. Like I'm not going to waste my time trying to prove that
Okay.
Trump is a racist or white supremacist. That's just it doesn't
All
prove
right.
anything because even I would argue even if I did have enough information to prove he was a racist or a white supremacist, I could almost guarantee you that most of MAGA would be like, well, I don't care, you know. So I what is the battle there? I'm just saying that it's not a hoax for people to come to the conclusion of like if you're consistently saying anybody fighting against leftism is good, then it would pretty much mean that you're saying even people violently fighting against violent leftists in your eyes would be good. Just
Hmm.
That's a super unique perspective. Do you think, because I believe that the fine people thing, they had this Trump praised neo Nazis, fine people. Well, I call it a hoax. You're not calling it a hoax, but they said Trump praised neo Nazis on CNN and MSNBC like 5 times an hour before the election. And I don't think the clips of Trump denouncing the neo Nazis were circulating prevalently until the Fox News started fighting back against it and people online started sharing that clip. So I think a lot of people believed that he praised neo-Nazis in that speech and then saw the clip of him denouncing the neo-Nazis and realized that the media had cut that part out and they themselves believed that Trump was innocent. Do you think that that hurt the electoral chances of Kamala Harris in the election?
oh no. The thing that hurt Kamala Harris in the election was Kamala Harris.
Right. Well, no,
Like regardless
she
of
was
how
a
they felt
terrible.
about
Obviously, she was
well
a
no,
terrible
it
candidate, but
whether even if she was a great candidate, it doesn't matter. In 4 months, you're not going to get enough people to move to your side, even if you were the greatest candidate ever. Joe Biden
right.
screwed that up. So, I mean, there was no way in 4 months you're going to beat an established name like Trump. You're just not going to do it.
There's
And that's why,
Snopes.
honest, and I think I said this to you before. That's why I kind of want to have this conversation about Trump with you by
Mhm.
like the end of his presidency, not now, because a lot of stuff is starting to I mean, and I would say this, didn't anticipate a lot of the bad stuff to show its face so quickly, but I think it's going to take a few years and a few more things like this to happen to where people start realizing what Trump actually is for a lot of the gaslighting to stop. But for right now, we're still in gaslight mode.
What is the gaslighting?
Well, for example, Trump is America first and not going to involve himself in foreign wars. That was one of the biggest arguments of like the Democrats and Joe Biden and Kamala Harris is going to
Well, I
send
mean,
us
we
all
have
into
to
foreign
invade
wars.
Venezuela. So, I mean, what are we going to do?
Well, I mean, just recently he was talking about
Don't laugh
sending
at that,
troops
Sitch.
tonight.
That's not funny.
Well, not just Nigeria or not just I'm sorry, not just Venezuela. He was just talking like I think yesterday about wanting to
I
send
know
troops to
nothing.
Nigeria.
Look, I know nothing about the Venezuela thing. I know nothing about the Nigeria thing.
No, but
So,
my point is like for the Dave Smiths and stuff that was talking about voting for Trump because Trump was going to be anti-war and against foreign intervention. I mean, I think that's
right.
already been
Yeah, look,
shot in the foot.
Dave Smith wants to impeach Trump now over the Iran thing. So,
Yeah, because well, I mean, but again, it takes Trump being in office. Because if Kamala was in office and whatever thing Kamala would be engaged with, we would be sitting here talking about how Trump wouldn't have done that. Where now we're
right.
watching Trump being engaged in foreign wars or foreign engagements and possibly
Well, not yet. I mean, we
expanding
haven't
out.
really invaded anyone yet. We dropped
Well,
some
we're
bombs
just
on Iran and took out their nuclear facilities, and that
well,
didn't amount to.
we're bombing the hell out of Venezuelan boats. At one like let's be honest here. Any world leader is going to have to get to a point where they're going to have to respond to their boats constantly being bombed over and over and over again. So we're just waiting for something to happen to where Maduro is going to have to respond. Like we're pretending like constantly bombing boats and not identifying who these boats are is not going to eventually lead to a response, which say if he fires a missile or anything at one of those military boats, is Trump just going to say, "Oh, okay, well they fired a missile at our boat, but that's just a response. We're going to let it go." No, it's going to escalate.
Yeah, probably so. But look, I don't know much about the situation, so I don't really feel
So, well, and but my point is
competent to talk about it. So,
that's the first thing that I mean he's shown in 8 months that he's actually a pretty involved in world politics, involved in world conflicts. He doesn't care too much about it. The whole like I'm going to stop this and this and this day one has already been shown to be absolutely ridiculous. The I'm going to make everybody heal only turns many of our allies towards China, which I would say Trump should get the Medal of Honor because if you are so bad at foreign interaction that you have China, South Korea, and Japan meeting together to talk about trade in order to counter something, these three countries absolutely hate each other. Just to counter you, I mean, we could give them the Medal of Honor for that because that's something that no one thought would ever happen was that South Korea, Japan, and China would actually start working together. Now, this election in Japan might change
oh,
that,
that's
but
terrible.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like India is starting to give positive relations with China because of how bad these tariff responses have been.
Is foreign policy what you're mostly focused on?
Well, it's just one of the examples of where we said, well, not we, but where a lot of people were talking about how Trump was going to be so much different from everybody else, where it's showing that he's not just consistently the same as everybody else, but he actually might be worse. And it's one of the clearest signs right now. Like
Since
I
you want to
could,
look for super chats, are
Yeah,
you looking for super
I
chats
do.
now or okay?
Yeah.
Go ahead, finish your thought,
oh, and
Dialogue.
I mean, it's just, and this isn't just something that I'm popping up saying now. I've been saying since 2015, Trump needs to win because I think the only way to argue what Trump really is to have him in power and to actually see what he does. Because again, if we're sitting here and talking, if Kamala had have won, we would have been in a completely different argument about how, like, I don't know, some school in Nevada said something about, you know, CRT, and that's how Kamala Harris is. Like, we would be having the stupidest conversations ever. But now, since we're actually seeing what Trump is doing, it's kind of funny to watch either people go, well, that's not what I voted for him for, which is like, well, were you paying attention when he was talking? Or like, like one of the things I agree with Steven Crowder with is everything that Trump is doing right now is exactly what he said he was going to do. Why is everybody pretending to be shocked by it?
Okay.
Okay. JMac, so your father, thanks so much for the $50. Says my parents are hardcore MAGA and have rubbed elbows with individuals who directly work with Trump and his administration. They have no idea who Nick Fuentes is, even after the Tucker interview. I'm sorry, but the average person is just not as online as we are.
I mean, I've already addressed that. Though. I think have we? Like, I don't need. Do I need to respond to
It's
that
up
by
to you. You
saying the
don't have
same
to
thing?
if you think you've already
Yeah,
addressed
I
it.
mean,
Okay.
I think we pretty much got to my response to that.
RBGH fam for $20 says Kendi was featured in the Biden Harris virtual event in 2020. In
Mhm.
2019, quote, the only remedy to past discrimination is present discrimination. The only remedy to present discrimination is future. Is that worse than not knowing who Nick Fuentes is?
Depends on what you mean by past discrimination. So, for example, if your discrimination is targeting areas, well, good example of how of what Kendi might mean by that. And I hate the fact that I have to defend Ibram X. Kendi. I don't like the guy, but what he could mean by that is exactly the DEI situation with air traffic control, to where DEI, if you look at what the writing of DEI was involving with air traffic controlling, they were saying, hey, let's reach out to formerly discriminated communities to get people who didn't even know this thing existed, let alone knew the requirements to get into the field, into air traffic controlling, because we genuinely do not have enough people here. And the reason why we don't have enough people here is because the nepotistic system that kept people in air traffic controlling has a smaller pool to draw from. So if we're saying discrimination in the sense of we're actually targeting groups of people that wouldn't have been in this position in any other situation just for not interacting with it, then yeah, that's the only way to counter previous discrimination.
So, what would be an example of a way that he would mean it that you'd be like, oh, that's bad?
Like if he was excluding white people from something. Like if he was
Well,
if he well,
mhm,
no, hear me out. So if he
okay.
was like excluding white people from, or you know what, the other side of the air traffic control argument. So do you remember? I don't know if anybody seems to remember this now because suddenly this becomes something nobody remembers. But I remember a particular time where there was this story about all of these overqualified white male air traffic controllers that were removed from their jobs for underqualified black, lesbian, blue-haired, underqualified people to do air traffic control. That would be an example of if it actually existed, which we're finding out more and more since Elon Musk posted posted an
Post.
X. I don't
Yeah.
even know how to say that, saying, "Hey, could retired air traffic controllers please come back to their jobs? We don't have enough air traffic controllers." That shows there was a lie and there wasn't a policy removing overqualified white male air traffic
Would
controllers. We just don't
a
have enough people for the job.
would a definitive racial quota system be a good or bad thing?
Depends on what you mean.
I mean, like they'd say you have to have at least, whatever the percentage of black people in the country, it has to match the job.
If we're targeting, no.
Yes.
If we're saying like, let's reach out to these communities and try to see if we can get
I'm not
this
saying
many
reach out.
people.
I'm just saying that they say when you hire someone, you need to make sure that at least, 8% or 12% or whatever the number is has to be black or has to be Asian or has to be whatever the minority is. That's all they say.
That was affirmative action.
Right.
Depends. And the reason why I say depends is like my argument for why affirmative action would be based on taxes. So if you're saying like, hey, I have 15 black people here in order to get this tax break, we would probably need you to show that you had 15 black people in order to get the tax break. If not, like I wouldn't call that discrimination, but if you have like 100 people with this mythical meritocracy and they all happen to be white, and you're like, well, hey, let's get rid of this meritocracy in order to bring in diversity, which is not a thing, but then that would be an example of bad. Um,
Hmm. Well,
quota
Brian
system.
for $5 says the air traffic control got sued for their illegal DI hiring practice based on race to meet diversity quotas.
Getting
So there's
sued isn't the like you can
there's
sue
some kind
somebody
of
for anything.
impending class action suit.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
right now, it looks like that suit is dead in the water because he cannot prove that there was a quota system for
Mm.
hiring. There was only a quota system for getting people trained. which I don't think is a bad thing to have a quota system to try to get people from all areas trained into something, which is why that suit is
Is there,
failing.
because when I Google it, I only see things about the suit being levied like in the beginning of the year. I don't see anything that says it's been updated, that it's not going in some direction.
Well, yeah, I've been paying attention to it because for some reason no one else is reporting it. But yeah, so far it looks like the they're not really proving that there's been like again overqualified white people removed or people
Hmm.
removed at all because we just don't have enough people for air traffic control.
Okay. I don't know if I believe that. But okay. We'll see, I guess.
I mean, but that
Brian,
that sorry, go
mhm.
ahead.
Brian for $20 says this is massive mind reading. It's the same issue the left has been plagued with for years, and they continue to claim everything is a dog whistle to fit their mental image that they are the good guys and that the other side is bad.
Um, it's not. It's actually the exact opposite of mind reading because I clearly said I'm going off of what Trump is saying, not what I think he believes. Like every part of what I'm arguing is based off of statements Trump has made.
Okay. Righteous Indifferent for $5 says when Nick Fuentes met Trump, he was coming off of Hang Out with Destiny and was hooked up with Kanye by Candace Owens. Fuentes was tiny at the time.
Fuentes has never been tiny like that. I don't know where this idea that Nick Fuentes was tiny ever comes from. Nick
Well, I mean,
Fuentes
he's
is
obviously started. He didn't just, birth into
well,
reality popular,
yeah,
right?
but he has been like the preeminent face of white supremacy for a long time, especially then. Like I don't know this whole argument that at the time no one knew who he was. That's just ridiculous.
I
That's
mean,
flat out
I
ridiculous.
don't know. I am curious because I do think that Kanye hanging out with him elevated him
Way,
substantially.
yeah,
Yeah,
totally
so I
blew
don't
him
know if he
up.
really, I don't know how, I mean, I'm sure he had a following, but I don't know how big it was before that.
Now
Yeah, I think
Kanye's
Definitely
it's
wasn't
hanging
as
out
big
with
as it is now.
Sneeko. It's
Yeah.
like all
I,
those
I
guys are getting the celebrity endorsement.
I
Hmm.
think it's pretty significant because he was the premier example of somebody that was, stopped by cancel culture. As an example of like almost everybody that was talking about cancel culture was talking about how even if they disagree with Nick
Yeah,
Fuentes,
but that was
he
by
should have a right
people
to be
who
on
were,
the.
that was by people who were in the know. I really
That
don't
was
really
also,
remember. I
but I
don't
mean, there was
remember
also.
people, I don't remember large content creators really talking about Nick Fuentes until this year.
I remember a lot of large content creators. Now, I don't remember a lot of large content creators having interviews with him, but I remember a lot of large right-wing content creators talking about how, even though I don't like the guy, or they would say like their biggest example of a racist that they don't like, and they would point to Nick Fuentes, like he was the person that they would point to as an
Okay.
example of,
I don't think so. I think it was just people like us.
yeah,
Brian
Um,
Schiff for $5 says, "No, you are making arguments based off what you believe his statements secretly mean." Mind reading. So we did a obviously we covered Kanye West when he was on with Alex Jones, and Alex Jones kept trying to tell him, "No, you don't really mean that. You don't really think the Jews are all bad." And Kanye kept coming out and being insistent, "Oh no, I totally mean it." And he was saying he loved Hitler and all kinds of stuff like that. We've never seen anything like that from Trump. I mean, obviously, Trump hasn't come out and made these kind of feelings explicit.
would he have to?
Well, I mean, it would be helpful if you're going to make the argument that he's condoning right wing violence. It would be helpful if you had statements of him coming out and saying, "Oh yeah, there's no problem with right wing violence," right? It would be
Well,
even
he
better if you had Alex Jones saying, "Oh, Mr. President, aren't you? Don't you mean it this way?" And he's like,
Well, no, if
"No."
if if he was condoning, or again, I don't think I said condone. I said he doesn't care, and
Well,
I
that
would
is
clearly point
condoning,
out that
right?
no, I mean you could think that, but I would just argue that what he said is he doesn't care. Whether or not you see that as condoning or not, that's an argument for you. My
Okay.
argument is that
Okay.
he doesn't care.
is your feeling about this all because of that statement he made recently? Like before he made that statement, you were like, "Oh yes, he did condemn the white nationalists." Then he made that
Well,
statement, and you're like, "Wait a minute,
my
maybe not."
my statement was that I can't really say anything about where he stands on it because I don't have anything that would be a smoking gun.
No, I'm
I would
asking
argue that
you
that's a smoking
before
gun.
Trump made that statement, did you think when he said he condemned the white nationalists in Charlottesville, did you think he meant it?
I didn't know. And like I even back if you could find old tweets of it, like I had my assumptions, but assumptions are
Mm.
just that. Like I didn't have
What was
anything
your
to be like,
assumption?
my assumption is that he just did genuinely just said what he felt like saying at the time.
Oh,
Like I don't
Okay.
think he's Trump. He doesn't think about anything. He just says the thing that rolls out of his mouth whenever he feels like saying it. He's verbal diarrhea.
Mm.
right.
So like until you see a consistency in something, I don't really take whatever he says as truth or
So
not.
then, even if he does condone right wing violence, it's no big deal because he's gonna denounce it 5 minutes later, right?
Yeah, because actions and consistency is what matters more than what you say in that one simple statement or a couple of statements. What is your consistent action? What is your consistent stance? When it comes to Trump, other people, I'm not going to put that on because, if Obama said something like that, I don't have a long consistency of like Obama defending left wing radicalism, and then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, Obama's like, I stand against left wing radicalism. I'd be like, okay, no, you don't. Like you have a history of this, but Obama has been consistent, and I'm against left wing radicalism. That's actually one of the things that people liked about Obama.
Hmm.
Big Daddy Squeezy for 8 months says the head of a political party makes strategic partisan statements. You sure fucking got him this time, DA.
Okay, but I mean, then that's not a hoax. Even if he's making that statement, it's not a hoax to say, and that's my only argument. It's not a hoax to say, well, looking at his pattern and looking at the things that he says, even if it's a political statement, it shows he does not care enough to really even identify it. So it's a meaningless statement to say I stand against something that I can't identify. It's not a hoax to say that.
The media though, they made a very specific claim. They said Trump praised neo Nazis.
They said neo-Nazis are fine people. They
Yeah,
said he said like that's a different like certain I can't again, I'm not going to argue every single interpretation. That's like me trying to get you guys to argue every single interpretation of like the right, and then I point to a Matt Walsh statement. Yeah, sure. There's going to be like leftists saying that he praised neo-Nazis, but the preeminent argument was that he was calling the radical right-wingers and then the white supremacists and stuff fine people simply because they were fighting against the left.
okay.
Our word for 15 months says this guy is trying to map his version of reality to reality and is creating a new straw man in the process.
Sure.
Boba Peck for $5 says, quote, I took a sample but got rid of half the data points because they were outliers, end quote. DA, I appreciate the debate, but it does feel like you're cherry picking.
You have to. Everything is cherry picking. There's not a single conversation in the world that's not cherry picking something that matches your argument. Like, why? And okay, then my question is this: why is Trump one of the only people that we're allowed to do this with? So, for example, if we're dealing with a leftist and a leftist has a history of saying multiple statements that would point to him leaning a certain place, and we were arguing about him leaning to that certain place, I guarantee you, if we were like, well, he said this here, no one would be like, well, you're just cherry picking, Cherry picking, yeah, everybody has to cherry pick in order to make their argument,
We
especially
the
when dealing with Trump.
Well, no, I
this
mean,
is
isn't cherry picking explicitly mean that you are in a dishonest way ignoring contrary evidence in
yeah,
order to
disconfirmatory evidence.
right in order to believe whatever you're supporting.
Yeah,
So I
but
don't think
again,
everyone's cherry
that's a
picking.
that's a subjective view. Like that's why I'm saying like everybody's cherry picking because everybody can be subjectively viewed as cherry picking by somebody that
Well,
disagrees with
no,
them.
I mean, there's got to be a fact claim. It's an objective. There's some objective truth there about whether the person is cherry picking or not.
Well, no, because cherry picking is the action or practice of choosing or taking only the most beneficial or profitable items, opportunities from what is
Yeah,
available.
that's
That's
dishonest
the
if you're making an argument and you know that there's things that show that your argument's weak or
there
incorrect.
there isn't a single argument in the world that doesn't cherry pick.
Okay, I disagree, but
Well, no, give
okay.
me one. Give me one. I would love to hear an argument that that doesn't do that. I genuinely want to hear.
I don't think I was cherry picking when I was making my counter argument to your argument.
You weren't. So
No,
you took every single possible statement that Trump made, and you weren't just picking the ones that would help against your argument, to help your argument.
no, I literally brought up the words that we were talking about with Charlottesville, and then I brought up the 2019 thing because I only even thought about it because of the Nick Fuentes clip. So that's not
Well,
cherry picking.
no,
If there's some instance of
those
like,
would be ones
if
that
you said
supported your.
here, Sitch, here's like a clip of Trump explicitly saying the opposite of what you're saying, and I
Well,
said,
which
well,
is
I'm going to ignore that. Well, then yeah, that'd be cherry picking.
no. I would ignore that. Wouldn't be cherry picking. It would just not be part of your argument.
Okay, I don't, I don't
I
agree, but
mean
okay.
that like you're not okay, but I mean
Hmm. Let's see. Metalworks 411.90 for $5 says, I don't fully agree with Dialogue Always' premise, but Trump has been pretty glib on toning down political violence from the right recently. Yeah, I agree that Trump has been glib on that. I don't like that. I don't agree that that somehow retroactively changes the way we should interpret his words about Charlottesville.
it doesn't retroactively changing whether or not you interpret it is subjective. That's your opinion. And I'm not
What
going to say
is
that your opinion is wrong.
what is the
My
right wing
argument is
violence for him to respond to? Like obviously, if there was some sort of assassination of a left winger, I think he would respond. He would have to respond, right?
you mean like and I mean the most
Right now, the
obvious
left is painting ICE as right wing violence. They're painting law enforcement as right wing violence.
well no, the biggest example of that would be Melissa Hortman,
Who's that?
of where he didn't Melissa Hortman,
Is that
the
the
Democratic Congresswoman that was killed in her own home.
okay?
That
Yeah.
would be a prime example of violence against the left that Trump not only didn't even like. Wait, that's one of the biggest arguments that the left had was like, hey, when Charlie Kirk died, we literally watched days of talking about Charlie Kirk, plus like I would say a Trump rally of that were also
Well,
talking
what?
about
Hold
Charlie
on.
Kirk,
Wasn't
and the
she
flags went to half mast.
not
But
to
when
not to
Melissa
put her down on not to put Melissa down, but isn't wasn't she like a state senator or something? She wasn't a congressperson. She was like much more smaller of stature than Charlie Kirk, right?
But the fact that she was a state senator would be more of an example of something that would bring the flags to half mast.
Well, I'm just saying. Look, obviously it doesn't penetrate the consciousness of America unless it's like a
But
big
that,
name person. So,
but again, that's not what really determines whether or not a flag comes to half mast.
well, I mean, you could indict the media just as much for not posing the question to Trump. You know, what do you think of the state senator that got assassinated?
Well, they
I don't know
did.
if anybody did pose that question to him.
They did. And he said, who?
Okay.
Okay.
So do you think Trump just didn't know or was lying when he said that?
I can only go by his words, and by his
Okay.
words, he didn't know who she was.
So I'm okay. So what is the point that that he didn't know that who that person was?
Well, he gave the argument of, or he was asking for an example of a left winger that he didn't, um,
Hmm.
that
Well,
he
the
had that
question
example
is
of, and an example would be
you're looking
Melissa
for an
Hortman.
example of Trump denouncing right wing violence so you can disconfirm your belief that Trump would never denounce right wing violence. That's what you're looking for.
Well, I'm not looking for that as much as, I mean, like, I'm going off of his statement.
Well, no, but this is how you fight the charge of cherry picking. You're fighting the charge
Well,
of cherry picking by looking for disconfirmatory evidence that your thesis is incorrect.
sure, but my thesis would be off of his own words. So you would be saying that Trump was lying when he's like your argument would be Trump is lying by saying I don't condone or I don't care
No,
about
you
right-wing violence. You that would be the argument. But I'm going off of if you say I don't care about right-wing violence and give the explanation for it by saying that it's against left-wing criminals or left-wing violence, I can only go off of what you say.
I didn't
I'm not
see that statement. So I don't know that I wouldn't interpret that statement the same way. It's difficult for me to imagine that Trump would come anywhere close to even saying
Sitch, did you see that
he
statement?
didn't care. Well, no, that he doesn't care about right-wing violence.
Which
He
statement did I? What
the
were we
I
talking
don't
about?
care about right wing violence. Did you see that statement?
I did it. Yeah, I said I remember saying at the time that it happened. I don't remember it word for word. I can look for it.
Yeah, can you show it just so he can have it? It's all over the internet, so
He
it's not
said
too
something
hard to
like
find.
there wasn't right wing violence, or it was just a reaction to left wing
No,
violence
no,
from
he
the.
said I don't care. He
Mhm.
clearly said I don't care. And I mean, we can show. That's why I want to show the video so it doesn't show that I'm lying.
Well, what does he say? Something like,
They
I
said
don't
what
care about right-wing violence because
He
it's
said,
left-wing violence. That's the problem.
this was a Fox News interview. He said, I'll tell you something that's going to get me in trouble, but I couldn't care less. The president responded. The radicals on the right oftentimes are radicals because they don't want to see crime. They don't want to see crime. They're saying we don't want these people coming here. We don't want you burning our shopping centers. We don't want you shooting our people in the middle of the street. Trump added, appearing to nod to instances of right wing vigilantism. Well, that wasn't the quote. That's what the article was saying. Radicals on the left are the problem. They're vicious. They're horrible, and they're political savvy. And they want men and women sports. They want transgenders for everyone. They want open borders.
Yeah, it sounds like he's saying, well, look, the left is constantly framing law enforcement as right-wing violence. You agree with that dialogue, right?
no. I mean, we already had that conversation where I'm saying that the left isn't framing the system violence as anything left or right.
Okay.
Like it's framing it as the system. Like they're
All
very
right.
clear on that. I
Okay.
would
I
I would
mean, again, you can. I think I said at the time I thought Trump's statement was really dog shit. I do think it's an incredibly dog shit statement to make. I think it's an incredibly untrue statement to make,
Yeah,
and
there's
does
obviously violence on the right
right.
that
And it
needs to
does,
be
yeah. The
addressed.
idea that
Yeah.
like all the right wing violence is just to protect the people from Antifa is insane.
but it does show
And
where
not
his
true. But
it
again,
shows
I
where his
don't see how
headspace
that
is.
retroactively shouldn't change our interpretation of his comments in 2017.
Yeah, well, I mean, it doesn't it's consistent with his approach to left-wing violence versus right-wing violence.
I don't see
I
it that
mean,
way.
like, hold on. So when you have 10 plus years of his response to almost every single example of left-wing violence as we need to stop this, we need to stop them, we need to like extremely aggressive. And then his response to right-wing violence is almost non-existent, to not knowing about it when questioned, to unless it's the most extreme examples, then he'll speak on it.
Yeah, but what
But for
is
the
that?
most part, he doesn't
That
really
has
talk too
nothing
much
to
about right-wing
do
violence.
with the claim of who he was talking about when he said he was condemning the white nationalists.
That has everything to do with the
No, it
claim.
doesn't.
Yes, it does, because he's confirming what he's been consistent with.
No, it's wait, he's confirming that he is dishonestly downplaying the potential violence or the violence of his own side
But
in a time period where he's trying to gain some political favor for doing that.
whether
That
or not
doesn't mean
he's
that in 2017, when he made those comments about white nationalists, that he didn't think that they were actually white nationalists there, when his statement very clearly showed that he did.
whether or not it the argument is whether or not he cared. That's my argument. He doesn't care. So if he doesn't care,
Okay, well, but then
then when
you
he's
are
saying
okay.
good people on both
Well,
sides,
hold on.
it's
There's a
not a
different wait.
stretch.
There's a
It's not wait. It's not a stretch to say, oh, then he saw the people fighting the leftists as good people in that moment.
well then wait.
Regardless of whether or not they were white
There's
supremacists or
a
not, they were fighting leftist, and he hates the left.
there'd be a different there's a difference between saying, well, when he made the comments about denouncing the white nationalists, that he meant someone different or he meant people that weren't there or he didn't know what he was talking about or whatever, then, well, he said the words and he said the words in a way that we would all interpret them in their very clear meaning. But in his heart of hearts, he doesn't actually care about it. He was just saying these words so everyone will shut up. Like those are two very different arguments.
Okay, I like
And when
again, I
this
think
was this is part of the hoax thing, and I think Adam brought this up earlier. He was saying part of the reason people were calling it a hoax wasn't because when these comments came out, people weren't making the argument that you were making, or they weren't making some argument about like, well, Trump didn't really care and this other stuff. They were just editing the clip in such a way so that you would only see him say they were fine people on both sides, and they wouldn't include the part afterwards So you would just say, oh, well, he must have meant the white nationalists.
Because in their view, that second part is irrelevant for the reason that I gave. Now you could
Well,
say that you disagree, but that doesn't make it a
but
hoax.
that's an insane, but you have to, first of all, I mean, someone can make the argument that they think that he was lying or just saying that, whatever. That's fine. But you have to include that and let people be the judge of that if you're going to make that argument. You can't edit it in such a way to remove that important context.
Um, yes, you can. If but I mean that's wait. No. The only reason why I'm saying that
Uh,
you can do it, you can do that is because that's what's been happening to almost every statement. Even the push. Remember the go find them and push back against them statement that what is that woman's name? Um, the black congresswoman when she said go find right
Maxine
wingers and you
Waters.
Maxine Waters, you push against them, you know.
Mm-hmm.
There's a whole statement after that where she was talking about go like argue them, don't be violent. Like she actually said that afterwards, but
well,
no
look,
one showed that
that's
part.
dishonest then to edit that out.
Okay, but it's not a hoax then.
Well, wait, it
It's not
would
a
be. What do
hoax
you
to
mean?
say. It's not a hoax to say she was saying go push back against them and leaving it up to whoever. Like that's kind of how the
That is
media works on
100% a
both
hoax.
sides.
I don't know why he
It's
would
it's
fight
not a
against that.
hoax.
It is.
It's not a hoax.
Okay.
It's not a hoax. It might be dishonest, but it's not a
Well,
hoax.
wait, what's
Especially
the
when you
difference?
well, a hoax would be something like you flat out made up where it's not made up. It's
Okay, well,
somebody's interpretation of what
would you
somebody else
agree that
meant.
it's deceptive?
Sure, it could be deceptive,
Okay, so
but it's not a
I
hoax.
think that most people, when they say it's a hoax, all they mean is that it's deceptive. If you want to, I mean, you're interpreting it in just a different way than everyone else is interpreting the word.
And I mean, even now, I would argue that this particular statement, with everything that I've listed, now again, you don't have to agree with me, but with everything that I've listed, I don't even think it's really deceptive to say that after somebody says something like, I don't care about right-wing violence, you could look at everything he's done and said
Well,
over the years and go, well, that
even
actually
if,
makes sense now.
even if I were to buy the argument you're making, in 2017, the people that were editing it and making this claim, they didn't have future sight. So how would they have, it would have been it would have been dishonest at the time for them to make that claim, wouldn't it have been?
I don't, now again, I don't fully think so because it depends on who we're referencing. So, I mean, the
If
people
someone
who are
were
like,
to play the
wait.
clip
So, if
and they
somebody
were
was
to
playing the clip
remove
and saying
that sentence,
it depends on what they said afterwards. So, if they're saying, hey, this shows he was saying good people on both sides, and that's the only argument they're making, or fine people on both sides, and that's the only argument they're making, no, that's not deceptive. But if they're saying he's defending white supremacists or he agrees with white supremacists, they're like, if they're making that extra step, then yes, that would be deceptive. But to say like he's saying there's fine people on both sides, and with his history of who he stands with and his history even before that of who he was defending and everything else, it looks like he's basically saying that. And then if you go afterwards and then 10 years later, you get everything compiled together, it's like, oh yeah, no.
to be
This actually leans more towards the argument that
okay,
he was saying that there's fine
to
people on
be
both sides.
clear, if there was a news article, and I have to go back and find specific ones, but if there was a theoretical news article or segment on a mainstream news outlet, and they were like, Trump said that there were Trump praised neo Nazis. He said that there were fine people, or even if they didn't say that, they said Trump, in response to the Charlottesville protest, said that there were very fine people on both sides. And then they play the clip of him saying that. Okay. But then they cut out the sentence where he says, but not the neo Nazis. They cut that out. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
How is that not dishonest, right? Or would you say that that is dishonest because it's removing this key context from the statement?
Well, no. Okay. So just to give context to his full statement, what about the alt left they came charging at? You say at the alt right, do they have any semblance of guilt? I've condemned neo Nazis. I've condemned many different groups, but not all of these people were neo Nazis, believe me, which again shows that he didn't know about day one, which would argue more towards he didn't know about day one, or as the best argument is he wouldn't know about day one because at day two, the people fighting were definitely those people. Nobody fighting would have
Okay, but
been
again, just without getting, bogged down in all those other things. right?
Mhm.
How is if someone is talking about this scenario and they leave out that line, how is that not deceptive? They're drastically removing someone's ability to understand the context of the statement.
Because almost every like well, first off, I would say that almost any video that doesn't give the full context of what somebody's saying would be some form of dishonesty. Like that's
So
just
you would agree
sure. I
that
mean,
that
we
would
could
be
wait,
dishonest.
we could say that, but my pushback on it is when we start looking at the more and more and more stances somebody has, you definitely can reflect back and go, well, maybe that wasn't dishonest then. Because in the time it could be, because we don't have the full information surrounding it. Like, I'm pretty sure 10 years ago or 15 years ago, when Hassan Piker was just doing his I'm just on the left thing, nobody would have assumed he was this open to radical Islam as he is now. But if you look at what he's saying now and how he's acting now, and then you look back at former statements, like, oh, well, that actually makes more sense for somebody to say back then, like, he's catering to radical Islam. Because now, when you look at the full context of a lot of the things he's saying and doing, it doesn't seem too much like a dishonesty to think that he was supporting radical Islam.
Okay. Um, let's see. Adam Gadboff for $5 says, this dude thinks a 76-year-old man would recognize a Twitch streamer on site. LOL. Okay, man. If we were talking about JD, you might be onto something.
JD definitely knows who Nick Fuentes is.
And I mean, also, we're talking about a former president of the United States and a multi-billionaire. Like, we're talking about like somebody who you have to go through a bunch of clearances to even get anywhere near him. So you mean to tell me, and it's okay if you believe this, but you mean to tell me that Kanye West was able to get Nick Fuentes past all security, plus everybody that does any type of background checks in order to get him into a room to sit down for dinner with Trump. And then they came in and was like, hey, man, this is a white nationalist.
Yeah, I do think that. I think that Trump and the people around him are generally incompetent. Yes.
I don't believe that. I just don't. I
Okay.
mean, yes, there might be some semblance of incompetence in the Trump administration, but I do not think that every single person that would have been involved with somebody talking to Donald Trump would have no clue who Nick
I
Fuentes
think that when they like, I think that when they invited Kanye and they said, hey, Kanye brought some guy with him, they just assumed that this guy wasn't like gonna try to, kill Trump. They just assumed this was like he wasn't president
Yeah,
at
he
the
thought
time.
he was his personal
Right. Like
assistant.
if he was president, I would agree with you. He's not president at the time. And they just show up. And I mean, Kanye was scheduled to be there. He just shows up with like a friend. It's not that unusual that celebrities show up with like a,
Personal
cadre of people
assistants.
or a
Yeah,
friend or an
exactly.
assistant or
The
some person with
entourage.
them. Right. Yeah. That's pretty common. So no, I don't think it's that strange.
Yeah, I do think it's strange. And I
Okay.
don't think it's consistent because I'm well, for example, do you remember, I don't know if you might, I'm a little old, so do you remember when Common visited the White House
No,
and the
I
backlash
don't.
surrounding it?
Yeah,
No.
with Obama.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And do you remember when the argument was like, oh, well, Common's just a rapper and we didn't know about his previous statements and everything else. And the argument against that was like, bullshit. How the hell do you not know the previous statements of Common? And how does the
sure.
White House not know the previous statements of Common? And how does everybody that works for Obama not know the previous statements of
Sure,
Common?
but I mean I would think that was bullshit too.
Okay.
So
Yeah. And I
I would think both in both cases it's just bullshit. You're expecting too much of people.
of the president of the United. Okay. And I don't think that it's that much of a stretch to
You think
expect.
Obama knows all of comments?
I think he knew
All
enough about Common to know
okay.
he had that type of stance.
I just give him the
Like,
benefit of the doubt, but
Why would he, wouldn't he just not meet with him? He doesn't really gain anything by being with him then.
well, yes, he does, because again, Common was an example of just his outreach to the black community.
Yeah, but not if he then has to immediately turn around and say, "Oh, I don't know what this guy is about," and I have to denounce him. Like, it kind of undermines all that.
Not really. Not if nobody
Of
says
course it
anything
does.
about
What do
it.
you?
Well, no, if
Okay.
nobody says anything about it, I'm
Well, I
I'm
thought you
pretty
said
sure
I don't
that.
remember the story, but I thought you said people did make a story about it.
Well, it wasn't until people made a story about it that he was
Okay.
like, "Well, I didn't know he said all that stuff."
Well, that would I don't remember this. I don't even really know much about Common, but if it was as bad as Nick Fuentes, it's hard for me to imagine that that wouldn't come out, and that Obama's team wouldn't expect that to come out.
I
Kanye even going to the White House. So obviously Trump is talking about running again in 2024. And in the conversation with Nick Fuentes and Tucker Carlson, Kanye says that Trump is feeling around um or Nick Fuentes says that Kanye is or Trump is feeling around to see if Kanye is going to support him in 2024 and help him win over black votes. So I mean, obviously, that's why Trump invited Kanye in, right? He's thinking, okay, well, this guy's going to help me win more votes in the black community in 2024 against Biden.
Yeah, and I again, my only argument is not for Kanye West. I can completely understand that for Kanye West. My argument is I can't see with the hundreds of people that work for Trump and the hundreds of people around Trump, not a single person before they came in and sat down and started eating would not look up and go, "That's Nick Fuentes." And
Well, mhm.
long before he sat down and started eating and they started talking, somebody would have said something.
Yeah, but
Like,
if I don't know how far in advance they even knew like that Nick was going to even be there. Number one, but number two, I think what Adam was trying to say is that if Trump is talking to Kanye explicitly to try to use him as a way to get votes in the black community, it wouldn't really make sense for Trump to think that that was even viable if Kanye's going to show up with a guy who hates black
He
people
has
and
a
thinks
white
that they should all be
supremacist.
thrown in jail. So
so
that would be
wait,
an evidence that Trump didn't really understand what was going on.
or he couldn't identify it, which is my
Yeah,
original
Sure,
he
but
could.
argument.
that's
Well, no,
he,
he could. Okay, whatever. Move
Yeah,
on.
no,
I just,
I mean, like I said, I understand that we're going in a circle, but yeah, with the amount of people around him and the amount
what
of
would
people that are
convince you
actual, um,
what would convince
some
you that
sort
you're
of
incorrect about this?
that I'm incorrect about it.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I don't know what would be something that would say that I'm incorrect. Because again, if you have, I mean, it would have to be like 10 years of a complete shift in his stances. Like it couldn't be like tomorrow he said one sentence and now all of that goes out the window. It would have to be um like a complete shift going along years, or at least longer than a few months. But if the only way you can identify a lot of the way that Trump speaks and what he actually stands for is his actual actions and words, which is pretty much the only way to identify what Trump stands for or what Trump believes, then this would probably be the only way to identify whether or not that
What if all of the kitchen staff at Mar-a-Lago came out and said they all came out and testified under oath that there's no way that Trump knew who Nick Fuentes was, or
I
or
would
they
I would
if
agree
he
with him.
did, he wouldn't have invited him into the house.
I would agree with him. That
So
I mean,
so
like
that would
I would.
disconfirm it then. If 20 people came out and basically
What do you
testified
think
on Trump's behalf.
what do you think I'm saying that do you think I'm saying that Trump knew who Nick Fuentes was?
Well, you're saying he should have known who Nick Fuentes was.
I'm saying he didn't.
wait, I thought
Oh.
you were saying someone on
I'm
his
saying
staff
no.
who
My
cleared him must have known who he was.
I am saying I completely understand. I think it's absolutely weird that no one on his staff would have identified who Nick Fuentes was, especially since Trump is, I would say, the first ever completely online president, where it's like almost everything he does is connected to online. I would say it's kind of hard for me to believe that his entire staff wouldn't know who Nick Fuentes was, but it's completely understandable to believe that he wouldn't know who he was because he can't identify white supremacy if it was right in front of him.
Okay. Well, yeah, but when you say identify, what you're saying is
You
that
couldn't
Trump could be
identify
in a
the actors.
conversation with a guy wearing a KKK outfit, and he'd be like, "Well, that guy's not a white supremacist." So when you say you can't identify it, you mean something very different than I think everyone listening thinks when
No,
they hear those words.
I'm saying it in the sense of like I said before, if the and again, I think it was a little more interesting when we got when I started talking about the foreign policy thing, but I did come for this particular argument. Um, I think when looking at all of his statements in congruence, all of his actions in congruence, everything that he's saying in this presidency, all of his actions in his presidency, and then the nail in the coffin, I don't care about right-wing violence.
Okay.
All of that together
Hmm.
would show that like he couldn't even identify what white supremacy was if it was right in front of him. So if he couldn't identify the face of white supremacy right in front of him, saying that I stand against white supremacy is a meaningless statement. So the only thing that is consistent, the only thing that isn't meaningless is fighting against left-wing radicals would be a fine person.
Do you think people who watch the Tucker Carlson interview with Nick Fuentes would identify Nick Fuentes, if that's the only interview that they ever saw, as a white supremacist?
Um, I don't think so because it's just a lot of the things Nick said, he exposed himself. So I think a few people would have been able to identify like what Nick was talking about because he's not that good at hiding who he really is. Um, I can definitely believe somebody would trick themselves into believing he wasn't one. But I watching that interview, Nick exposed who he was multiple times. So you'd have to really work to not see the Nazi.
Yeah, I think that interview really framed him more as someone who is just concerned about Israel over the whole Gaza situation. So I think many people could walk away and not really see Nick Fuentes as a white supremacist
Well,
from
I
that
think it would
interview. And I
also
think many people on the right are upset about that. That's why they're upset about the situation. So just
I think it would
using
also
that
depend
next
on
to Trump, I think easily Trump could have a dinner with Nick Fuentes, and Nick Fuentes could conceal his intentions from Donald Trump for obvious reasons. He doesn't want to know. He doesn't want to march in and say, "Oh, by the way, I'm a white supremacist." He knows he's going to get kicked out of the dinner immediately if he does that.
well,
But
yeah, because
you're saying that Trump should know. Trump should do all this opposition research on him
no,
beforehand.
I'm saying the exact opposite. I'm saying Trump didn't know. And because he didn't know, it's easy to try to toss out the statement that he stands
Okay.
against. No, no,
I'm sorry.
no.
Did you say he did or didn't know?
He didn't
He
know.
didn't
Yeah.
know.
He wait.
And it's easy to argue that
I keep like not hearing you. You
He
say
should
did or
like
did
have
not?
ESP or something. It sounds
Wait.
like
I'm
or
sorry. You say he did
no,
or did not know?
did
did
not
not
know.
Okay,
know.
did not know.
Yeah.
Okay, just wanted to be clear.
And I believe that he did not know who Nick Fuentes was.
Right.
And if you genuinely do not like, if you again, that's why I
But
kind of gave the going
aren't you
all the way
saying though
back to
that he's guilty because he did not know, that he doesn't have,
guilty of
because he
what?
could not identify Nick Fuentes as a white supremacist?
Guilty of what?
You're saying that's the problem here.
But what am I saying he's guilty of?
Well, you're saying that, well, you're making this crazy connection between Charlottesville and this situation with Nick Fuentes. So,
I'm using the situation with Nick Fuentes to dismiss his I stand against white supremacy statement.
right, because he had dinner with Nick Fuentes, who he
Yeah,
couldn't tell was a white supremacist. I mean, that
couldn't
makes no sense.
he couldn't so again,
If I have dinner unbeknownst to me with a white supremacist and I condemn white supremacy, I'm not guilty. Like, it doesn't
but
automatically make me a white supremacist because I got duped by a
but
white supremacist.
this isn't a white supremacist. Like, yes, if you just had some random guy over and it was a white supremacist, yeah, I can completely understand you not knowing that. But when you have the preeminent name in white supremacy in your house, you're a multi-billionaire and the
So
former
look,
president.
so your argument is that he should have known that he was a white supremacist.
I don't see how my argument is I don't see how he couldn't, but I understand that he didn't.
Well, I
No,
want to,
no.
I mean, you said he didn't though.
Wait,
I
wait,
don't
wait, 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 wait,
read.
wait, wait,
I
wait.
know
Because I said I don't see
uh,
how he couldn't, but I understand him saying he didn't. And if I can only go off of his words of saying that he didn't, which is what I'm doing, then it's a meaningless statement to say that he stands against white supremacy if you don't even know who's the preeminent person in white supremacy who was at the
Okay.
Charlottesville rally.
Uh, sure.
So you can't. So someone can't be against white supremacy unless they know who Nick Fuentes is.
It's dismissible. Not he can't know what white supremacy is. It's dismissible that he
Well,
even
look, I
stands
just
against
think
it.
there's probably millions of people who are against white supremacy and have no idea who Nick Fuentes is.
Sure. So and again, that's why you can dismiss
They
their
might look.
statement.
A lot of those people might even watch that Tucker Carlson interview and think, "Oh boy, that Nick Fuentes looks like a great little conservative Christian."
Yeah, and if somebody said that, you could look up if they said that and then a second later said, "Man, I stand against white supremacy." It's completely reasonable to look up and be like, "You don't even know who the hell it is." I dismiss that. It's a useless statement now.
It's reasonable to say they've been duped. It's not reasonable to say they
No,
are in fact white supremacists, though.
I never wait. I've never made the claim that Trump was a white supremacist.
Right.
I've never said
The
that.
claim specifically that you're making is that he doesn't care about right wing violence.
Yes, that's
Okay.
that's the claim. He doesn't care about right-wing violence. He said he didn't care about right-wing violence, which would make anybody saying that the good people statement is basically him saying everybody except for the left-wing violent people were good people
Right.
or fine people.
And you're
And
using
I'm
the
using
fine people statement to bolster the claim that he doesn't care about right wing violence. That's why you're
yes.
going back to okay. Well, any more super chat, Sitch? Or
Yes. Brian for $50 says, by his logic, if you remove words from my sentence to change the interpretation of what I'm saying, it isn't a hoax, then the 2020 election fraud is not a hoax because you can say that it was stolen because it's a squashing of Hunter Biden's laptop.
then that's what people do all the time.
No, because well, and trying
Do
not
you
to get into
believe that
that
the
because that's
2020 election was rigged? Dialogue always?
um no, but I would say that the only thing that pushes back against that is the fake elector scheme. So like the fake elector scheme tosses the rest of that out.
Well, throwing the Hunter Biden laptop out, most people will say that that was the part that was rigged.
Yeah, but the Hunter laptop doesn't change the fake elector scheme. Whether or not the laptop exists has nothing to do with the fake elector scheme.
Righteous Indifference for $2 says, Righteous Indifference for $2 says, did Kanye know Nick was a white supremacist? Yeah, I'm like 100% sure.
Of course he did.
Yeah, yeah.
The Alex Jones thing was before the Trump dinner.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah.
It's almost impossible. Oh, what the fuck? I'm getting like the chat crashed on my screen. So something went wrong. Something went wrong. Um, hold on a second. Someone asked, where
Lonesome
was it?
One said, you missed my $20
Yeah, I'm
super
looking
chat.
for it.
Oh.
Losum one. Oh, here it is. Losum one for $20 says, is this the guy who still believes in CRT? Do you still believe
Yes.
in CRT?
Oh,
Yes.
Sitch, about that. The other thing I
Oh
wanted to
no.
ask you is
Oh god.
no, not
Oh no!
now. Not now, but
Here
Here
now.
comes.
in 2.5 years, I would
Yeah.
like you to unblock me so I can prove to you that DEI was not only necessary, but I guarantee you Trump's going to bring it back. He's not going to call it
The
DEI,
reason
but he's gonna bring it back.
okay. Um
But we have to talk about
the
this in two
reason
and
I
a half
blocked you,
years.
I feel so vindicated because of this conversation. I don't remember what it was, but we would get in these you would go back and forth with these arguments that would be this same type of like level of argumentation that I was just think is completely not persuasive whatsoever. And I just don't really want to spend all day arguing with you about this stuff.
Well, yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. Like in 2.5 years, I just unblock me for 5 seconds so I can
Uh-huh.
say, see, this is why DEI was necessary, and then you can block me again. I'm I'm okay with you blocking me.
DI is necessary because of Trump.
Yeah, because Trump is going to
Okay.
have to bring it back.
Trump is going to bring back DEI.
He's not
Okay.
going to call it DEI, of course, but he's going to bring back
Gotcha.
pretty much everything that's in the DEI back because he's going to have to.
Right.
Why?
Because, well, like I said, with the air traffic controlling, slowly over time, they're going to have to realize that in order to replace the people that he's removing from the country and the low amount of people in certain fields, he's going to have to re-implement policies that train people that were historically discriminated against into those seats in order to actually keep it going.
We have completely different definitions of DEI.
I have DEI based off of what the actual policies were,
Maybe
Huh.
maybe
not just off of.
conceptualization is a better word than definitions, because obviously if you have a job that requires someone that's very skilled, you're going to want to open the job pool up as wide as possible. So you're not going to discriminate based on race at all. Now, if not many black people actually are interested in becoming air traffic controllers, so they don't study it, and they have some way to kind of incentivize them to study it, and then they reach the heights of merit needed to get the job. I have no problem with that whatsoever.
What do you think DEI was? First off, meritocracy is a fallacy.
Mhm.
But
Okay, Nick. Jeez.
what? Well, no, it's just true. Meritocracy is a fallacy. Almost every job in the United States has been through either nepotism or networking.
What? That's not
Very few.
true. What are you talking about?
Google it.
How could
Most
you
jobs
even
in the
measure
country,
that? Wait,
most
how could a person make that claim and say, well, I have a measurement that shows that?
they have actually did multiple studies on it. Hold
How
on.
could you possibly make a determination, say, well, the majority of jobs, people that are hired for are not based on merit? Like, how could you possibly even study that without like having
Um,
the mind reading Minority Report future machine?
I mean, even
no,
strippers. I mean, strippers aren't based on merit. They just let the ugly girls in. Come on.
Like when they ask the boss, like, hey, did you hire this person? They're like, well, I didn't hire them because they were the best person for the job. I hired them because
because of who
they're
they
my
know.
brother's cousin's sister.
Yeah.
And
Well, it
there were
doesn't have.
10 competent people, but this guy's a retard, but I hired him anyway. Like,
Yeah, because the vast majority of jobs don't even reach don't even reach like the stage of like applications and stuff like that. It's usually, hey, do you know somebody who can get into this job, and do you are like qualified enough to do the job?
yeah, but
The
doesn't
vast
wait, but
majority of
that's very
jobs,
well,
and
wait a
there's
minute.
multiple studies on it. Like
Someone
you
saying
Google it,
like, wait,
Google
hold
it.
on, hold
No,
on.
I'm serious. Google it. You don't have to argue with me about it.
Let me respond to this.
What
Okay.
what
So
jobs though? Go
hold
ahead.
on, hold
Oh,
on.
no.
Let me,
No, I have
someone's
to get in
saying,
here.
okay, someone saying to like a friend or someone in the industry, hey, do you know a person who's competent that I could hire for this job? And them saying, yeah, here's a person or here's a list of people. Okay. That's not an anti-merit. That's not an anti-meritous position whatsoever.
It doesn't have to
Usually
be anti-merit. It isn't merit.
wait, no, because usually the reason they're asking that is because they put out an open call and they get a bunch of applications that go, all these people suck. Or
That's
I'm
an
tired of
assumption.
hiring
No,
people
no,
that suck. I need to find
that
someone that's good. So they try to go to someone they trust. That's why people do that.
that's an assumption not based in reality.
What the?
No, it's
Have
that.
you
No, no, no,
ever
no, no,
hired people? Have
no,
you ever
no.
worked for a company? That's what
Sitch.
they
They've
do.
done multiple studies on
What are you?
this. No,
What are
no,
you
no, no, no,
talking
no.
about?
They have
If
done
you, I talk
multiple.
to anyone who hires anyone for any fucking job whatsoever, they tell you the majority of people hire fucking incompetent buffoons, and so they have to turn to people to say like, please God, tell me you have someone that is like good, and they'll say, oh yeah, here's a person, and they'll fucking trust that. That's
I
not. It's
understand
nothing to
that.
do with not being in favor of
I
merit.
understand that's a feeling you have, but multiple. No,
Okay.
no, 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 no.
Okay.
And again, you can Google this during or after the show.
All right. All right.
Multiple jobs don't even
What are
send
the
out
jobs?
requests for the job.
Okay.
Most jobs get filled before there's even an application process.
Do you like in law enforcement, if you're going to be a cop, you have to
No,
pass a
wait.
certain physical, which is a certain level of merit to obtain that job.
That's
They
not.
can't.
Why?
What's
No,
that?
wait. So first off, meritocracy is the best person for the job should get the
Wait.
job.
Hold on. When you said even if I, when you said that all these jobs they're not even going through the open application process, they go through some other channel. Okay,
They go through
get the
friend to
person hired.
friend, or buddy to
Why
buddy,
do
or
you
whatever
think they're
else
doing that?
because of trustworthiness.
But what are they? Do they doing it because they think, oh, well, this person is going to get me some sycophant who sucks, or are they doing it because they think, well, this is the best way to find the best person for this job?
No, they find the person that can do the job.
No, they're
They don't care about the best person that can do the
of
job. They care about a
course they
person that
do.
can
What are
do
you
it. No, they
talking
don't.
about? What is
No, they
motivating their
don't.
behavior then?
Finding someone who can do the job,
Look, even
not
if it's a
someone who's the best,
look, if it's a
someone who
sales,
can.
Oh my
if it's a
God.
sales job, wouldn't they just be an idiot to hire someone that's going to make 5 sales a week over someone that's going to make 100 sales a week?
No, they would find the person that can do the job.
Like, I don't.
No, no,
Okay,
no. Now again,
this is
you don't
crazy.
have to agree with me. You can Google it.
I will.
There is
This is insane. What you're
multiple.
saying makes no fucking
There
sense.
is multiple arguments. There's multiple studies that show that most jobs don't even reach outside of their outside of bubbles. They go
No,
internally
that could be
first.
true, but that
They go
doesn't prove
internally
that they're
first.
against merit.
No, no, it says my argument was meritocracy is not a thing. Meritocracy is every job has to find the best person for the job.
That's
That's
not what. No, wait.
meritocracy. Yes, it is.
Meritocracy means that there is a selection process that is trying to find the best people for the job.
Well, to
Okay, and that
find
people.
someone that meets like a certain level of criteria, right? Obviously.
Right. And
Yeah.
that there's some
It's going to be
criteria that you're like, you
better or
have to.
worse above that level, but they're making a cutoff where they're saying no one below this.
Yeah,
Right.
but
Right.
that's again, that is not how any of these processes work. The process is who can do the job, and then we put that person
No,
in.
but
But they
that's
have to
when
meet the minimum requirements, though. You got to
But
admit
that's
that at
not
least.
meritocracy.
wait, it literally is.
No,
If
it
a
isn't.
company says, "Hey, we need some engineers," okay, and we are going to some because they have like job fairs where they literally have specific companies that they will ask to say, "Hey, can you find us engineers?" And the reason they're doing that is because when they just do the open calls, it doesn't fucking work. And so that's why they turn to these other companies or these other avenues to get workers because
Yeah,
they
they
find
can't
that the
find people
open
that
call
meet
is
the
not
minimum
find people
requirements.
Wait,
that
wait.
can
Yeah.
fulfill the requirements or do the job.
Okay.
So that's what I'm saying,
I'm
that
just gonna
just
say
because they
you
don't
can.
do an open casting call doesn't mean that it's not a meritocracy.
Yes, it does.
Okay.
And
Well,
wait,
I'm
and the
using
reason
some
why
different
the
definition of
reason
meritocracy
the
than
reason
anyone
why I
else is
argue
using. So
against this, and the reason why I'm saying that something like DEI is more to the reality and meritocracy is a fantasy, is that DEI is saying because we are in a system of nepotism and networking, which has been proven multiple times, expand that pool of people that can get into that system rather than sit down and wait for quote unquote the best person for the job when you know that there are multiple areas and multiple people that didn't even know the job exists, let alone qualify for it or can qualify for it. So that's what
J
DEI is doing. DEI is expanding the pool.
JMac for $100 says, "Is Dialogue always conflating networking with nepotism? His statement is insane. And before I get the just Google it, I did talk about cherry picking. The stats used are insane and mostly due to surveys, which consist of, quote, do you prefer hiring people you know or people you don't know?"
Well, obviously, people are going to prefer hiring people they know.
So
Right.
But
DEI would be expanding that pool of
Well,
people
no,
they know.
again, the difference would be, as Adam is saying, if they're saying, "Hey, we want like," okay, here's the way to conceptualize it. When they had these orchestras and they were trying to get musicians to participate in an orchestra, they said in order to not be racist, we're going to have these blind auditions where the performer would perform behind a screen, right?
Mhm.
And when they did that, they found out, oops, uh-oh, we're actually hiring, like, I think it was like mostly
all the
Asians.
Asians.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
hired like all the Asians because they just happen to be the best, and like some white guys, right? And
Mhm.
that was it. And then they're like, well, we can't do that anymore because we need to make sure we're like hiring more, non-white people, non-Asians, right?
Sure, but
So
that's not DEI. But okay,
okay,
go
but
ahead.
that's the problem. Like this kind of gets back into a lot of this like academic bullshit where is someone can come up with some like retarded fucking term about like, oh, so a DI is this like magical thing that's going to make everything better, blah 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 blah. But then in application reality, that's not what happens. What happens is that exact thing that happens with the orchestra, where they say you need to hit some sort of specific criteria or quota, and if you don't, you're going to get in trouble because it's the easy thing to get companies and businesses to do. We're trying to do this like highly complicated theoretical academic gobbledygook is too difficult for anyone to understand or to fucking care to do in the first place.
I feel like in order to make this argument, one, you would have to go to the exact opposite of the argument you made against the Don't Say Gay bill, which that's not what is written down in the policies. That's not how DEI is supposed to be. We can make the argument that it could be used that way, and we can make examples of it being used that way, but that's not what it's not what's written down. Just like the Don't Say Gay bill does not say you can't say gay in a classroom. And I remember you actually making that argument of it doesn't matter
Yeah, but
what.
you didn't have there. No one had any examples of it being utilized in that way.
Yes, it did. Yes, they did.
No, they
They
didn't,
literally
because it
had,
just
wait, wait, wait,
fucking
wait,
came
wait. They
out. They just
literally
said,
had a
"Oh, well,
school. Wait,
it's gonna create this effect."
they literally had a school where they fired multiple teachers because they thought multiple teachers were talking about themselves being gay. I gotta find it, but like that was one of the
Okay.
highlights of them saying it was a reaction to the Don't Say
Okay.
Gay
Wait,
bill.
wait, wait. This is such nonsense. No, this is such bullshit. Okay. And this is what you always do, and this is why I end up blocking you on X. You always do the same
Because
fucking
I
thing, and it's like insanely dishonest. Okay. There's a huge difference between someone passing a piece of legislation and then someone looks at the legislation and then they use it incorrectly. And if they do use it incorrectly, they can sue the government or they could sue the organization or whatever, and there's some sort of redressment of that. When everyone at the time said, "Oh, no, 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 even though the legislation doesn't say that, we're going to lie and either say it does, or we're going to say that's the intention. That's the secret intention of the legislation, is to do this very thing." And that's very different from all the motherfucking racist piece of shit CRT motherfuckers, which you defend consistently, who are intentionally promoting a bunch of nonsense that is going to inevitably lead people down to do racialized quotas for all these situations.
I mean, I don't even know how to point this out without just genuine. Because again, now since the dishonest argument has been thrown out, this is where you're dishonest. Because yet again, you've made this argument to say, like, well, it's perfectly acceptable to claim that this thing that doesn't say what it is secretly making these other things happen that are obviously wrong.
You're
But
right.
to
I
use
was
that
being
same
too
argument
nice.
here,
I don't actually believe for a second that a single person that pushes DI is not a racist piece of shit that doesn't actually want these quotas. I was
and
being
that's your
too
view.
nice because I wanted to move the conversation forward. I was just saying, like, listen, I think someone could, write it and it doesn't actually come out that way. I shouldn't have said that.
So
I
then
shouldn't
I'm
have
not
said
the
that. I
dishonest one here.
apologize. You're
Then I'm not the
completely
dishonest one
correct.
here. Wait, wait, wait,
DI
wait.
is
But
a
you just
racist
you
fucking
just
shit.
admitted
It should
you.
never be implemented. Everyone that pushes for it wants these racial quotas
There
because,
we are.
kind of like your argument that you were pushing with Donald Trump, it is inconceivable to me that a single person could be so fucking stupid that they don't understand that every time they push these DI policies, they'll end the same way. And if they always end the same way, well, then obviously that must be the goal, because no one could possibly think anything else, right?
They don't always end the same way, which is
They
why you have
do
to.
always end up the
They
same way.
don't.
They always end up
Air traffic
exactly the
controlling is
same
a
way.
perfect example of that.
Okay.
I mean, it is. It's a perfect example
Well, I saw a
of
study
DEI
that
actually
said that it
working.
did end that way. So,
No, no, air traffic controlling is a perfect example of that. And that's why I said I wanted to wait 2.5 years because as stuff is slowly starting to be more and more exposed, this argument's going to show that I was right. But
uh-huh.
air traffic controlling is the
Okay.
first chink in that armor to show
Mm.
that no, it wasn't some racist policy where it was excluding white people just to bring in unqualified black people into it. But we didn't have enough people for air traffic controlling because there were entire groups of people who didn't even know whether or not they could apply for it or they could qualify for it. So DEI was trying to reach out to those groups.
Well,
Blow
just
some one for
once again, I have no problem if they're going to reach out and train people. I don't think people who are generally against DEI have any problem if there's going to be training programs that are going to get people up to those minimum requirements for any job position. I think the problem people have is when you start dipping below the minimum requirements for the job to hire people based on their race just so that you can meet some racial quota. So using the
And
sales, hold on, just using the sales example, right? Like if we have a minimum requirement that every salesman must make 50 sales a week, and you're hiring people who make 25 sales a week just so that you can meet your diversity quota, that's not a good thing.
so there are two things that are happening that were actually happening with DEI. And actually follows what DEI is, not just what could happen or what somebody could do. So there were two things that were actually happening. One was the outreach to try to get people qualified, and two was helping people understand that the thing even existed. So the third thing that Sitch is accusing DEI of doing is not in any of the policies. It's how certain people are taking that information. So if we are perfectly allowed to claim that DEI is doing this thing that's not written in any of the policies, then what he's doing is don't say gay to DEI.
But you don't think there's any place where they've lowered standards just so that they could hire and meet a diversity quota?
I'm sure there's places where they've lowered standards, probably in places where it's not as detrimental if they don't reach a certain standard because they just want people in the job. So, for example, a good example of this is for certain firefighting requirements. Yes, if they're talking about every single person that's running into the building has to carry a 250-pound man down the stairs, sure. But a lot of this was like, hey, we need somebody to like, attach the hose to the hydrant. So we
Right.
don't
No,
need
yeah.
we don't need a bunch of people able to carry 250 pounds down a flight of stairs in order to be a firefighter.
Well,
We also
women
need
don't. They
people.
lowered that requirement so that they could get women in the job, which a lot of
So
people complain
women
about
could.
because they're like, "Look, if I'm 250 pounds and the female truck shows up, I'm gonna die."
Sure, because most people aren't trying to get those people in the position to carry the 250-pound man down the stairs. They're getting him to be like the second or third person holding the hose or the person that's attaching the hose to the fire hydrant. So
Yeah, but
to
that's
change the
just
requirement in order to get someone to do those roles so you can have the 250-pound men carrying a bunch of stuff down the stairs is where
what
you
is
would lower
wrong?
standards.
What is wrong with just having guys be the firemen because they can meet those requirements?
Don't have enough people.
Why is it necessary that we have women firefighters?
Don't have enough people. You genuinely don't have enough
But
people
the
to
diversity
meet that to meet the
the
standard. You don't have
diversity
enough
quotas
people.
are not coming into play because we don't have enough people. The
Yeah, that's
diversity
exactly
quotas are
why the
coming into
diversity quota
play
is coming into
because
play.
people are upset that we don't have enough female firefighters.
I mean, people can be upset about that, but the quotas themselves are in place because we don't have enough people for a lot of
That's
these
not true.
positions.
That's completely not true. So
So
Who
you
would
we
think
need
we
can
have
move
quotas
enough
if
on.
you
people?
didn't have enough people? It doesn't even make sense.
You could,
We had
I
plenty
mean,
before women could. Before
did
women
any of
could
you
become firefighters. We had plenty of firefighters.
wait
So
wait. We had plenty of firefighters at a certain time. Now we don't, which is why like a lot of places that have a lot of fires and stuff are starting to hire
Wait,
prisoners
wait,
to do
wait,
it.
wait. Hold on. There's a difference between someone saying, okay, we have some job. The job is literally not being able to be fulfilled at our current set of standards. We have to lower standards just to get people to fill it. That's
yeah.
very
Yes.
different than saying, well, we have to change the standards in order to get a group of people to show up to the job. That's a completely
Sure,
different thing.
and that's the difference between what the DEI policy is and what other people are saying what DEI is for,
The
which is
DI
the difference
policy
between the
is to
rhetoric.
make sure a
No,
specific group of people shows up at
the
any meeting.
policy is to get more people into the pool. Now you can find as many policies as you want to. Almost every DEI policy is trying to make it suitable to get more people into the pool.
I think the
You
difference
can
between
look
me
it
and
up.
you
You
is
can
that
laugh all you want
No,
to.
but
no, see,
I
but
don't believe it.
here's the difference between me and you is that if you were to be like, well, Sitch, even though the text of the Don't Say Gay bill doesn't exclude, doesn't do all these horrible things, but look, every time it's being implemented and it's being used in schools, they're using it to interpret it negatively and use it in this fashion, and no one's fixing it. Okay. I would say, oh, okay, well, then they should change the law because obviously it's being used wrong, it's being used incorrectly. Where you would say no, because even though DI keeps being used incorrectly, according to you, you keep defending it forever and you'll
Wait,
always defend it forever and double down on defending it
because
forever.
I would argue that more times it's been used, like exceedingly more times, it's been used in a positive way than the way that you're describing it.
Then don't call no, that's bullshit. That's bullshit.
I mean,
Nobody has a problem with saying, hey, that people shouldn't be discriminated when they get hired for a job on the basis of their race or sex or whatever. No one has a problem with that. You don't need to say, oh, well, we need to have some magic quota, or we need to have some sort of special outreach, and we need to have some kind of
no,
special
you do need a
program to
special
accomplish
outreach.
that.
You
Okay.
definitely need a special outreach. And the reason why you need a special outreach is because there's entire groups of people that don't even know that the job exists, let alone trying to qualify for it.
People,
Like factually speaking,
okay, what is a job that people like don't know exists?
air traffic controlling.
Okay, so I'm
They no
supposed to
like
trust a person who doesn't know the concept of an air traffic controller exists to be an air traffic controller.
No, you're supposed to trust that someone that genuinely didn't even like consider it would probably be somebody to reach
I don't
for to
know
be
if I
like,
would
hey,
trust that person, honestly.
no, and wait, because if you don't know that you could qualify for something, or you don't know that like what it takes to get into a field of something, if somebody reached out and said, "Hey, air traffic controlling exists, and it looks like you have a certain skill set that would be good for this job," why is that a problem?
It's hard for me. Now, I'll be honest, I don't know what the exact criteria is for air traffic controller, but it's hard for me to imagine that a person has the educational background and the skill set required to be an air traffic controller, but doesn't even know that they have that skill set whatsoever. That just seems unbelievable to me
So you
whatsoever.
couldn't
Maybe they didn't think that like they cared about the field or whatsoever. They're like, oh, maybe I do care about this, but they would understand that they have the intelligence and the education and the prerequisites to do the fucking job.
because usually, just like what DEI was supposed to do, DEI would find people that would be like maybe showing aptitude in math or something like that, but they're in somewhere where they were already leaning towards going towards a completely different field. And what DEI would say is like, hey, I understand you're going towards that field, but did you know that this actually exists? And you know that these are the requirements for it, and you know that it can pay you this amount of money? That's all DEI does,
If
based on
they're
the
gonna
policy
listen, if you're
itself.
gonna have the air traffic controller booths at the job fair or at the colleges or something, and they're gonna say, "Hey, have you considered a job being an air traffic controller?" I don't have a problem with that. I don't think anyone has a problem with that. Or if they do, they're
All
full
those
of shit.
booths say
Okay,
whites only, Sitch.
that's
You don't
totally
know how
fine.
it works.
That's not what anyone's really talking about.
The it
Have
says
you read the policies?
all new controllers must pass a rigorous FAA Academy training course that meets strict medical and security standards. So there you go. There's the bottom line.
Mm-hmm.
So, but if you pair that with, okay, we need 10 black air traffic controllers and 20 white air traffic controllers and 15 women air traffic controllers, whatever it is, right? And you can't meet, and there are certain people that can't meet that minimum requirement. Obviously, they're going to have to lower those standards. That's what people are worried about in the DEI conversation. It doesn't seem like you don't even perceive that problem existing, DA.
Because that problem is being exposed slowly as bullshit. And the reason why I'm saying that specifically for air traffic controlling is because it's showing that when DEI was taken away, and the response to that was, holy crap, could we get retired air traffic controllers into this position? It was not some sort of uh what was it? Some sort of um thing keeping certain people out by based on race, but because we genuinely didn't have enough people for the job. And then if
Right,
you
right,
look
right,
at the
right.
policy of DEI, it was outreach to get more people into the pool to pick into air traffic control, whether or not they qualified or not.
But the DEI policies are stating that you need to have a certain number, you need to meet a certain quota of
People
black
doing
air
what?
traffic controllers.
There's a DEI policy in air traffic controlling saying you need to meet a quota of black people
Well, that's
in
the whole
air
point of
traffic control.
DEI is to say that you need to meet some sort of criteria.
Is it?
Yeah.
Yes. What do
No,
you
it's
wait?
not.
Let me ask you a
No, it's
question.
not.
Let's say they do this
Diversity
DEI
and include.
policy, okay, to try to get more black people to be air traffic controllers through, I don't know, whatever magical outreach you're saying that they're doing. Okay. And then at the end of the year, how do they make a determination whether that program was successful or not?
The DEI stands literally for diversity, equity, and inclusion.
Mm-hmm.
So it's the
Wait, hold on. Answer
go,
that
go
fucking
ahead.
question. If they do their outreach program, how do they know whether it's successful or not?
Whether or not they have enough people into the job.
Oh, so you're telling me you think that if they say, hey, we need to create a specific program to do outreach to black people to get them to be air traffic controllers, and then next year they have enough air traffic controllers, but they don't have any black air traffic controllers, are going to say, well, I guess our outreach DI program was very successful.
Or they would say, well, I guess we tried and we ended up with enough people, but obviously it wasn't black people.
Okay, I
But
don't
at
believe that
least,
for a fucking
but at least,
second.
they'd say it was an utter failure.
They would say whether it's a failure or not, The idea is outreach.
So when the
The idea is
CEO
not,
of
the
the
idea is
company
not, no, 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 no. The
says
idea
to the
is
lower
not and
middle
has never
management
been.
person
No,
who
no, no.
spent
The
$10
idea
million
has not
of the company's money to do this
for
outreach
outreach.
program, and they
Mhm.
don't hire a single extra black person from it. You think he's like, well, I guess we got the people we needed, so it's okay. We spent
No,
$10 million for no
they would
reason.
find it irrelevant. It's irrelevant whether or not, no, it's irrelevant to whether or not the whole point is to try to get more people in. If they fail to get
Okay,
more people in, that's just a loss they'll have to take.
sure.
But the
I
thing is for outreach.
I'm 100% in favor of this outreach thing that you're talking about. I think most people are. I think the conceptualization of DEI we have is completely different. So if I need 10 black air traffic controllers to meet my quota,
You would not be doing
and
DEI.
what's that? That's not
You would,
DEI?
yeah, you would not be doing DEI if you need 10 black air traffic controllers.
Okay,
That's
so
not
look,
DEI.
if I have in my airport we have 0 black air traffic controllers,
Mhm.
I'm not going to get in trouble for that?
No, because DEI doesn't have like a penalty if like you outreach and then you just don't happen to get
Okay,
people. The whole
okay.
point is just outreach.
Do you agree that the, there's that lawsuit against Harvard that they
Mhm.
were using race incorrectly or legally as admissions? Do you agree that they were doing that?
No, I'm saying that Harvard was affirmative action.
Okay,
Harvard
so you
wasn't
do agree
DEI.
that Harvard was incorrectly using race as some sort of determination to.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah, because they
well,
were
that's
doing
good.
affirmative action. They weren't doing
Sure.
DEI.
Okay.
And I can like again, even if I stand for affirmative action, I can understand the difference between affirmative action and DEI. And I can also see how the dishonesty surrounding DEI actually damaged a lot of fields that you're going to absolutely need. Then that's my point. The lies, the deception, the misinformation surrounding DEI is what's going to make it harder to get people into a lot of fields that we absolutely need.
Have you read? I've
I've
never
read the
looked into
policies.
this airline thing, so I'm interested. Have you read the actual lawsuit?
I've been paying it. Well, which lawsuit?
Okay. The one
Because I've
that
seen
the
I've
one that
seen
came up
dozens of
recently.
it tossed out because they couldn't find enough information to match the
Whichever the
claim.
one is that they tried to do this year, that's still pending.
The one for air traffic controlling?
Yes.
Yeah, no, they right now they still have not really found enough information to bring up the case.
What?
100%.
Why don't? Okay, I don't know if that's true. I
Well,
don't
I
know what
mean,
stage the
and
case is.
again, and
I think they just sued them. I don't know if it's even gone forward yet. So you just have like the complaint.
yeah, we have a complaint, and there's a lot of complaints. Like we have to see
Okay.
how the case fully goes through.
I
But
will
I'm
sure,
arguing
sure.
that the information provided that I've seen so far doesn't
Hmm.
say like you need X amount of black people, you need X amount of
Okay.
Hispanics, you need X amount of white people.
Okay. Well, I'm curious to read his complaint and see what comes of it because I don't
Here's my
know
question.
what direction it's
If you
going at
wait,
the
wait.
moment.
So if this lawsuit goes where I was arguing,
Yeah, if they say that the
are
guy's
you
full of
going
shit
to
and that there is no evidence of this, I'd say, okay, we write on the air traffic controller. I don't know the
so what
validity of
would
the
it
air traffic controller claim.
then I'm gonna give you the same question you asked me when you were talking about Trump. What would
Hmm.
it take for you to say, okay, there is a huge difference between the DEI policy and the rhetoric surrounding DEI? What would have to happen?
If there was no evidence of lowering standards anywhere, I would totally change my position. But there's just
I
So,
don't,
tons of it.
it
but
doesn't matter.
obviously,
Wait, it doesn't matter. If everywhere, if there is this entire rhetoric of DEI, which is amorphous intentionally and a very general term, and
that's re
you look at all these businesses and a huge proportion of them are using them the same way that Harvard got in trouble for using them, then I would say, well, then you should get rid of the term because it's
well,
bringing down people down this pathway.
that second
Even if you
claim
can
hasn't been
find an
proven.
example of it not being utilized in that fashion.
That second claim hasn't been proven widespread. Like so far, the
I
only
think it
proof of it
has,
is in
but
college admission. It hasn't
okay.
really been proven in businesses or
There was
jobs.
a whole article from Bloomberg that everyone shared around, and they were all crowing how amazing it was that
More
the
white people
majority of people
became
being hired weren't white.
well, wait, again, the majority of people being hired was white isn't the same thing as we have a quota of people being in here that are not white. That's
So it's just a coincidence that that
yes.
happened.
Because if
Oh,
you
okay.
outreach and you get
Oh,
people
okay.
to come through that outreach, that's not a
It seems
coincidence.
weird to me. The majority of people in the country are white. You'd expect some kind of, random statistical chance as opposed to like, I forget what the number was, some astronomically low number. They're like, well, the top S&P 500 companies, didn't hire only hired like 10% white people or something. I forget what the exact number was.
Okay, so Sitch, let me ask you something. Say there's a swimming pool and there's 100 people and there's already 80 people into a pool. Okay, and there's 20 people that are outside the pool. Now, out of that 80 people out of the 100 people, 60 of them are white, 10 of them are black. The rest of them are a mix of Hispanic, Asian, whatever else. And out of those 60 people that are already in the pool, 50 of them are white. And then suddenly you start seeing more blacks, Asian, Hispanics in the pool. Does that mean that white people were removed, or does that mean that there were already more than enough white people in that pool, and just now more and more people are in the pool?
Well, there was more than enough whiteys in that pool. We gotta fill it out. Okay.
Or it could just be simply that because
Okay.
that there's more and more jobs available that are paying more and more money, that certain fields are just going to be
Uh-huh.
open to more people.
Okay. Okay. We can move on.
Okay.
Loathsome one for 2 hours says, I do appreciate Dialogue always enthusiasm, but he is misled. Well, there you go. Likes your enthusiasm. Z2 thing for $5 says, Get Out is about an irrational paranoia being brought to its logical conclusion. Unfortunately, mostly, including JP himself, didn't realize that. True.
Okay, but it's
Big
still
Daddy
an example.
Squeezy for $5 says, Dialogue always, you are beautiful and have a voice of an angel, but your political takes are dog shit. We can't all be as perfect as I am. Sorry.
Awesome.
Mike Mills for $5 says, How can anyone claim that Trump cares about right wing violence after he pardoned all the January 6ers? That's fair. I don't know if
That's
Trump
a
really does
good,
care
yeah,
about
you should
right wing
snap
violence.
that
Yeah,
up.
there you go.
Dialogue.
I didn't even know that this was a
Well,
conversation about that. So
that's
until
part of like multiple examples of him
okay.
dismissing or allowing right-wing violence, or not caring, not allowing, but not caring about right-wing violence.
Brian for $5 says, No, you're making arguments based off what you believe his statements secretly mean, which is mind reading.
Okay. I
Steel
don't know
Manning for
how.
$5 says they just revealed that DEIs were cheating on those exams for certification to be air traffic controllers and pilots.
Really?
They
Is that
they
true?
didn't reveal
What is
that.
the debunk on that one?
That's a strong claim there.
Yeah.
I mean, until it reaches the courts and they actually prove it, that's just a claim. And I
Okay.
mean, we can make claims all we want to. It's kind of like the same claim as the hundreds of thousands of overqualified white male air traffic controllers that suddenly disappeared the moment the DEI disappeared too.
I gotta look into this. All the lefties bring up this fucking air traffic controller thing. I've never looked into this. This is like the third time I think we've talked to someone on the left and they bring up this air traffic controller thing. I didn't know this was such a big like thing that everyone always focuses on.
Well, it's the
Right.
first crack in the armor, and it's one
Oh,
of the most obvious ones.
okay. It's a crack. I see. That's why. Sure.
Well,
It took till 2025 to find a crack before.
Well, no. It just took like Trump's in office now. Trump got rid of
Okay.
DEI, so there's no more deep state to hide
Uh-huh.
behind.
Ah, all right. Interesting. Um, let's see. Brian for $20 says, Thank you. Says on the FAA lawsuit, it might be hard to prove that unqualified people were hard. There's evidence to show that they hired non-white applicants explicitly based on race, which is illegal, and why the FAA stopped the practice.
yeah,
Interesting.
I'm not sure that there's some sort of diversity quota. I think the argument is that they want to meet a certain internal diversity quota because they're worried about lawsuits. They're worried about people coming in and saying, "Oh, you haven't hired any black people. You're racist. We're going to sue you."
No, just the last argument for that. It's more along the lines of, hey, let's get more people into this field to learn. And if they start showing the aptitude, then we can get them into the field. So like kind of like how it used to be before we did this whole like everybody goes to college in order to show they have the qualifications for something. Hey, let's bring them in here, have them interact with it, and then if they show aptitude, then we'll move them into the position.
And you do have a lot of these like race grifting attorneys though that would love to sue somebody for love to sue a company for racism. Like obviously
Sure.
that's going to make a bunch of money.
I mean, just grifting attorneys for everything, but that doesn't in any way, shape, or form negate what I just said.
Hmm. Our Hillside in the chat says that Actual Just Worry did a video on this. We'll have to check it out. Lonesome One for $5 says, did this guy really do the leftist stereotype of redefining words in order to fit his ideology and worldview? Uh-oh. He might have lost Lonesome One.
I would love to know what word I redefined, but
What word,
it's fine.
Lonesome? What word did he redefine? Still Manning for $5 says, example of not cherry picking despite. Oh, come on, Mike. Bryce for $5 says, cherry picking means you bring up only the evidence to support your argument while ignoring the ones that disprove your argument.
In a debate, that's exactly. But again, go ahead.
R worded for $2 accuses you of arguing like a woman.
Oh,
Okay.
okay.
And
A
Unless
very
Cat for
ugly
2
woman.
says,
Okay.
Dialogue always admits he cherry picks everything he argues.
In a debate, yes, you argue the things that support your argument.
Alex Wright for $5 says, dialogue always has a point when he talks about the gaslighting surrounding Trump's campaign, like people saying Trump didn't run on mass deportations. Yeah, it's weird because I remember talking about this. He ran. Trump very clearly ran on mass deportations, but some people, even still, they will like only interpret his words as like, well, he's only talking about the criminals. So I don't know. It's like one of those. He'll say things and people just interpret them however they want
Well,
to, which is
because a
happens to
lot of
everyone.
that happens with everything.
Yeah.
Trump speak is just the amount of times people heard Trump say something and then reinterpreted to some softer thing is absolutely
Mhm.
hilarious to see that no, it was the crazy stuff you actually meant.
Lonesome One says that you redefine cherry picking and DEI.
Okay, well, DEI is a concept and the policies are matching what I'm saying, so I'm not redefining that. But cherry picking in a debate is, yes, I am cherry picking
Okay.
because it's a debate.
Cameraman 52 for $5 says Trump said on Hortman's assassination that those involved should be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law and such horrific violence won't be tolerated.
After he said he didn't know who that was, and my argument was whether or not the flag should be half-mast. I'm talking about his aggression towards it, not just whether or not he said one or two statements.
What are the specific policies that you're talking about that you've read? Because I obviously there was probably a time when there was lots of discrimination based on race, and attorneys came in and sued those companies, and those companies changed their evil ways.
Wait, are you saying like what discriminatory policies am I saying exist right now? Are you
Well,
asking me that?
you keep saying you have read the policies and therefore you know this is the proper way to conceptualize DEI. DEI is the policies are just you have to outreach to certain communities and see
Yeah,
if
to
you
make
can
it
get
yeah, to
to
make it more
see if
to
you
make it
can
more
get
comfortable to get
applicants. Yeah,
different races, creeds, everything else into like
right.
actual outreach instead of just saying, hey, this place is open to everybody. Actually reach out to places and groups that
So
just previously you wouldn't
So
reach
the
out to.
DEI policy, they'll go to they'll go to an airport that has air traffic controllers and say you are by law required to run some sort of outreach program to various communities.
Well, DEI is not law. It would say like, hey, here's a policy that would want you to reach more and more out for different
Okay,
groups in order to get into air traffic controlling that we didn't do before.
okay. So the policy that you're reading is some sort of internal policy with some company.
With most companies. Yeah. I mean, I'm
Okay,
pretty sure you could find like one company somewhere that's like quota black people because everything has somebody doing something stupid.
but
But no, the DEI outreach is that what it is.
my conceptualization, look, this could be completely wrong, but my conceptualization is really coming from Thomas Sowell, who Thomas Sowell says these companies they're worried about lawsuits from outs from attorneys that are going to say you're being racist. So they need to hire enough people. So they're imposing a quota on themselves so they can avoid these lawsuits. So if an attorney comes in and says, um, you didn't hire my applicant because you're a racist. My applicant is black and they meet all the requirements. They can say, oh, of course, we're not racist. Look, we have 10 black people that work here. So we hire black people all the time.
Yeah, because Thomas Sowell's making an unfalsifiable presupposition. So he's saying like the reason why they're doing it is X, which I don't even know how you can even falsify that.
Well, look, you got to admit, if someone is denied a job and they're black and they come up with an attorney and the attorney says, we're suing you because we think you discriminated based on race against my client. If the company has 0 black people working there, they're going to be in a much worse position than if they have 20 black people, or if half the company is black. That lawsuit's going to seem frivolous, right?
I mean, well, first off, the requirements of even proving that someone wasn't hired because of race is extremely high.
Yeah, but
Like
just the cost of litigation is very high. So they want to avoid
well,
that
I'm
litigation altogether.
I'm saying this hypothetical is not really a thing because of so much stuff that would have to happen in order to even bring that. I mean, people can bring slap suits for any excuse or any reason, but in order to get an actual case to show racism is the reason why you weren't hired requires an exceptional amount of proof.
Thomas Sowell will say, though, if your company has 0 black people working there, you'll get these lawsuits like every day of the week. These lawsuits will be coming in on a regular basis. So
Sure, but
that's where I'm getting my conceptualization from.
I can't argue Thomas Sowell says. What is the
Right.
reality? And the reality is the amount of proof that you would have to have in order to even bring that. Well, no, you could bring the case up for anyway, but in order for you to even have a case is well beyond how many black people are inside of a certain job.
Have you read Thomas Sowell? He usually backs up his arguments with a bunch of cases. He's like, yeah, this case, that case, this case. I don't have them obviously at my disposal. I'm not Thomas Sowell, but
Sure, I cannot say I've read a full book of him. I've
oh,
read
okay.
excerpts. I've read more of the counters to Thomas Sowell than I have Thomas Sowell himself, because a
Oh,
lot of
okay.
his arguments are presuppositions, so it's hard to even debate like something that he feels. But yeah, it's
Discrimination and Disparities is the book that I read. It came out in 2018. That's the book
yeah,
where he makes these arguments.
yeah, and again, I'd have to. I haven't read that.
He also
So
makes these arguments in his book about the housing crash, where he talks about how banks had to make loans to people who couldn't pay them back.
sure, and he ignored the whole other side of that argument. But I mean, that's a presupposition. You can make that argument, and if you want to believe it, you can believe it. But like, there's more evidence of house flipping, overvaluation, um, sitting on something, taking out extra mortgages on homes, overvaluing the home based on those mortgages, than ever would be having minorities have access to loans. But again, when your argument is only based on one thing, what challenge do you have?
Brian for $50 says, as for the FAA cheating, Shelton Snow, a leader in the NBCA FAE, is alleged to have provided minority candidates with advanced access to air traffic controller entry exam answers while excluding white candidates in order to minimize competition.
Sure, is that DEI or is that somebody doing something stupid? I just want to make sure to understand that. How you conceptualize it. Do you see
Well, I
that
say
as
that someone
DEI
doing
or do you see
something's racist, and I would
yeah,
assume that they would say
racist and
that they are
stupid?
doing it in the name of DEI or something to that effect. Yeah,
I don't know what in the name of DEI is
I
supposed
think
to
you know
mean.
what that means.
No, no.
Okay, you
I'm
don't
not
know what
gonna
that means.
I'm not gonna sit here and pretend like
All
again,
right.
and you wouldn't accept it if I did like in the name of for almost anything else. You would call that extremely dishonest.
Can you just
No,
lay out our conceptualization of DEI? I feel like I can lay out yours pretty easily. I feel like I have a couple times already.
Sure, your conceptualization of DEI is regardless of what DEI says in the policies, it is some sort of quota in order to bring underqualified minorities into something based off of a quota system.
Not really underqualified. Like obviously they're going to have to take underqualified applicants if they don't have enough qualified applicants to meet whatever requirement they have. If you want 10 black air traffic controllers and you've only got 8 qualified applicants, you're going to have to hire 2 unqualified applicants to meet your 10 air traffic controller goal,
And,
right?
and do what with them? Do you take the unqualified person and immediately put them behind a computer to watch a plane, or do you take an underqualified applicant and work with them until they get qualified to be able to get
Well,
behind a computer and watch the plane?
this is people's problem, right? Because if I can hire a white applicant or an Asian applicant or a Latino applicant that's going to be ready on day one, why do I have to hire the underqualified applicant and train them for 6 months? Like, why can't I just hire the qualified applicant? What is the point of that?
If that hypothetical existed, you'd have an argument. But the argument is we don't have any of those people. So we're
No,
trying to
that's not the
outreach.
argument.
That
No.
is the argument. There's not enough people qualified to do the job.
First of all, I was asking you to label to tell us our conceptualization of DEI. And in our conceptualization of DEI, there could be enough qualified applicants and there may not be enough qualified applicants. So in the situation where you don't have enough qualified applicants, you're obviously hiring underqualified applicants. You're responding by saying, well, you can just train them up. And I'm saying, well, why do you have to hire them at all? I guess you're saying you don't have to hire them at all.
No, I am saying what DEI is, and I've said this multiple times.
For you, what DEI is, but what I'm asking
No,
you,
it's
what
not
is
for
what is DEI to us?
A quota system.
Okay.
Multiple times you've said it was a quota system, and multiple times you're even using examples of somebody doing something ridiculously outside of the purview of DEI as an example of how DEI is bad.
Right,
Well,
but you
let
go
me
ahead,
ask.
Sitch.
Okay.
Maybe I'm not being clear.
Well, no. So here, this is what the accusation is for the lawsuit, the FAA lawsuit. Okay. Michael Pearson's, the lead lawyer in the class action lawsuit against the FAA, says that 1,000 qualified air traffic control trainees were rejected in 2013 by the agency because of the sudden implementation of DEI hiring targets, leading to the present day nationwide shortage of air traffic controllers. Pearson, a former air traffic controller in training himself, explained that his clients completed all of their training at FAA approved facilities and then went into a direct hiring pool for controllers, that this was the standard practice at the time. He said that within months of finishing their training, the FAA informed them that they would need to pass a new biographical assessment that he claimed awarded extra points to people with no aviation experience. Pearson asserts that the FAA basically decided the students were too white and the schools were too elite. So in 2013, they knocked them off the preferred hiring list they had trained and worked hard to get onto, all because of their race.
The
So if that turns out to be true,
but that's the
that
thing,
there was a biological assessment that awarded people extra points on the basis of the race, would you agree that that would be like that's a bad thing, or are you just saying that you don't think that actually happened?
Both. I'm saying one, it is a bad thing, but two, it's not what happened.
Okay.
Like it's
well,
a
they
bad
stopped
thing.
doing it, so there's obviously some problem, right? In 2019, they stopped doing this thing.
In 2019, they stopped doing DEI, or they stopped
this biographical question.
Sure, they got rid of the biographical question, but the biographical question isn't what prevented the 1,000 people. Like that, that second part of that argument, the 1,000 people that were removed, he has not provided enough evidence for that. Now the court case has to go through, and when he does provide the evidence of that, then yeah, sure, but that's not what DEI was. So it would show that the FAA was going against what the policy said.
Well, he's claiming that
some secondary thing.
He's making a fact claim because he's claiming that he got the top possible score on the air traffic control selection test, and that he would have been admitted, but then he failed this biological or biographical questionnaire test. So if that's true, that would be a strong piece of evidence that actually that was doing this and creating some sort of racial quota?
Not really, because again, no, it wouldn't, because it would, one, have to show what he failed doing. Because it's like so it depends on if he looked at the biographical test and it shows, which was the argument that I can't remember who that prosecutor is, but if the argument is that when he took that second half of the test, he just in some sort of what do they call it? In some sort of way of trying to like make a statement, he went out of his way to fail that portion of it, then that would go against him in the sense that
you think he intentionally was like, I don't want this job,
No, not I don't want this job, but I'm making a statement, which is Which is now
Okay.
again, that
I don't know
can't
why
be
you wouldn't do
proven. We
that
have
in
to get to that case,
2013. After spending
and
all this time doing this trading, that doesn't make a
we'd
lot of
have to
sense
get
to
more
me.
information. That's what I'm saying. We have to get more
Well,
information on it.
supposedly part of the lawsuit was that there was a analysis done by the FAA that was looking into African American applicants, and they said that there was only like 5% of applicants were African American. And so
Mhm.
after they did that study, the response to that was this biographical questionnaire. So obviously, if that's true, that's a true claim, that would show that that biographical questionnaire was created because of that information.
If
Okay.
Yeah, they wanted to hire the black applicants and they needed to figure out who they were. Hey,
Right.
so you made the argument that the reason why they were doing the DEI is because they didn't have enough qualified applicants.
yes,
If this case turns out to be true, that 1,000 qualified applicants were turned away and now there's a shortage because uh, they wanted to hire applicants that weren't white. Wouldn't that be evidence that your conceptualization of DEI is completely wrong?
it would be evident. Now, in my argument, it would be evidence that they failed what the policy actually said to do. They did something outside of the purview of the
Well,
policy.
It's like the true communism's never been tried.
Nope,
Well,
nope, it's
look,
not true communism because there is an actual policy you can look up that does not
Okay.
say for them to do that. No,
You
no, no,
said they
don't do
had
that.
to.
Don't, no,
You
no, no,
said
no,
they
because you're
had to
doing
What
do
is
outreach.
what is the
you're doing the no
policy?
true.
Send me the policy. What is the policy?
Sure,
That you have it? Like the text of it? Can I look at this?
sure.
Okay.
But you did say that the whole purpose of DEI was to expand the applicant pool because they didn't have enough applicants. And this case just flies in the face of that. They're like, look, we've got 1,000 applicants, but they're too damn white.
Mm-hmm. It's my understanding of the way that a lot of this happens, and a lot of this was done during the Obama administration, was they signaled to a lot of colleges and a lot of businesses like, hey, we're gonna go after you for Title VII violations, because we feel that based on the outcome that there's some sort of discrimination going on here. That's my understanding of at least
And
the claim of what's going on in these situations.
that's why I have to, because again, he got rid of the one. I have to actually find the one that doesn't have criticism written into it.
Okay, well,
So yeah, it's good. Give
I'll
me a second.
unblock you and you can send it to me on X whenever you find
Look
it.
at this. You guys are
Look at
getting
this.
along now. I love this.
Okay.
I mean,
Let's
That's what
continue.
again,
that's
like I
what I
said,
realize.
We gotta
I wanted
get
to
through.
have this conversation in about 2.5 years because then I can
Okay.
have far more of a substantial argument than right now.
Look, you can come back if you want to stack up your evidence.
Yeah.
Just
Sure.
share
Of course.
just
You can
share
always
the
come
evidence.
back. Yeah. Oh, that comment that Trump made about the Horton assassination, that was made right after the assassination. That wasn't made later when they asked him why they didn't put the flag down.
Sure,
To
but
which
I'm
he
saying
first said he didn't know who that was, and then when he, I guess, remembered who that was, then said, "Well, I would have lowered the flag had the mayor asked me or the governor of the state asked me to do it." So
yeah, and I'm saying the first thing was he didn't know who that was. That was my argument. Was that his first statement was he doesn't know who
he
that
didn't, yeah, he
was,
didn't
and then
remember who the person's name was. Sure.
the second statement was, oh yeah, well we did have, which I can't say whether or not he would have done something. I'm not going to make an argument of what he would have and wouldn't have done. I'm
Okay.
saying what he did.
I think he
Q
would have pulled the trigger himself if he was there.
probably. Qbit Moderate for 50p says nothing from what Sitch read specified violence. Yes. MQT One Wheel for Tour says Charlie Kirk was killed on 9/10. The half mast was for 9/11.
Oh wow.
Well, I mean, again, if he had said it was for 9/11, we wouldn't have made the statement. But he actually, well, he released a press release talking about the half mast is also for Charlie Kirk's death.
Okay. Yeah, I don't remember. But I wouldn't be surprised. Our Hilt Hurt, hey, for $5 says if Dialogue always can mind read so well, tell us the real reason why Adam hates Mpreg and why Sitch role plays as Chrysler.
Yeah, look, I'll think really hard why I hate Mpreg.
What is impreg?
Male pregnancy.
Oh,
Okay,
yeah,
are you
'cause
getting
it's
it?
stupid. Yeah, it's stupid. Probably because it's stupid.
Well, it is
That's
stupid.
Adams. It's because Adams
But I
is
was
a
thinking it's
homophobe.
disgusting.
He hates the gays. Afro Fry Cook for $20 says, so what key performance indicators would be used to determine if DEI programs were successfully implemented? Wouldn't diversity percentages be a metric? If it is, then you'd have to unofficially at least have quotas.
That's
That's what I'm saying.
That's a presupposition that's not true. I mean, like that's the only thing I could say is like that second half of that statement is is you creating a what is it called when you try to find an ending to something that's not there? I can't remember what the word is.
I don't know.
But like
Ending?
when you
No.
try to put two things together that aren't exactly there. Because if you fail at it, you fail at it. But the whole point is the outreach in general.
No, but the point what they're asking is the same thing that I said is what possible key performance indicator could exist other than some kind of quota or diversity percentage?
Yeah, how do you know if you're successful?
Now I'm gonna keep arguing this, and you guys might not believe me, but whether or not you're successful is irrelevant to whether or not you should try.
No, but that's not what we're saying.
But that's well, no,
That has
you're
nothing to do with what we're
you're,
saying.
you're
Yeah,
adding
I
no,
said
you're
many
adding,
times I think you should try.
wait,
I just don't think you should
saying
lower
is,
standards.
what I'm saying is, it's the same as like trying to think of how to best explain this.
You're saying it's not what the reason it's being brought up is that you said it's not a quota, and then I and Afro Frykik both said, but you have to use a quota to determine whether it's even successful or not.
Yeah, because it's not, and again, then this might be a reason why you say to not do it or anything, but that's because DEI is not really dealing with the measure of success. They're dealing with to try to do it. We need more people. Let's try to reach out to these people and see if we can even
Well,
get anybody
okay,
in.
even the
So
the
like there is no
pragmatic
measure of
reality of the
success.
situation is that if a business or organization is going to spend the money on some kind of DEI program, they need to justify to the upper management, to the shareholders, to whomever investors, the spending of that money. They need to show results for that. And how could you possibly show results for some sort of DEI program that is not in the form of a quota?
And again, that is a what is it? I cannot remember the word, but that is a requirement that's not what DEI is for. So DEI is spend the money because there's a possibility this might come in. It's not spend the money because this will succeed. Spend the money because there's a possibility. Like there's an entire group of people that we haven't even reached out for. Reach out for these people. If it fails, it fails. If it doesn't, it doesn't. That's what DEI is. It's
Okay.
not, hey, let's get this many people in here. And
Okay.
well, we didn't get this many people in here. And we
I
failed.
just don't think that's going to fly for most companies. But Radagas for 18 months says, can you ask Alec always to condemn black nationalism?
I condemn black nationalism.
There you go.
Look at that.
Mike.
I already
Mike
said
Mills.
Tariq Nasheed was an asshole. What makes you think I would like black nationalism?
feel like people
I
could be
never
black
thought you were a
nationalists
black
without
nationalist either. So
not liking Tariq Nasheed, but Mike Mills for $5 says, why don't we don't even have to look at Nick Fuentes? Kanye himself was radical at the time. Yeah, to me, that really strikes me as Trump just being retarded. Because you would think, like, okay, Kanye West just went on Alex Jones and talked about how much he loves Hitler. You really think that guy is gonna like do outreach for you, for the black community in your next election?
Trump doesn't care. He's like,
What's
look,
happening?
if the black community loves Hitler, you guys knock yourself out. How about you show up and vote for me?
Yeah, I don't know. This makes
Which
sense.
again, Trump doesn't care. The only thing he cares about is left-wing violence.
Lonesome. Yeah, I think I went back and I read your $20 super chat, Lonesome. The Wooster for $5 says, not that deep, bro. Trump is based in saving the country from ruin. Nick and Tucker are Fed ops to take Trump down, and Ye is a schizo.
I'm not as concerned about the Nick Fuentes. I understand why. I'm not concerned because what I'm worried about is a bunch of white supremacists going mainstream and taking over the country, which I don't think is going to happen. I know why the Republicans are concerned, because this is completely ruining their brand. They've worked very hard to make their brand move away from the racist stereotype. And obviously, I mean, I'm sure you saw the New York Times article on Nick Fuentes today, Sitch, which just like completely the left wants to make it as if Nick Fuentes is the average Republican. So
Right.
yeah.
No, no.
No.
The
You
left
don't
want to
think
make
so?
it as no. The left want to make it as the right will use people like Nick Fuentes to their own benefit, and they won't kick them out because they see that well, it's just like wait. The left is making the same argument or that the right said about the left dealing with radical leftists. As in, they're going to keep them at arm's length because they still need them when it comes to getting stuff done.
Well, I think they think both those things. I mean, those could both be true. So
You don't think most people on the left think Republicans are racist? Well, on the far left, definitely. Maybe not on the center left. On the center left,
Well,
they're probably more reasonable, but
well, of course, the far left. Well, just like the far right thinks that every single leftist wants to
is
bring
a
in the
communist.
entire third world to remove white people.
Of
Why do you think
course.
Buffalo or Dylan Roof happened?
Of
But we
course,
don't
yeah.
determine an entire side based on what the radicals think. Which is what I think is going to be shown by the end of Trump's presidency to not determine a side based on their radicals.
The counter argument that I would make is I don't know if you read the New York Times piece, but it is obviously the New York Times. So the New York Times theoretically is catering to the moderate center left crowd. They, in that article, are making the argument that they said, I think they said 30 to 40% of the under 30 staffers in Washington, D.C. are, in fact, white nationalists. So that's a huge portion of the Republican Party that's racist.
I mean, there's a certain number of released emails that can argue towards that, but
I think
I
that's what they
mean,
were pointing to make that
yeah.
point.
I mean, like, I don't know. I don't know what, and again, that's why I say probably 2 years of Trump presidency would have a better argument for this. But I think getting to the point of the moment the right saw Trump win and the moment the right has full control of over all houses and the Supreme Court, they are far more open to the opinions and ideas of the radicals, which is what the left was.
It's
Obviously, the real question is why did the New York Times try to make him look hot in the picture? What was going on with that? That's
Was
what
it
everyone on
wait,
X
now
wants
I
to
haven't
know.
seen this article. Was this article written by I can't remember that woman's
It was
name.
Michelle
Michelle
Goldberg.
Goldberg.
Michelle Goldman. Yeah, because she has a history of making that same argument. Now, is that in the opinion section or is that in the New York
It's
Times?
an opinion.
Okay. Well, yeah, that's the whole point of the opinion section is to bring in an inflammatory opinion, and Michelle Goldberg's known for claiming that. So I'm pretty sure I don't know, I'm not in the New York Times office, but I'm pretty sure the entire New York Times doesn't completely agree with that perception.
Eagle Shocks for $5 says, did I travel back to 2017? Do people like Dialogue always desperately hold on to some gotcha that was debunked immediately after the story came out? Rent free.
No, like I said from the beginning, Trump's presidency is proving that a lot of the things said about Trump was actually true. And I agree with, like I said from the very beginning, I agree with Steven Crowder when Steven Crowder said the people that were wrong were the Trump speakers who kept trying to present Trump as somebody that he wasn't.
Grawl for 22 months. Thank you. Says Dialogue always thinks recommendations from people who trust who know I can do the job is the same thing as nepotism hire because they're the CEO's son.
I said nepotism and networking. That would be the networking side of that.
Joe the Make for 43 months says most companies try to promote or hire internally because of reduced hiring training costs and know the quality of labor. DA, you're plainly lying.
Oof. Look at that.
No, that's not a lie. That's literally saying like that's not okay. So what I said DEI was expanding that pool in order to get more people inside. So when that hey, you're in this job, you show aptitude, we're moving you up happens, there's a bigger pool of people to pull from to do that. Whereas meritocracy or the argument for meritocracy would be finding people already qualified and whoever shows the most qualifications on the outside would be brought in.
Why
I
do they
think
need
is
to
not
open
a
the
thing,
pool if they already have enough qualified applicants?
because they don't have enough qualified applicants.
Well,
Well, then when
if they
naturally
already have enough qualified applicants, why do
Can
they
you give me an
need
example of a
DEI?
field that has enough qualified applicants?
Well, according to the lawsuit, the air traffic controllers turned away 1,000 qualified applicants, which
And we'll see how that claim ends.
yeah, but
Let's
let's
see how
just
that
say
claim
let's
turns
just
out. It's a
look.
lawsuit.
The question is a hypothetical. Hypothetically, the company has enough qualified applicants. Can they stop doing the outreach, the DEI outreach, as long as they have enough qualified applicants, or are they still required to do it?
Probably, I mean, I don't know what you would see as enough qualified applicants, because for me, enough qualified applicants would mean having an excess of qualified applicants.
Okay, well, let's say they
So it
have
make the
10
maybe
times the applicants that they need.
that would still, to me, not be enough. No, because you need the
Okay,
pool as big
let's
as
say they
possible.
have.
That's
Let's
my
say they
argument.
have 100 times. Let's say they have 1,000 times.
Is there
1,000 times the necessary qualified applicants.
is there
This job is like a
100,000 times more
dishwasher.
people?
What's that?
Is there 100,000 times more people? Because you would reach out to 100,000 times more people.
All right.
I don't know why this is a bad
it
concept for you.
seems like you're dodging the question just a little bit.
Well, because you're doing if there was enough water in the Sahara Desert, would people die of dehydration? Well, yes, if there's enough water in the Sahara Desert, then people probably wouldn't die of dehydration. But it's a
They might.
hypothetical based off of something that isn't the reality.
Well, but I'm only making the hypothetical because you're saying that the only reason DEI exists is because there's not enough qualified applicants. And I don't believe that's the case. I think DEI exists because they want diversity and inclusion in every business because they think these businesses are being racist. They think they're turning away qualified black applicants because they hate black people and they're racist motherfuckers. That's what they think.
The exact argument being made was that there are multiple fields in the United States that do not have enough black people. Now, whether or not you believe this is irrelevant. There's not enough minorities. I can't just say black people. There's not enough minorities in multiple positions because these positions were at one time exclusively white. That does not mean that now they're saying like whites only in the position, but they're saying since many of these positions were exclusively white, multiple minorities didn't even know to apply or to go for it. So DEI is saying, instead of just putting hey, we're going to hire black people and just slap that sign on the front of your building, actively reach out, seek out these people, get them trained and get them in the position, because we are losing or do not have enough people for these positions.
Right. So we fundamentally have differences of opinion on why DEI exists. You think DEI exists because there's not enough people working at the place. They need more qualified applicants. And I think
qualified applicants.
And I think DEI exists because activists believe that the companies are racist, and the only way to prove that they're not racist is by hiring other minorities. So those are two completely different reasons for DEI to exist. So, but anyway, we can move on.
Adam, you're confused. Okay.
I'm
confused.
I'm often
because
confused.
when you have a policy that's literally called diversity, equity, and inclusion,
right,
obviously the goal is not diversity, equity, and inclusion. No,
it's
the goal
expanding
is
expanding
the job pool because we need strong businesses in America.
Do you think that's a
more
do you
qualified
think inclusion
applicants?
is do you think inclusion is contradictory to expanding a pool?
Do you understand that Adam is saying that the intention of it is this diversity perspective, and you were saying that the intention of it is just because
we need more people.
Need more people. We just need to increase the job. We need to have a stronger businesses in America. Okay.
Hence why I brought up having 1 million times the applicants needed.
Yes.
Or the reason why it's 3 words, diversity, equity, and inclusion, is to include more people. You need to create an equitable situation that would bring more diverse people into the pool.
Why?
Because why do we need diverse people? Why does it have to be diverse?
Of only one group.
Oh, I don't know. I think then they should rebrand because DEI is not the branding is bad. They should just call it like
Expanding
no,
the opportunity.
no. They should rebrand it as like
Backup
making American
employees.
businesses stronger. That's what they
I
should
mean,
do.
whatever brand you want
That's
to
what
make
we
it
should
out to
do.
be to feel more comfortable about what you think it is, that's what it
Well, no,
is
that's what you think it is. Okay.
Yeah, we think
based
it's
off the
something completely
policies
different.
themselves.
This is the defund the police thing. Well, the word doesn't mean what it means. It
Wouldn't
means something else entirely. I'm like,
wouldn't
Well,
this
when you, well,
also
wait, wait,
drive
wait.
down wages if you had all of these extra qualified applicants that weren't
So
actually necessary?
are you ignoring that there was actually an argument between what defund the police means between the people that agreed with defund the
Oh
police?
no, oh, no.
No, no.
no,
Are you
defund the
ignoring
police
that
meant
argument
something
between the
very clearly within the realms of defunding the police, and a bunch of dishonest people were like, no, actually, it just means this thing that's totally innocuous and doesn't really mean to defund the police.
This seems consistent with you, Sitch.
Oh, okay.
Why is it every single time that there is
Consistent.
a leftist argument, the only
Mm.
argument that's not dishonest is the most over the top interpretation you can find?
Because the people that started the defund the police movement were very clear what they meant by the defund the police movement.
What was who was the person that started the Defend the Police movement? What was their name?
I'll go try to find it for you if you want.
I would love for you to do it, please.
Okay. This is so silly.
It is because
It
I'm
is.
like
You're
I said, it's
literally
a
saying
pattern
that
with you.
the people that are
It's a
promoting
pattern with
DI
you.
don't care about diversity.
Yeah,
That's
I
not the
know.
goal.
No, no,
The
no.
goal isn't
Wait. I
diversity.
clearly gave you what DEI meant.
You said that it's not about diversity. It's just
No, no,
we
no.
just
I
need to help.
said
There's all these poor businesses in America, and they just don't have enough people. We need to increase the labor force.
I don't know if your brain shut off when I said what each
Increasing the
word
labor
meant in
force.
We gotta
diversity,
increase the
equity, and
labor
inclusion.
force.
I don't. Did you ignore what I said when I said like what diversity, equity, and inclusion means? And I like what I
You said
clearly wrote
that the
out or
intention
said
of the
out.
programs was to increase the labor force for these businesses because there's just not enough people in these jobs. That's what you said several times in this
To
conversation.
increase the pool,
Yes.
Yes.
But you
not just
said
the
it
labor
wasn't for,
force,
wait, but you
not
said
just
it
the
was
labor
not for
force,
the
the
purposes.
pool.
You
To
said,
expand the
you
pool.
said that the intention for expanding the pool had nothing to do with trying to increase diversity. You said it was to just because there wasn't enough people to do the job.
I Before I said that, I
Uh-huh.
initially pointed out where discrimination, previous forms of discrimination, led to an entire pool of people that they didn't have access to.
Oh,
So to reach to that
uh-huh.
diverse pool of people, did you not hear me when I
Yeah,
was
but
So
what
what
if,
you're
and
saying,
I keep
okay,
asking you, what if they don't need that pool? What if they already have enough qualified applicants?
If they don't, then they don't. But in this particular case, and in multiple particular cases, they do need to expand that pool.
Oh, okay.
Mhm. Okay.
I mean, I need you to provide me an example of a full pool of people that diversity, equity, inclusion has been brought
Well, there's
into. What field?
1,000 white air traffic controllers that joined a class action lawsuit,
You got to wait for
right?
that lawsuit to end to even
I
show
mean,
if
that's
that's
a
true or
lot of
not.
air traffic controllers. How many fucking flights are there in America each day?
Thousands, literally thousands.
Well, I'm assuming that at one air traffic controller doesn't do one flight a day. They probably do like 40, 50. They're probably
Adam,
doing 10 an hour.
how many airports do you think exist, Adam?
I'm going to guess 10,000.
Okay, so I mean, incredibly arbitrary number, but
I mean,
say there's
I'm saying 10,000 in America. This international, I don't know. It's probably higher internationally. Let's see how close I got, gang. How many airports are in America?
19,000 airports.
19.
So there are 19,000 airports.
19.
Right?
What did I say?
10,000.
Okay.
So there's 19,000 airports in the United States. Okay.
Okay.
Each airport does how many planes a day, would you say?
I only missed it by 50%. I'm not sure, but let's continue to read super chat, Sitch. I don't know what you're reading.
Oh, I was trying to find there's a video, I have to see it, from the people that started the defund the police tag, the Black Visions Collective, and it's titled "We Need to Abolish the Police." So I'm just trying to see what they mean by that. Maybe abolish means something different than than what I think it means, and what every natural, normal person thinks it means. Maybe it means something nice. Okay. Maybe it doesn't mean what we all think it means.
There's 14,000 air traffic controllers in the United States. So 1,000 air traffic controllers is quite a few. Right now they have a shortage of 3,000 though.
Did you keep reading that AI, Sitch?
I had the
Did you
video.
get to that part?
I'm looking at
Did
the
you
video.
get to the
I'm
part
reading
where
the
it said that it
caption.
was
I don't
mostly
trust what AI
victim?
tells me. 'Cause
But
that'd
no,
be silly.
did you read the part where they said even though a lot of it's contributed to the Black acting movement, they don't really know who started it, but the argument was mostly to divest? Did you read that part,
Oh,
or did
so
you
when
just
a
blow
bunch of
past it?
extremists
Did you blow past
push,
it?
wait, hold on. Okay. Let's hold on a second. So when a bunch of extremists push something, and then a bunch of fucking retards then, for some bizarre reason, pick up the slogan and say, well, actually, let's try to soften it for some reason. Maybe because we know that the extremists are going to keep saying the slogan no matter what, so we have to run a bunch of interference for them. Does that sound like a good idea to you, or should they just ditch the fucking slogan?
That's a completely different argument. I'm pretty
No,
sure
it's not,
No,
because that's
it really
exactly what
is.
fucking happened.
It
The
really is
same thing
because
that
you could do
happened.
that with
Now, are you
anything.
going to tell me that from the river to the sea doesn't mean what we all think it means, actually? It just means that we want Palestinians to have equal rights in Israel? Is that what you're going to tell me now?
One, it depends on who says it.
So you
Definitely
understand
depends
it's
on
the
who says it.
same, wait, you understand it's the same thing.
No,
There's people who have a very extreme view who say something that's crystal fucking clear based on the words that they use, what they mean, and a bunch of people go, oh shit, the other side's going to use this against us. We need to soften it. We have to make up a bunch of bullshit about how that doesn't actually mean what it means.
do you think every person that says great replacement theory thought the same thing that the person that shot everybody in Buffalo thought?
I think most people that say it believe that. Yeah.
Oh, you
What do you
do?
mean?
Okay.
They believe that there are non-white people being brought into the country to replace white people.
So then Fox News believes that they're bringing non-white people into the country to
I
replace white
guess if
people.
they said that, yeah. I don't know the clip you're talking about. Or they could be
Tucker
doing the exact
Carlson,
same thing that I just said. That they're
or
just
the,
fucking carrying water for a horrific, stupid fucking phrase because they're dumb fuck partisan hacks. Why would I defend that?
I didn't
I
ask you to
look, I'm
defend it. I'm
being
just trying
completely
to.
consistent.
No,
Are
that's
you
fine.
saying that the great
That's fine.
replacement
I'm
people
just
on
saying
Fox
you can.
News are just confused? They're just saying it in a completely innocent way.
No, I'm saying that there's multiple different. It
Well,
genuinely
who's
depends on
right?
who's saying it and why.
Who then should they hold on? Should Fox News, even if they mean the phrase in some completely milquetoast way, should they continue using it? Or should they say, you know what, the phrase doesn't really mean that, or it meant something much worse when it was started? We should use a different phrase.
I think each person that uses the phrase has the right to interpret it the way
Should
they want to
Fox
interpret it.
News use the phrase great replacement theory?
Yes.
Okay, well, I guess we disagree, but
Because
that's
I
fine.
honestly believe that each person has a right to define something the way they want to define it.
That's
They don't have
fucking
the
stupid.
no, I do not believe in the
I'm going to
idea that
redefine
radicals
the words violent to
I do
mean
not
people
believe
disagreeing with me. Why are
I
you
do not
being so
believe
violent to
that
me right
radicals get
now?
to dictate what something means.
Why are you being
And I
so
don't
violent to me
believe that
right
you
now?
should throw something out every time a
Why
radical
are you
tries
being
to
so
use it a
violent to
certain
me
way.
right now in this conversation? I don't get it.
I mean, if you want to do that, that's what you want to do.
Okay. Why are you
Like
you're being so incredibly violent? This is dangerous. We need to get the police involved
I
because
don't think
Doug always
radicals
is being so violent to me right now.
I don't think radicals should dictate what I mean.
Okay.
I don't.
Just the people
In
that come
any
up with
shape or
the
form.
entire phrase and the ones
No
Did you
pushing
read
it
the
and then a
rest of
bunch
that?
of people
Did you
defend
read
it.
the rest of that?
Okay.
Because if you read the rest of that, it shows that they weren't the ones that came up with it. They were the ones credited for it.
Well,
Because those were the
well
ones that
then
people responded to. No. So you're basically saying all the radical has to do is say something. And since
okay.
the radical says it, now it means that thing.
It okay. So the people that claim they made it up and it said they were credited with making it up didn't make it up. And then also the plain interpretation of the words themselves, we can't interpret it that way at all.
Because someone that's credited with
Okay.
popularizing something isn't
Okay.
credited with what it means.
That's great.
No.
We can move on.
I'm consistent.
I'm glad you're well, you are. That's true. You are consistent about the Fox News thing, which I just disagree with. We just have a disagreement. I think people should
Yeah,
be
because I don't
try
think
to be very
radicals
clear with
dictate
their
what words
language
mean.
and not adopt extremist rhetoric. Yes.
Radicals don't dictate what words mean and what groups mean and what
Okay.
established things are.
Well, I think
Why
if
would
they
you do
create the
that?
phrases, then
Why
they
would you
kind
put
of
yourself
do.
in a situation where regardless of what you believe in, it can immediately be destroyed by a radical
I
agreeing
didn't.
to
I
it. Why
never
would you
would.
do that?
I never
Why
would
would
do
you
that.
ever put yourself in
You
a
understand the
position for that?
difference between someone using the great replacement phrase, which was created by radicals and extremists, versus someone doing the okay sign and saying, well, no, they tried to steal the okay sign and do something with it. You understand that those are two different things, right?
I don't think, just to be consistent, I don't think like we know what the origin of the OK symbol was. We know what the OK symbol was designed to do. So people
Mm-hmm.
who use it know what they were doing, whether or not they were racist or anything else. They were following the 4chan argument. So that, yeah, you're doing it. Even if you're not a racist or anything else, you knew the backlash you would get from it, and that's why you did it. So you're doing it with the intention of getting the
No,
backlash.
but I'm saying, okay, whatever. Move on. I don't know. I don't know what we're even talking about anymore. Brian for $10 says all of Dalek always arguments are his attempts to always change the definition of words in the hopes of making his assumptions seem correct. It's literally Sitch's law. I mean, we'll, people can interpret it how they want, I
I
guess.
was going to ask one more question about the DEI stuff, not to belabor it, but a little bit to belabor it. Um,
No.
so look, I I I think I made my position clear.
Mhm.
Dialogue. So if DEI is happening the way that I say it's happening, can you at least see how that would be dangerous? Because they would be lowering standards in order to get black applicants hired in certain jobs. So,
Yes, Adam, if we lived in the way that you perceive DEI, then DEI would be bad.
okay, it'd be dangerous. So the
But
that's
wait. Let me ask you the same question. If I saw liberalism as only the radical left, because that's how a lot of people use the term liberal, does that mean now you can no longer call yourself a liberal?
I mean I could call myself a liberal. The conflict would be over what the real nature of most liberals was. I think a more a more a question to interrogate the idea more would be like, what is the constitution of the right in America right now? If the right in America is 90% white nationalists, obviously I think that's a bad situation. I think that would be a dangerous situation, Eva. I wouldn't be in favor of that at all. But if someone wants to make it out like 90% of the right is white nationalists, and really it's only 1% or 0.01%, they would be a completely different situation. So the question with the DEI, I mean, we're asking a real question about how DEI is structured, how it functions in our society. So I'm just saying the way that I think it's functioning seems dangerous. If it's functioning the way that I think it's functioning, you think it would be dangerous too. You just think it's functioning in a completely different way.
Yeah.
I think this it's the same thing with the white nationalist stuff. A lot of people on the left think 99% of the right is white nationalists. So they live in a completely different reality where it's totally dangerous. And I
What
get that. I
percentage would you
respect
say
that.
is the a lot? What percentage is a lot would say that?
For white nationalists,
Yeah, what would the a lot be for right wingers
I
getting
mean,
back at
I'd be
them?
uncomfortable. It was like 10%. I
No,
don't
no,
think
I'm not asking you what you would be uncomfortable with. What
a
percentage
lot would
of the
be
left,
10%. Yeah.
what percentage of the left do you think is saying, or what percentage of the left do you think is saying like the right wing is just white nationalists?
Ooh. I'd say it's probably 30%.
So you think
Because look,
30% of the,
yeah, look, I mean, that's the narrative. Obviously, look, if the New York Times is publishing this article about Nick Fuentes, like it's probably a lot of people read the New York Times. Yeah, it's probably 30%. What do you think, Sitch? Do you have a
well,
Sitch went
wait, is
Sitch might
is
have
the
gone
New
to the
York
bathroom.
Times opinion page um a significant portion of the left or just
Oh
an
yeah.
opinion
Look,
page
I look.
designed to inflame?
Well, I mean, I think a significant portion of the left would look to the New York Times as an honest source for information. I think that's
Because
a more
I
accurate
would
question.
argue that a significant portion of the left is saying that There's a lot of people like Tucker Carlson who gaslight about Nick Fuentes in order to keep him as part of their group because they're so anti-Israel that they're willing to accept almost anybody that joins them in their anti-Israel brigade. And I would
Oh,
say Tucker Carlson is a significant portion of the right.
right. Okay.
So,
You think it's less than 30%? Think 90% of the right is a white
oops,
nationalist?
sorry, go ahead.
You got to go. If you got to go, let us know.
No. Just my dog.
That's cool.
Whenever something goes by, it barks.
What percentage of the left do you think thinks that most of the right is racist white nationalists?
I would say probably less than 10%.
10%. Okay.
I think like most of the right is. I would say the majority of the left. I'm sorry about the dog. I would say the majority of the left see the right as gaslighting and defending racists, but I don't, or racist or white supremacists or whatever else. Like they like to hide behind them. They like to defend them. They like to present them as not as big of a deal as they actually are. But I don't think the majority of the left is saying like the majority of the left is racist or white supremacist.
Is actually racist. Okay. That's
And
interesting.
I'm talking about racism in the in like the truest like nationalist KKK definition.
I think the goal of Michelle Goldberg's article is to make people believe that more of the right is white nationalist than actually is. I think her goal is to make people believe that the right is predominantly white nationalist. So I think the
I
goal
think
of left wing media is really to drive that narrative.
I think the goal of left wing media is to point out how dishonest and ridiculous the right is on gaslight about right wing racism. Which I mean, this Tucker Carlson conversation with Nick Fuentes is a prime example of that, of how far they're willing to go to shield it or gaslight about it.
Have you not seen all of the right wing people who are pissed at Tucker Carlson and are mad about him hosting? I mean, it ranges from people who are mad about him hosting to people who are just mad that he didn't push back because obviously Nick Fuentes is a white nationalist and it wasn't really exposed on his show.
Sure, but that matches the, I would argue, just as big number of amount of people who are going, Tucker Carlson should be able to talk to anybody. You're mad because Tucker Carlson's talking to Nick Fuentes. We should talk to everybody. Like those people, I would argue, but I can't give any proof to it, far outnumber the people who are calling that out.
So you think more people are defending
The
Tucker having Nick
conversation.
Fuentes on than are
Mm-hmm.
not? Huh. I think
Because
it's
they,
completely the opposite.
yeah, I genuinely believe a significant portion of the right is doing the we should talk to anybody. I'm ignoring that you're talking about I'm ignoring that the criticism is about the intensity of the conversation. I'm ignoring that that's your argument. I'm making your argument out to be that you're just mad that we've talked to Dick Fuentes. I
Did
say
you
a
see
significant portion of the right
did
do
you
that.
see Ben Shapiro did a piece not too dissimilar from the live stream that we did on Sunday where he got a bunch of the super incendiary clips that Nick Fuentes has said and
The Jewish guy Nick
played them?
Fuentes targeted has a negative reaction to it? Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Why wouldn't the Jewish guy Nick Fuentes targeted say to the rest of the right, hey, how are you not seeing this? Because he was targeted.
Right.
It seems like the majority. It seems like there's a good majority of the internet,
Dolce.
right, that is on the whole like soft on the Tucker thing. So I was very pleasantly surprised to see Crowder is not soft on
Oh, I
that.
know. Crowder
Um,
hit him with both barrels.
right, which is interesting because I think Crowder's a. I think you need people like that to push back against this, but I don't think I think overwhelmingly the non-internet mainstream right is seems like they've been pushing back against Tucker, and that's kind of why the response has been the way it's been.
Yeah, Again, I don't have the statistics on that, but from what I've
Well, we'll see.
seen, I've
So
seen more and more people doing the whole like you can talk to anybody. You're just mad that we're talking to Nick Fuentes.
so Sitch, you think more people on the right are mad about it
I think more
than
people not on the internet right are mad about it. I think the internet right is predominantly on Tucker's side, unfortunately.
right? Okay. But
'Cause
I mean,
they're
Steven Crowder would be on the internet, right?
yeah, but him and
Shapiro
Ben
would be on the
Shapiro.
internet, right?
Yes, I think they are in the minority though. Maybe not
Okay.
the minority in terms of like
Overall, sure.
audience, but the minority in just in terms of like raw number of people I would consider influencers.
Where did Matt Walsh come out on this? I
I
don't
don't
even
know
know.
actually, and I don't know if he's
We should
commenting
look.
on it.
What
I
if,
should say, yeah,
But
I
I
mean,
think like the
Candace Owens is probably rah, 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 right? She probably
right,
set it up.
probably.
I mean a good example of this is the backlash against Brandon Tatum. Because when
Hmm.
Brandon Tatum called all of that out and everybody started attacking Brandon Tatum, and the funniest thing was like they didn't attack Brandon Tatum for his criticism of Nick Fuentes. They attacked Brandon Tatum because of his skin color. That was the funniest part of the backlash to Brandon Tatum was like, wow, you didn't even get mad at him because of his stance on Nick Fuentes. You
Well,
just
I guess yeah, I should include because Brandon Tatum would be someone I consider internet right, so he was also against it.
Yeah,
yeah.
Brandon Tatum was on trigonometry, and I really liked his interview on trigonometry. I'd never really had seen any of his content before that, but the trigonometry guys are obviously well, they're not really internet
Yeah,
right. They're
they're
like,
centrist.
yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
They're disgust. Did you hear how disgusted he was when he
I
said
know.
centrist? He's like
I was a
centrist.
little. I didn't want to
Well,
say
yeah,
it.
because you already know my stance against centrist. I think
I didn't
most
want
of
to
you are
say it
gaslighters.
myself.
Most of you are gaslighters.
Prototeron. There you go. Prototeron for $5 New Zealand says, "Holy rage bait, Batman. Is DEI not also a merit-based scheme? But the merit is that you are not white and have been disadvantaged by this."
Can't wait to see the proof of that. All right, who's next?
Duke
Oh
North
my god! Thank
Duke
you for
North,
the
thanks so much
super
for
chat.
the $20. Says DEI reduces job markets by excluding the majority, does not include more of the minority. The minority can already apply for every job as long as they meet the minimum requirements.
I already addressed that multiple times.
Mike Hassange for $5 says an example of meritocracy is sports desegregation to help black players, or would dialogue always say white players are being discriminated against?
No, I would say that that's one of the best examples of meritocracy, and it's also a failure because it shows multiple times that even in sports, nepotism and networking is playing out more than skill level. And they've shown that multiple times. So
Metalworks for 11.90 for $5 says, why would you not want your messaging to be concise and clearly understood and not associated with something so inflammatory and hyperbolic?
because I don't think that radicals and dishonest people should dictate what I say.
Okay. So
And I will
you're
fight
fine with
to
just being not
I will
persuasive with their speech,
I will
being
defend
unclear with
what
their
I
speech.
say because once you allow radicals and dishonest people to determine what
Mm,
you say, you are never allowed
okay.
to have an honest conversation.
Ah. Joe the Make for $5 says DI in ATC hiring literally rejected qualified candidates because qualified candidates were white. DI is a racist policy.
Can't wait for him to prove it.
And then also Joe the Make for another $5 and then another $5 for another $10 says joining most firehouses, especially major cities, is already highly competitive due to the sheer number of applicants. And the current shortage of ATCs is likely the result of DEI excluding certain applicants. This is the heart of the class action that is moving forward.
That's the heart of
The class
every
action,
class action.
yeah, the class action suit has to actually go through and end at proving it, and the firehouse thing is just absolutely untrue.
Did you?
Especially in many of the places where they did do, where they started reaching out to multiple different groups. Like California is a great example of that, where the firehouses were really, really hurting for people.
Did you skip Big Daddy Squeeze
Oh,
for
I did
$5?
miss one. Yes. Big Daddy Squeeze for $5 says, what if there are 4 250-pound men who need to be carried down the stairs?
You're fucked.
Yeah,
Die.
and it's not because you have women in the squad. It's because
Oh,
you
it
don't
is.
have enough people to bring down the 250-pound man.
Nah,
You
it's
need the
women.
robots. The robots are going to take our jobs.
Hey, that's a good answer to it.
The robots aren't racist.
But right now,
Till they
they
are.
just don't have enough people.
I'm
to carry
fully
the
against
250 down.
female firefighters. I think they should just
They can
kick
man
them
the
out.
phones, Adam.
So let me ask
Well,
you
that's
this.
fine, but they're
No, 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 no.
receptionists then. They're not firefighters.
So would you rather have the person capable of carrying a 250-pound man attaching the
Yes.
fire hose and holding on to the hose, or would you have them go into the building to get the 250-pound man they need to carry down the stairs?
Well,
Because
they
both
could.
roles need to have somebody in it.
You need two guys that can
Mm.
both carry 250-pound people. One
But if you
can
don't
go
have,
up the stairs and get the guy, and the other can plug in the hose. And then
but if you
next
don't
job,
have
they
both
can
guys,
Then you
rotate.
got to offer
but if
more
you don't
money.
have both guys, wouldn't it make more sense to allow the woman to attach the hose?
Sitch, are you telling me that you're going to offer less money to women because they can't carry a 250-pound guy?
I love
You
when women
said-
attach my hose.
you said-
Ryan should,
when they attach themselves to your
of
Wait, you
course.
said women, plural, plural.
Yeah.
Aren't
You
you
want
in
a
a
hair? Obviously, you
relationship?
need a harem.
How many
of
women do you need attaching to your
It's a
hose?
Aren't you in a
very large
relationship?
hose,
Wait,
guys.
wait.
Okay.
So you might need to have a conversation after this, because if you need multiple women to attach your hose and you're in a relationship,
No, I know. That's terrible.
yeah, you
I
might need
can
to
see
talk
some
about
as
trouble
I said,
coming down
it's a
the road
very
here.
unwieldy hose. All right.
it.
It needs a lot of hands.
Somebody's admitting to something. Okay, what
Brian,
else?
for $15, says the FAA DI in practice is targeted recruitment of candidates from traditionally overlooked demographics, including minorities, women, and individuals with disabilities. Efforts to ensure the FAA workforce most closely reflected the demographic makeup of the broader U.S. population, providing guidance to minority candidates on how to tailor resumes and questionnaires responses to improve hiring outcomes. These are hiring practices that are overtly made to benefit certain races at the expense of other races and is patently illegal.
The part that you have to prove is at the expense of other races, which has not been proven yet. Now, if
Well,
the
if you
court
were
case proves
to,
that, then
if you
sure,
were
but
to say, okay, we're going to explicitly, I don't know, help only black people, like tailor resume questions to improve hiring outcomes, and you're not going to go to white neighborhoods or poor white neighborhoods and do the same thing. How is that not an example of that?
if you can prove that there wasn't already outreach to poor white neighborhoods, which you can't,
What do you
that
what do you
would
mean? You
be.
say, hey, company, did you ever do some sort of outreach like this to a poor white neighborhood? And they say no, and there you go.
So, first off, they genuinely have shown for years that they've already had a system that reached out to white candidates. So, I mean, you'd have to like say that that system didn't already exist, which it does,
Nope.
and it did. Now, even if you got rid of it, that system
Mhm.
existed already.
It says this to me all the time, and I hate it. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Moncore002 for 5 months says this guy can say words now if only he knew what they meant.
Oh,
Laughing.
come on.
Joe the Meg for $5 says literally inventing headcanon about the applicant's motives to presumptively discredit the factual merits of the case before it's even gone to trial.
Yeah, because I disagree with the case.
Well, no, that was about you hypothesizing the guy had intentionally bombed the biographical quiz.
No, I'm giving a possibility. I'm saying like there's
Sure,
no,
but
I'm arguing that there's a possibility there. I'm not
Okay.
saying that that's what happened or that is what happened. I'm saying we don't know. Every single possibility is
Sure.
available until the case ends.
Okay. Here, let me do the Streamlabs here for a little bit. Fondue for $6 says, I prefer calling it systemic deception. It rolls off the tongue. Systemic deception.
Oh,
So that's
yeah.
good.
That is easy to say.
Fondue for $10 says, also I have a friend in tech who sent me an experiment on AI and Twitter brain rot. Extended exposure to brain rot destroys the cognitive systems of large language models. The robot uprising might manifest in the funniest way possible.
Wow.
There you go.
It's going to be idiocracy by large language models.
We're
Fondue for
already
$6
idiocracy.
says, you said you've never seen Idiocracy?
No, so I said we're already at
Oh,
idiocracy.
okay. Fondue for
True.
$6 says, that like always is right. I think Trump hates anime because he never commented on my waifu. That's true.
No, terrible.
Arrhythmus for $2 says, Dialogue always is doing the quote, I couldn't care less hoax to defend the fine people hoax. LOL. Trump didn't say he didn't care about right wing violence. He said he didn't care if he gets him in trouble for saying left wing violence is the real problem.
Yeah, that's true. But we never really brought that up.
Oh, okay.
Well, he did. Yeah, but he did say that right wing violence is, I don't know if he said primarily or just said is in response to like left wing Antifa stuff, which is not true. So I don't think it was a good a good statement,
Right.
even if the "I couldn't care less" part wasn't exactly in reference to that. So
But I mean, look at the Trumps. Like it's not shocking to anybody how hard Trump supporters have to work to like change the arguments that Trump is making on almost everything. Do you think that after a certain amount of time, maybe the crazy stuff he's saying is what he actually believes? Why are we constantly
DA, you're
doing this?
working pretty hard here. Okay.
But who am I? But wait. What? I'm not working for a single person's word. I'm not working for like I'm literally just talking about the things Trump says and does. Like he's never held to what he actually says. There's always some sort of double speak for what he actually meant.
Right.
uh-huh.
When there's multiple people talking, then I would argue what certain people are saying when they use the term as opposed to what other people are saying because there's multiple people using the term. Trump is Trump. Trump is the only person that dictates what Trump says it means.
Well, according to Tatum, not even Trump dictates what he means or says because he can't fucking control himself.
Crazy, right? Our president of the United States.
Fondue for $6 says this stream is very nostalgic. Thanks for this 2018 throwback. You're welcome.
You're totally welcome.
I wish Ace was
JMax
here.
for $10 says, what is Dialogue always preferred mech leg loadout? Heavy bipedal, reverse joint, quadruped, tank treads. This question is very important.
Did you just say you wished
Um,
Ace was here?
Yeah, I
Okay.
genuinely wish Ace
I
was here.
just look, Ace would jump in too, man. Ace has full blown TDS, so it'd be
I would
good.
say 8 leg format to answer that.
Okay. But you're an armored core player. Is that what this is in reference to?
No, I'm just, I guess he was talking about mech in general. And I would say
Oh,
8 leg
okay.
format.
Gotcha. Fondue for $20 says Dialogue always. The left says the systems are white supremacist, racist, and patriarchal. They dislike the right for protecting the systems. The whole point is of their revolutionary actions are to fight what they define as the right.
Not exactly what they define as the right, what they define as, well, okay. So if you want to make the argument that they're fighting against the conservative view, then sure, but I don't think the conservative view is viewed as just racist as much as it's reviewed as like some traditions do need to be broken and conservatives are defending even the bad traditions. That doesn't exactly make them racist, but it does mean that they're willing to tank the country in order to continue a tradition that is failing.
Well, I mean, a lot of people do say it makes you racist. The whole like if you're not quote anti-racist by their definition, then you are definitionally racist. That
We
was a
do
big
not
thing
have
that they
enough
were pushing.
time to get into the what CRT meant by racism argument. I don't think
Oh
you want
no!
to do that. Yeah, let's not do that. I'm just saying, I don't want to
Oh my
open that
god.
door right now. I know how infuriating that makes you.
Arithmus for $2 says black people uniquely don't know about their air traffic control job opportunity. Question. That sounds kind of racist to me. I would imagine there are plenty of white people who also don't know that air traffic control is an option for them.
Define racism.
Yeah, what about the white trash people? Shouldn't we outreach to them
I'm gonna
too?
guess Arithmus means racism in the very standard way that every person means racism.
So are they saying that they don't know about like does she believe that not knowing about something is
Arithmus
a
is a guy, I think.
or okay, is he saying that not somebody not knowing about something makes them inferior?
No, no, no.
Because
They're
that would
saying
be the
that
definition of
you
racism is
no, no,
claiming
no.
that they
They're
are
saying that
inferior
you claiming that black people uniquely are unaware that they can do an air traffic control job is
minorities.
racist, is a racist thing to think.
Why would you think that? Like, if there hasn't been a significant percentage of people inside of a field, why would you immediately think it was racist that that significant number of people just wouldn't know about the field? Why would that be racist?
Arithmus. Raymond for $2 says if DI is just outreach to fill vacancies, why is it race based? Wouldn't you get a larger pool of qualified applicants if you reached out to the entire population?
Excuse me, I'm sorry. Because right now our unemployment rate now it's spiking, it's going up, but our unemployment rate's at 4%, which would mean that more and more people are in different jobs, not because there's just not like you don't have the people. Like that's what I keep saying is you don't have the people. So you can reach out to other people to possibly move from other fields into a more necessary field like air traffic controlling, rather than
On
like managing a Coles.
Fondue for $6 says, can dialogue always define what systemic racism means?
Do we really want to open that door at
I
7:20?
do not, unless you can say it in like one sentence.
No, we're not going to do that.
Okay.
It's just,
I mean, you could if you want to give like a 1 sentence answer, I won't push back. I'll just say you're wrong and then move on.
I mean, that's what I pretty much figured is
You
all
you
systemic race.
oh
Go
go
ahead. I'm
ahead.
sorry.
No, you go ahead.
To open this door. The only thing that systemic racism means is there is a continuous way of doing things based off of an old system, even if the system was removed.
Metalworks for $6 says defund in all caps. Defund the police is retarded and poorly worded. Doesn't matter if it's associated with radicals or not. If it sounds like garbage in the first place, charisma and communication matters for God's sakes.
Sure. So I hope I've never hear. So that means, like, again, based on his own argument, that means that every single person that believes in great replacement theory agreed with the Buffalo shooter.
I'm assuming Metalworks does not think that people should be using the phraseology great replacement. Yes.
So that means that they're agreeing with the Buffalo shooter.
Either they would be or they would be providing cover for those that do. Yes.
Wow. Okay. Yeah, I
Why is that a
vehemently
good thing
disagree
to
with
do?
that, but hey,
Okay.
to each their own.
Where were we? Rhaegar Targaryen for $2 says, tell Dalek always that Sitch is Nick Fuentes' alt account. True. Joe Make for $5 says, imagine arguing for a policy that requires millions in real capital while also arguing that the knowledge of results is completely irrelevant.
Yeah, because there's a lot of things companies do that don't do it based off of profit, just solely off of profit. Or they do gambles, which if it fails, it fails. If it succeeds, it succeeds. And they take that risk into account.
Yeah, but there's no upside for them. Zero.
What makes you think that there's no upside to expanding a pool of
Because
possible
it doesn't
candidates?
matter what the color of skin of the person doing the job is. It matters how they do the job.
So you expand the pool.
Yes, but not with a race-based initiative.
Yeah, that's why it's called diversity. So it's not just race.
Okay. Avro Frycook for $10 says, literally no organization works that way. Companies always use metrics to analyze success. 20 plus years in various corporate public sector here. Never mind disparate impact analyses.
So when I hope, you know what? It's 7:23. Let's just keep going.
Okay.
If
Death
you
by
got to
Slot for
dip
$2
out,
says,
well, I guess some of these are for you. So
yeah, but I mean, you can always leave if you need to. But
No, I'm here. It's just
I
I know
got you.
that a lot of these are just reopening.
Sure. You can just,
Yeah.
we can just move on.
Like
If you
I
have
would
nothing
like to
more to
get
say
into
on the
the
topic.
like other topics that we could
Of course,
possibly
of
make
course.
more fun.
Of course. Death by Slot for $2 says, Dalek always has ever worked at a corporation. Question, they always need metrics.
have you ever worked for a corporation?
Yep. I mean, I'm not going to expose who I am or what I do.
Yeah, no,
That's fine. Yeah, you don't have to. Brian for $10 says, this is the same argument that the red pill guy said when you talk to him. The thing in itself is good, but no one seems to be able to implement it correctly. Oh, what was that guy? Who do we speak to? What was that guy's name?
I can't remember his name. Yeah.
Tomasi.
Oh, did you watch the
Tomasi.
conversation I had with the
Tomasi.
red pill guy, Adam?
What's
I
that?
sent you the debate I had with what is his name? Cooley, the red pill guy.
We had Rollo Tomasi on. I think that's who he's referring to, but I didn't see a debate with you. No, but if you send me a debate, I'll take a look at it.
I think I already
Somebody
sent
in
it to you,
somebody
but
in
I
the
think
chat.
I think
somebody
Lav was in it too.
Someone in the chat said that you had a debate that was a 2v2 debate and that your debate partner turned on you halfway through the debate. And
Yeah, I didn't know who it was. They
started
placed me with this
debating
girl named
against you.
Lav. And,
Lav?
yeah, and
Crazy Lav. She was supposed to come on our show, but she flaked. She never came on.
Like Lav kind of turned on me halfway through and then went back to arguing with me, then turned on me. And then the woman that was with who the other red pill guy was kind of started arguing like it was kind of funny. She argued like a whole PowerPoint argument that nearly put everybody to sleep in the beginning of the debate. It was pretty fun though. You should watch the craziness because no one knew what the hell each other was talking about.
The name Lav sounds familiar, but I don't know who that is.
I think she's the girl
Lav?
that with Mr. Girl accused Destiny of like something.
Yeah, she was caught up in the Mr. Girl drama. Mr.
Hmm.
Girl was trying to use Lav to get at Destiny, trying to
They
say
were,
that.
Okay.
I was replacing Not So Ariel Day. I didn't know I was replacing her in it. They just asked me if I wanted to be part of some "Do women have agency" conversation.
Hmm.
Okay.
Or
So, and
yeah, it
obviously
was
you were
fun.
arguing on the
Women
side
do
of
not
they
have
didn't have
agency
agency, right?
because they're
No, I argued that they,
NPCs.
or
Oh,
not
that they
agency.
did?
Do women take accountability? And I said,
Oh,
yeah, women
yeah.
take accountability because they like, what kind of stupid argument is that? But
And then
apparently there
Lav
were
took
two
no
people that said women
accountability
take
through
no
the entire
accountability.
debate.
Not a
Yeah,
good
it went off the
advocate.
rails pretty quickly, but it was fun.
R worded for $2 says the only qualified nuclear engineers are French. I don't know what that's in reference to.
Well, maybe we should just do outreach to French people then.
Yes.
That would solve
Sammy
everything.
Sammy G for $2 says, Sitch, I texted you my
My
super chat.
super chat.
Oh. Oh, you're right. You did.
I love that.
I only saw a super chat about dinner and I kind of ignored everything else, but then let me read it here. Um, it says, my super chat in relation to what he just said about quotas being irrelevant. When I donate money to charity, I ask for results for my donation. Like if I donate to help kids, the charity needs to show me the impact. But I have some people criticize me for doing this because it's irrelevant, just give the money. The charity knows what they are doing, but I need a measurement from the charity to confirm their work so I know how to better help people. If your charity doesn't help, I will go to one that does. Dialogue always seems like the type to tell me I'm wrong to do this, and I'm selfish, and I'm a selfish rich person for even questioning my donation. Would he think it's right for me to ask a charity for results before I donate?
That's a good question.
Um, it depends on what charity and why. So like if you're donating to like a church to feed the homeless, like what result would you get other than seeing the homeless people being fed?
I'm donating to an
Like,
airport because I want to see more black air traffic controllers.
cool, then
That's what I really want.
like if you're donating to the more black people in air traffic controlling fund, you would try to
I'm
see
the
like,
founder of that fund.
yeah. I mean, if that's the fund's goal, then you would try to see how they were moving towards that. I don't know why you would make it like, man, he's lost his mind. I don't know why you would make it a like, well, there's 5 black people, so that's good enough, or there's 6 black people, and that's not good enough. Like it's a weird standard to
Well,
set
it
for
depends upon how
just
much money
getting.
I give you, obviously.
Well, if you're trying to get people to learn and to train, like the human element is still there. So you're just trying to donate for the learning and the training to make it easier. But just because it's easier doesn't mean humans are going to be
Yeah, but
humans.
if I donate, let's say I donate $1 million, and that $1 million gets 0 black air traffic controllers, I'm gonna be pissed. Be like, holy shit, you guys wasted my fucking money.
Wait, but like I said, humans are humans. So, like, if you're just doing training
I'm
and
giving to Greenpeace. Fuck you guys.
okay,
I'm saying the type of charity is irrelevant. Should you, when you're donating a charity, ask for evidence of their results that the charity's actually, having
the
some
type
sort
of
of
the type of
outcome?
charity is relevant
Why is it relevant?
because it depends on what they're doing.
Well, but
And
no, because you're saying,
I gave examples of where it would definitely be like, where's my money going and how is it going? And
hmm.
in certain case where it's like, well, you can't prove that type of thing,
No,
you
but like,
know?
for example, if you're like, okay, there's some charities like we're gonna feed to homeless kids, and you're like, okay, well, can you show me how you've actually,
How many
you know,
kids you've
yeah, how
fed?
many homeless kids you've actually
I
fed
want to
and what
see
that
some
looks like?
fat kids.
Right. Like it doesn't matter if they say, well, we tried to feed homeless kids and it just didn't work. We end up feeding 0 homeless kids. Like then you wouldn't donate to that charity.
Well, so for example, if you gave, and I'm going to keep using church as an example because at least that's a building. So if you gave a bunch of money to a church in, an affluent neighborhood to feed the poor, and that church bought the food and then went out to an area to feed the poor, and those poor people just decided they're not going to eat it because they don't like the church, that doesn't mean the charity failed. See what I'm saying?
What it means that you, as an individual, if your interest is feeding those kids, you should not donate money to that church.
Or, I mean, I would argue more along the lines of just trying to find out why these people wouldn't want to interact with that church or why they wouldn't go towards it. But I wouldn't say like if they bought the food and everything else, they were
Uh-huh.
actually doing the thing they were supposed to be doing. So you
Uh-huh.
donated for them to do what they were supposed to be doing, and they did that thing.
Okay. Afro Fry Cook for $5 says apparently businesses have to be told to get qualified candidates that they desperately need. They just hate money that much. That is true. They do. They hate having competent workers. Joe the Meg for $5 says hiring is very costly. If the internal pool is adequate and helps avoid the very expensive opportunity costs, why force companies to engage in a loss?
Well, because most of these companies are not forced, they're doing it openly. They're openly saying, like, hey, we want to try to expand. That's why the bigger companies are doing it. It's not like Bill and Associates, we have 15 employees and we're doing this. It's mostly like, Amazon, Google, or more necessary things like air traffic controlling, where it's like we do genuinely need people here because there's 19,000 airports and 45,000 flights a day.
And
The Ocean is for
14,000 air traffic controllers, but they're 3,000 short.
Mhm.
The Oceanist for $10 says, Dalek, always can you explain why people bring up quotas in relation to DI? Do you view it as a dishonest attack, or is there some massive misunderstanding in your view?
Both. I think there's a dishonest attack, and the dishonest attack is taking advantage of the misunderstanding.
Ryan for $5 says, diversity compared to what norm that is considered not diverse? Equity by what standard? Inclusion at what cost?
I mean, I mean, I don't know. Did you read the policy that it explains every one of those things? I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, I can't give you like 20-page documentation explaining every single one of these right now.
Oh, but Michael Derb Dad in chat brings up a good point. Do you would agree that the Oscar requirements is like racist, right? That is some kind of quota system.
For like movie Oscars?
Yeah, they said in order to get an Oscar, like there was something like you had to have explicit amount of like black production staff or black actors in the movie.
That's an award.
Yeah,
I mean, like
you'd
that's
agree that
not
that would
a
be like an
hiring
example of a quota
process. That's
system.
well, yeah, but that's still an award. It's
Okay, but
not
what
like
does that have
that.
to do with anything?
Wait. That's kind of like you're determining, you know, you're making a subjective determination of what you think is good enough. Like that's not the same as a hiring practice.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
but
you're
that wait,
not
but
even
wait,
eligible for the award
that is
unless you
going to
meet this
affect that.
criteria.
That is 100% going to affect hiring because if you're a movie studio and you want to make a movie that can potentially win an Oscar, you have to follow this racial quota system.
Do you think most movies are hiring based on trying to get an Oscar or hiring
I
based
think a
on
lot of
people
movies,
watching the
sure,
movie?
that's definitely part of it. Yeah,
No, most
you don't
movies
think
are
so?
for people to watch the movie.
Ah,
Yeah, like there are Oscar bait movies, of course, but most
uh-huh.
movies and most hiring
So
practices are
when
trying to
there's all
get
these
butts
like
in the seats.
horrible woke trash movies that come out, it's just a
I just admitted that
coincidence.
there are Oscar
No,
Is
but
it
even
is
movies,
not
it
movies
Oscar
is
just
it
bait ones.
wrong? Is it wrong though with the Oscar bait movies? Let's forget about all the movies that aren't going for an Oscar. Is it wrong to
shh.
make a movie that wants to achieve an Oscar meet this racial quota?
In my opinion, sure, but I
Okay.
don't think that's the same thing.
Grawl for $5 says dialogue always has convinced me there's clearly a shortage of capable workers for good paying jobs. Thank God for AI and automation.
Yeah, well, I
Oh
mean,
my God.
like Amazon just proved that, like the moment AI existed, regardless of how low you pay your employees, you're going to remove everybody for AI. Then all this stuff's going to be irrelevant for a lot of fields very soon. So, I mean,
Hum,
which is probably why Adam's argument for what is it?
UBI.
Huh?
UBI.
Yeah, would
Yeah.
be a pretty strong argument, especially when you start getting AI into a lot of things that and on the other side of that, the more AI you get in, the more that you're going to need far more qualified people in certain fields. So expanding that pool of qualified people would be far more necessary in those fields.
Just hire the AI.
Be Madre for 50p says dialogue always. Are you aware that water in Mexico means agua?
Yeah.
He could share Haddocks for $5 a dog. Always starts with the position he likes and then scours for any shred of supporting facts. That is called cherry picking. He assumes everyone does the same.
In a debate, yes.
Degenerate. Oh, oops. Degenerate 3. Oh,
57.
yeah, you read it. My thing's crashed.
Degenerate 357 for $10. My YouTube kid is so fucking
Is
is
white
so
kid.
fucked because of people like this. My my
It's
YouTube
white
kid is
kid.
what?
White. When people say YT, they mean white.
Really?
Yeah.
Not YouTube?
No, not you. So I guess it would make sense. I see what you're saying. Yeah. You're saying my white kid is so fucked because people like this. My kid and a black kid applies for a company that is 36% towards their 40% POC goal. You're telling me my kid isn't about to get fucked because he is the wrong color.
Why the hell would you do YT as white? That makes
Because
absolutely no
Y,
sense.
like white,
White.
white.
Also, that's in that
Yite.
world that he made up. Yeah, that would be a bad thing.
Okay. But it's made up. So
Yeah.
that's okay.
I mean, granted, okay, let me be very clear on this. You're gonna find racism anywhere and everywhere. So I can't say that it doesn't exist anywhere, but that's not what DEI was.
Mm-hmm. Vanessa for 22 months at This One Equals Freedom. Thank you, Vanessa. Says, what did we ever do? What did we ever do to you guys to deserve this? You know what you all did.
To be fair, Adam reached out to me because I don't know. I told Adam multiple times that your fans do not like me. And every time I come on, I piss them off. And Adam said, come on anyway.
Look at this. It's Adam's fault.
So to be fair, I've said multiple
Throwing
times,
Adam
like,
under the bus.
I love having you on. I fuck all of them. Are you kidding me? This is great fun.
Brian,
I do it for Sitch's blood pressure.
Thank you. Thank you. Brian for $20 says, wow, Groypers targeted Brandon Tatum for his skin color. If you're going to shrug off Ben Shapiro's views, why would we be surprised that the minority of Gropers would target a prominent right-wing influencer based on his skin?
I'm shrugging off Ben Shapiro because Ben Shapiro was the target. I'm not shrugging off Ben Shapiro because Ben Shapiro is a right winger, but if somebody's literally targeting you, I could understand you going against that being
Sure, but
targeted.
he still has influence in the movement. This is
Yeah,
Brandon.
but
Brandon Tatum has influence, doesn't he? Crowder has influence.
But what I was laughing about with Brandon Tatum was the response to Brandon Tatum was purely racial.
Well, they're racist. That would make sense.
That's kind of what made it funny, was like the vast majority of the response wasn't like, hey, Brandon Tatum, I disagree with you on the, like, Brandon Tatum was one of the only ones where they didn't do the, hey, you're just mad because people are having conversations. They legitimately went after him because of his skin color. With
Did
everybody
you do a
else,
statistical analysis to determine the exact proportion of the internet that
oh
attacked
God,
Brandon
no.
Tatum for his skin color?
I'm just saying what I observed.
Oh, okay.
Observation.
Just checking how you feel about this.
Sorry, I didn't do a study on it. Sitch. I'll do that next time.
Thank you. Joe the Make for $5 says the firehouse in California are not facing shortages. Deficits were related to forestry services and wildfires.
They literally hire prisoners because they didn't have enough people for the job.
Well, but wait, wasn't that only during the fire?
No.
During that crazy fire?
No, they've been hiring prisoners for a while now.
Okay. Joe the Make for $5 says if a person attaching the hose also has to be able to perform all the roles based on variable conditions fighting fires.
Wouldn't have enough people to do it.
Well, they should just pay them more then.
Well, it's the same as the
benefits,
whole.
right?
Well,
Why would you lower standards?
What do you think the military's reaction to Pete Hegseth's "everybody needs to have a six-pack" speech was? Why do you think the military kind of laughed that off? Like so many people in the military laughed that off. What was their
Because
response?
there
they
are a
didn't
bunch
have
of old fat
six-packs.
people
Yeah,
who
of
don't want to
course.
do the physical
Or
requirements because they're
what they were
old.
saying is the military, especially today's military, needs far more people into logistics and intelligence, and you don't need a general to have a six-pack.
Healthy
You need a
body, healthy mind.
And again, it's why so many retired generals laugh.
I'm joining up just so I can get my six-pack back.
There you go.
I had
See,
no idea.
I agree. Those generals should get in shape. Okay, they've been slacking.
They laughed it off.
I think it should include I think it should include president too, and the entire
yes.
White House cabinet. They should all have to get in shape. I
The
like this. This should-
presidential six-pack should be inspected
Yes.
once a week
So
I think
by
everyone should.
the First Lady Melania Trump, and she should report back to the American people.
Yes.
arguably speaking, some of the best generals in American history were out of shape fat guys.
Well, they should
Because
get.
being a
They would be
general was
even
not
better
really.
if they were in shape. Okay.
Of
You
course.
mean like wait, you mean like Joseph Hooker or what is the name of the guy that took his whole entire
Joseph
army
Hooker?
into
Hooker, and he doesn't even have a six-pack? What the fuck?
oh man, what was the name of the guy that ended up dying at the Battle of Little Bighorn, where him and his soldiers got wiped out? Custer.
Wasn't that Custer?
Custer
Yeah.
was probably the most in shape general possible, and his dumb
Was
ass.
he? I
Yeah.
didn't. I didn't
was-
know that Custard was known for his six
Yeah, he
pack
was in-
abs.
He was known for being He was known for his
Oh, for
flamboyant
being
style
flabby.
and for being like very in shape.
I thought he was known for like having the big mustache and the hat and being racist. I didn't know about the six pack. I never heard.
Yeah,
that
he
before.
was also like one of the most athletic in shape.
There you go.
Well, you know, the reason why he ended up being a general was because
General
of his
Custard was
performance.
like he looked like the guy from the Rick and Morty episode. He was the tickets please guy. He just rips his shirt off and he's like just got the cum gutter abs.
This super chat is obviously for me. Metalworks for $2 says, "How would you forget if you breakfast to feel eat?" Great, I guess.
Yeah, how would you feel about that? Okay. Let's see where we're. Our worded for $5 says we should make all the doctors do all the field work and all the field work do all the doctors work. Yes.
Oh my god, these are just getting insane.
Stooge McDuck for 2 Aussie bucks says this guy is denser than platinum.
Is platinum dense?
I mean, it's very valuable, so that could be like a compliment.
No.
Well, wait. To go back to that argument, do you know like one of the funniest things about how Russia's performance in Ukraine is so bad is because a lot of Russia like really focused on how in shape their soldiers and armament went, and was less focused on logistics and intelligence.
I don't think that was Russia's problem.
It literally was.
I think Russia's problem was the fact that it was so massively corrupt that very often the generals and lower class people would not actually do the things they were supposed to do. They would just pretend they were doing it in order to skim the resources and money from the government.
Yeah. The generals
I mean,
stole the money that they were supposed to spend on supplies and training and stuff.
That's a big part of it too. I'm not saying that
Okay.
that's like what I'm arguing is the only
Right.
reason. I'm saying like that's kind of why they're putting people on bikes and just riding them out to get shot.
Well, I mean, they're doing that because they don't have equipment, I assume.
Or they have bad leadership because
They're
they
like-
base it
both
off
of those
every-
things, yeah.
Putin's
right.
like, here's $1 billion for tanks, and they go out and buy bicycles.
They buy bicycles.
Well, because
what do they
took
do? What do they do with the rest of the money? Oh, let's put that. in my
They buy a lot of
pocket.
vodka.
because they bought into the Pete Hegseth military plan.
Don't think that's what happened, but okay.
I mean, I'll happily send that too.
Okay, you can add that to the
You
things.
think
that you sent me.
Hegseth is skimming? Our system.
that's
I'm
not
not sure
the-
he
I didn't-
can skim,
I
right?
didn't make that claim that he was skimming. I made
Okay.
the claim that Russia was so
I mean,
insistent
I do
on
think people are
pushing that
skimming.
manly man bullshit that they didn't really focus on, getting good
Well,
people
it
into
would
the
seem to
logistics side of
me
it.
that it would make sense that if they were pushing, well, a bunch of normal things, but also pushing the manly man bullshit, which I assume would be relatively cheap to implement, that the generals who want to steal up all the money would only do the manly man stuff because you could visibly show a bunch of guys running around with their shirts off, and Putin would be like, "Oh, it's working," and then they
No.
can steal all the rest of the money, and then he wouldn't know that because it's more
No,
harder to
because-
show.
Because my complete argument was they were more focused on the manly man stuff.
Yeah, but
than
I'm saying that
actually
that's
stuff
wrong.
done.
That's not what actually happened.
Oh, okay.
R worded. Oh, that was the one. No, our word is for $2 says, how would you feel if
He
you
said
forgot
it
to eat
right.
breakfast? He said it right. Okay. Brian for $2 says, DA is a good sport, horrible ideas, but a good guy. Look at that.
Yes, yeah, totally. You guys shouldn't be
Brian
too mean to
Appreciates.
dialogue always.
We do have some more super chats, but they're not directed at you, so you can either stay
Oh.
around or you can peace out.
Cool. Good talk.
Take care, man.
Yeah, you too.
Always good talking to you. I appreciate you, dialogue always. I appreciate the always of the dialogue.
Like
Until
again, in 2.5 years,
tomorrow
let's
when
have this
he's like,
conversation again.
We will. It'll be interesting to see where we are in 2 years.
tomorrow he's going to be needling you on Twitter, and you're going to be like, ah,
Block.
Well, no. The only way
Reflock.
I'm going to be needling you is if you do the centrist nonsense. I'm going to have to needle you every time you do the centrist nonsense. You do. I have to.
Give
I
in
have
to
to
the
call it out.
centrist side,
If you,
Sitch.
the moment you do a double standard following the
Feel
centrist
the
nonsense,
double
you're going to see me
standard
respond.
within your
I have to.
veins.
I can't stand the centrist nonsense.
That was a
You
pretty
know I
good.
don't like that.
That
that was
pretty good Sidious
great.
impression, yeah.
Yes.
Give
Amazing.
in to the centrist side.
Whenever you do the centrist nonsense in order to defend right-wing ridiculousness, I'm going to call it out. I'm just going to call it out. It's just what
Okay.
it is.
Defend Donald Trump's ignorance and stupidity, Sitch, as a good centrist would.
Okay.
Bring the whataboutism.
Hey, keep telling me how keep telling me how I'm mad at you for talking to people.
This
And
needs to
just keep that
be.
one going.
Someone needs to draw this picture. I want the emperor as like the Darth
Centrist.
That's a good character. This should be a new character on the show.
That would be great.
Cool.
Arrhythmus for $2
that
says
would give Bluntyfly a run for his money,
it's
definitely.
yes. Arrhythmus for $2 says qualified black people are uniquely unemployed. That sounds kind of racist to me. That's what
I
he's
didn't make
referencing.
that claim, but cool.
Okay.
Take care.
Take care.
All right, you too. Catch you later.
Ace for $10 says, let's ignore the globally popular conspiracy QAnon, which claims that elites are pedophiles who eat children, worship the devils, and are engaged in global child trafficking. This topic is somehow more important. What, Ace? You were supposed to come on today. What are you talking about? Ace, if you'd come on, we could have talked about those issues.
We
You
could have
can't
talked
blame
about
us for it.
any topic. Yeah, any
Yeah, what
topic
the
you wanted
fuck?
to.
Bro. Come on. Big Daddy Squeezy for $20. That was before the stream even started, by the way. That was oh, maybe you're just memeing because that was before the stream even started because we started late today.
No, I don't. I think he was serious.
Okay.
I think he was basing it on the title. But look,
Oh,
I just
gotcha.
used the title that Dialogue always sent me. He wanted to talk about that stuff, so he picked the topic. I didn't pick it.
Right. Big Daddy Squeezy for $20. Thank you so much. Says, I'll take a minute to congratulate Ace on his gay marriage since he's finally back. Also, the elites are all pedophile vampire lizards who are trying to control our thoughts just for the record.
True. 100% true. I saw the latest Q drop, and Q wouldn't lie. Q would not lie.
Is Q's not a thing anymore, right?
I don't
Q's
know
gone.
that it is a thing anymore. That's why it's
Okay.
so bizarre that he's bringing it up. Is it a
Right.
thing? I was like,
I don't think so.
I never hear anyone talking about Q.
Adam Gadboff for 39 months says, dishonesty is when someone says something I disagree with.
True. Yes.
Sees Paffy for 16 months says, ew, Adam is wearing a gray shirt. Gross. Long sleeves too. Please, Adam, go back to the black short sleeve for the forgiveness of God.
Yes. My wife bought me this because she likes when I do the professor look. Turns her on. So
I always wear long sleeve shirts with the sleeves rolled up or 3/4 sleeve shirts. I think that's a great look.
Oh yeah,
how
no.
dare you
Girls
see us
go
back there?
crazy.
They like
Girls
that,
go
yeah.
crazy for this
What are you
look.
talking about?
You look
Now,
like
if
the
I was
professor that got away in college.
Exactly. See, but if I was like J-Mac, I had like the giant guns, then okay, maybe I'd wear like the short sleeves or the tank top or something.
Yeah.
But,
I got to work on my giant guns. J-Mac
Yeah,
has
not-
me beat
not-
by a country mile.
right, not quite there yet. The Mongolian Leprechaun Surferman from Saturn for $20. Thank you so much. Says, hey, Sitch and Adam, how are you guys doing today? I decided to try something different for next Halloween. I'm going to dress up as Arya on the planets. She is the Vocaloid, and I thought it'd be interesting to do that.
Great. That's a great choice.
Do I know who that? I don't think I know who that is.
You're going to Google that?
Yes.
You should. Okay.
It's just like it's a pink hair lady. I've never seen this one before.
Okay.
It's not like a porn, I don't think. Okay, cool. I guess.
That's it, right?
I think there was some more I skipped that in the beginning that were not
Oh, okay.
questions. Val Van Gogh for Chiro says, I thought the left was supposed to be good at empathy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not so much. Fair and Practical Progress for $2 Aussie bucks says, will Fuentes come will Fuentes continue to be removed from CPAC? Yeah, I don't think there's any chance. If he gets in the CPAC, then the Republican Party is over. They can consider themselves forever screwed.
Yeah, but what happens to Tucker? I don't know. Does Tucker get invited to CPAC now?
Probably
They're calling him an anti-Semite and shit.
still. I read your breakfast one, or what do you mean? You said you did the breakfast question, and then there was someone else who did the breakfast question, but like
Metaworks did,
backwards.
and I read that one.
Yeah, I read that. Noel Screams the Void for $2 says the far left will make everyone GOP.
I agree. I totally agree.
Yeah.
But look, I could be wrong. Maybe the kids are crazier than I think.
Lonesome one for $10. Thank you. Says if anyone at this point goes as far as holding their stakes on Hassan after Shockgate, the Houthi pirate, his lack of principles, his takes in the Middle East, is definitely because of his clout. Very true.
People are still talking about the Shockgate, so and I don't know if you saw the clip.
It's got legs.
Yeah, exactly. Look, I messaged you as soon as it happened, and I was like, "This is what's gonna bring Hassan down." You can't fucking shock your dog. You can't shock your dog in front of America.
Mm-hmm.
So I wouldn't be surprised.
This is his IRS not paying taxes moment.
This is look.
Yeah.
Okay, what viral moment is going to supplant this in people's minds? Nothing.
No.
Nothing.
Yeah.
Nothing. And he keeps playing into it too, because he knows that and it's driving him crazy. So every time someone brings it up, he can't help himself to respond. And then it's clipped out again immediately, just reinforcing the narrative.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Yeah. Can't help himself.
Big Daddy Squeezy for 8 months says, head a political party makes strategic partisan statements. You sure fucking got, I read that one. You sure fucking got him this time. Yeah, I think what's going on here. I read that one.
I think the DI talk was more fun than I just.
They're both very fascinating.
Okay.
A lonesome one for $5 says Hassan is just as radioactive as the CSAM that Destiny saved on his hard drive. Oh, is that like the child stuff?
CSAM stands for what?
I assume it means child sexual assault material or something.
That's it. Yeah.
Yeah. Drop Hassan and flush him. Also, CRT is BS. Beer Bruiser, did you get my super chat? I don't remember. I'll check. Our order for $5 says 1903 Anti-Anarchist Exclusion Act went after Italian anarchists and labeled them as terrorists. Yeah, what he was saying, he meant the president, which, okay, that's silly, but let's see. I think I read all these. Brian for $5 says, I can't believe he thinks being anti-war means you have to let our adversaries do whatever they want. Yeah, I would to some extent. I mean, if we do go to a war in Venezuela, that would definitely be, I assume. I think most of MAGA will completely fall in line with Trump doing that, but it would definitely, I would say, make most of them hypocrites in that it was like a huge talking point in not in both elections, but in the last election, that like Trump was the anti-war candidate who didn't get anyone in the wars, and he wasn't going to do that. And we have some sort of invasion of Venezuela, which I don't know if we will, but if we did theoretically, especially without Congress, I think that would completely go against all that.
Metalworks is great.
Let's see. I think, did I read all of these? I think I did. I don't see where was yours, Barry? I don't see it. I don't see it here. Oh, here it is. I think I did skip it. Barry Bruiser for $20. Thank you. Says, speaking of Nick and Tucker, Ben Shapiro went Old Testament nuclear on Tucker for that interview, and good for Ben for making it clear that specifically softballing Nick isn't good. Hopefully more Republican commentators will do the same. Yeah, I agree. I was very happily, well, I wasn't surprised that Ben did, but I was very happy with the way he did it too, because he kind of had the compilation of Nick and Tucker saying all the stupid, crazy shit. And I was very pleasantly surprised to see Crowder really push back too, because unfortunately, so much of the way that like all this works, the online conversation works, because everything is so tribal, is it doesn't really matter what the argument is that people say. It matters who says it. And since, a lot of people kind of, as that like always will say, they'll hand wave or they'll dismiss Ben Shapiro because they're like, well, he's Con Inc. He's Jewish. He's someone that Nick doesn't like. Obviously, he's going to do that. Where Crowder, people think of as like being outside of that sphere. So I think that grants Crowder more legitimacy to push back on this kind of stuff.
Saying that he's doing it because he's Jewish is totally unfair, though, because you have Dave Smith, who is also Jewish, who is doing
That's
the
true.
exact opposite. So
That's true.
I mean, I think it's more to protect the conservative brand, and good for you. I mean, obviously, I think conservatives have been doing good at moving in that direction.
Right. We actually, originally, I think we were going to do a media stream on Thursday, but instead, because there was a lot of stuff I wanted to talk about today, but we didn't because we were going to talk about like always. I did want to cover some of Ben Shapiro's video and some of Crowder's video. So maybe we'll instead do that on this channel on Thursday.
Right. But I have a dentist appointment, though. So
we might be late.
Yeah.
Don't die.
Correct.
Okay. So it would be like what time? Like an hour later, 2 hours later?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
I'll post the live stream.
Look out on Thursday. We'll probably be streaming on this channel, not the media channel, and it'll be a little bit later than our standard time of 2:00 Eastern. Rhaegar Targaryen for $5 says, remember the orbital strike that Michelle Goldberg and Michael Eric Dyson barely survived from Jordan Peterson and Stephen Fry? It was a delicious monk debate. Of course we remember.
Of course.
Was that not our very first stream?
It was, yeah. Michelle Goldberg and Michael Eric Dyson.
Yep. You're a mean
man, white man.
White man. Yep. It's hard to forget.
You're a racist piece of shit from Canada.
Yeah. The Rooster for $5 says, what are your impressions of our favorite schizo academic agent's recent rebrand? He claims he's a center leftist now. So
what?
I did see that. I think Dev pointed it out to me. I haven't like really been following it. So I don't know. Like, is it real? Is it true? What's going on? Is this some kind of ruse? Why is he doing this? What's happening here? You tell me. I don't know what's going on.
Did he get arrested? What happened?
Yeah, what's happening here? So
he's in litigation.
Right.
He is in England, right? So he could have got arrested for posting online or something. So he's trying to like, no, I'm a leftist.
Oh my God. Is the same guy, the guy in chat who was asking me what race I was and saying that we should debate Sam Cedar, which I would love to debate Sam Cedar again, because we did have a conversation once, but I don't think he was very happy with it. So I don't know if he'll come on again. Is now defending Hassan, claiming that it wasn't a shot collar. So he's really hitting like all the worst possible points you can get. Yeah.
You keep telling yourself that, okay?
Right.
I think the rest of the world thinks differently.
Well, I think our eyes very obviously see differently when Hassan won't just show a picture of the collar without the very conspicuous black tape over where the exact prongs would be and where the serial number would be, and then gives the insane defense of like, well, for some reason he wrote his phone number on the inside of the collar,
right,
where no one would ever see it if they found his dog, and his dog would have a normal dog tag. You would imagine like any other dog, and his dog had an air tag, so you should be able to be GPS located. But you can believe whatever you want, whatever makes you feel better. Okay. There.
Well, welcome Hassan supporters.
Yes. Joe the Make for $5 says, no, they have not been recruiting prisoners for general city firefighting operations. The program is specifically for wildfire operations. That makes sense. I wouldn't think that they would do that. It would be for some emergency situation. So,
yeah.
Full disclosure, I mod for Sam Cedar. Listen, if you mod for Sam Cedar, you tell him. I would be happy to talk to him about any issue.
I tried to get him back on a second time, so I had exchanged DMs with him, but it never really panned out. Yeah.
Including his insane attack on Ezra Klein because he's mad because he, wants the Democrats to be socialists. Talk about whatever he wants.
Give me your name so I can drop your name and I'll DM him tomorrow.
Metalworks for 11.90 for $5 says, Adam, have you really been
Far even as
far?
decided to use even go want to do more like? Sitch. I think you got to be dyslexic to read that.
Okay, yeah. Really
Of
twisting
cou-
my
of-
brain
Of
here.
course I have.
Yeah.
Thank you for asking.
Sis Paffy for $2 says Ada Wong is hotter than Tifa.
I know. Is that
That is not
sacrilege?
true. That is sacrilege. Like
I gotta
Ada
look this
Wong or
up.
Ada Wong. I've never played Resident Evil games, so I don't know how to say her name correctly.
Ooh,
She's
wait a second.
listen, she's attractive, but she is no Tifa, and that is blasphemy for you to suggest otherwise. All right.
Hmm.
What do you think, Adam?
I mean, she's pretty hot, but
Yeah, but she's no Tifa.
yeah, I think Tifa's better.
Yeah. There, look at that. The correct take.
It's so
Obviously.
hard because then they have like the fan art and they like
They
go
make them look
overboard.
like
Yeah.
10 times, bustier, and yeah, sure. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Got to be like fan art against fan art if it's to
Right,
make
right,
it
right.
fair, but
Sure. Arithmus for $2 says, for the record, I think it was a bad statement from Trump too, but he never said he didn't care about right-wing violence. He didn't even mention right-wing violence. He said often right-wing radicals. You can infer violence, but he didn't say it. Yeah, you know what's funny, Arithmus? If Dialogue Always was a Trump supporter, I feel like he would be like, well, Sitch, you can't actually say that. Because I feel like he would use all the same, arguments that he was trying to use against Trump in this conversation. So Arithmus for $2 says, well, obviously Hassan would write his phone number on the shot collar in a place where it's hard to find. He doesn't want to dox himself to the person who finds his dog. That's a great point. If someone finds his dog, he doesn't want to dox himself. He's got to like, if you want to return my dog to me, you have to go on a 10-step scavenger hunt to find his phone number, like some kind of adventure game.
well,
That
wouldn't
doesn't
they
make sense.
ultimately dox him anyway once they went through the scavenger hunt to find the?
No, because by the time, if you have the dedication to go through the Hassan Piker scavenger hunt to find the dog,
Then
find
you're
the phone number,
safe.
that shows that you have a dedication. It's like Willy Wonka and the Golden Ticket. It shows you have a dedication, and that fate has shown that you are worthy of knowing his phone number. It can be trusted. You can be trusted with a phone number at that point.
Yeah, I've heard
That's what
this
that means.
line of argumentation before, and it doesn't seem convincing.
That's because you're a racist.
Mm-hmm. Racist?
You're a racist? Question. You have to say it like that. Anyways,
All right, this was
that was a
great.
great stream.
Yeah, a lot of fun.
Thank you all for
Excellent
coming.
show.
Thank you all for incredibly generous donations. Thank you, Dialogue Always, for coming on. And we'll see you guys all on Thursday. Yeah.
Take care, everyone.
Bye.
I was reading